Yo 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 yo. Yo 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 yo. Yo 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 yo. What up, dudes? What up, dudes? Yo, 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 yo. What's up, dudes? Hold on, let me fix this over here. Our greater thing goes hard. He goes hard as Fox, the older Jim. What up, dude? Skate Marine. Yo, 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 yo. Dude, I'm so fucking pumped, boys. Let's fucking go, dude. Woo! Finally, something to be fucking excited about, dude. Finally, something to be fucking excited about. There's nothing been exciting in the past fucking month and a half ever since New World fucking died. God damn, dude. Finally playing a brand new fucking game. Not a 20-year-old game. Well. Well. We are playing a 20-year-old game. But it's new. You know what I mean? It's like new. You know what I mean? Guess I won't be playing until 5 p.m. Bomber. Yeah, 6 p.m. No, I think it's 5 Skates. I think it's actually 5 p.m. because 7 p.m. 7 a.m. BST. It's 10 a.m. EST. Right? So it's 3 hours behind us. 4 hours behind us. So at 3 yeah, so it's already been 1 hour and 20 minutes and it's only 7 hours. So 5 p.m. But worry not, boys, because we got plenty time to cover the cinematics. We got plenty time to cover the, the classes and what we're going to be playing. We got plenty time to cover the new raids and all the changes and all the good things that are happening to the game. And honestly, I'm very excited to see that, because when else are we going to get the opportunity to see those things, right? We're going to be playing it. Basically, no life in the shit out of this game. Yo, Shade, thank you for the 3 months, bro. So the server's not up. Nope, the servers are down. Now they went down 1 hour ago. They went down an hour ago. So we'll be performing scheduled maintenance beginning on Tuesday, January 20th to 7 a.m. PST. As we expect the servers to be available again approximately at 3 p.m. EST. So it is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's an 8-hour maintenance. It's 8-hour maintenance. And started at 10. Oh yeah, 6 p.m. Ayo, what up, Raid? What up? What is this right here, Freshie? Okay, so what are we looking at over here? So 3 p.m. PST is 6 p.m. Yup. Hey. Oh my god. If you got a sub, you can play WoW Classic, bro. I'm not gonna play WoW Classic. You crazy? So what I will be doing in the meantime, I was gonna call out of work. I'm glad, thank god I didn't. Oh, okay. Good shit, Fresh. Good shit. So we're gonna be doing today, again, it's probably gonna be creating our character and shit like that. It kind of sucks. The servers are not open until 6 p.m. I don't know, maybe we're saying like a long stream. So what are you gonna do, Fresh? Are you gonna call out for work tomorrow though? Because we're gonna be fucking gaming tomorrow, dude. Ah, that's delicious. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right, here we go. Baji 11A19. Okay, I am Forsaken 1700. There you go. Forsaken 1700. You can also go ahead and add me up. By the way, have you guys seen the Blizzard cinematic? You cannot even do that. I tired to make you cannot even create a character. You try to make yours. Wait, you try to create your character but you couldn't either. Fresh 6 p.m. if you're lucky. There's always gonna take forever. Most of the time on the actual expansion drop date, you wouldn't even get to play day one, but maybe with the 3 days early access with the ultimate bundle, right? But today is the pre-patch, right? Today is the pre-patch. We're not actually, the game is not actually coming out today. Okay. Yo 11 p.m. for me, by the way. What up, Zenitsu? My GPU actually died and I hope I get a new order one tomorrow. Ooh, yeah. Have you guys seen the cinematic? Photosensitivity warning. Oh! Damn, that is a new loading screen? No realms available right now. Yo, that looks sick, boys. That actually looks sick. Are all add-ons being forbidden in arenas? They are taking away most add-ons to not work in the game, by the way. Where are both WoW Classics and Retail down? Out of you both? Hell yeah, baby. Let me see. Notification. Fresh. Accept by Fresh. Accept raid. Anybody else? Baji. Let me see what he said it was. Baji hashtag 11A19. 11A19. Oh, cancel. Baji. Okay, there you go. For playing Prepatch? Yes, sir. We are gonna be playing Prepatch, baby. So we cannot play right now. Obviously, no realms are available. Dude, how sick is that? Ooh, we're gonna be playing this add-on. So what's new with this expansion? So what is new with the expansion? You know what? That is a great fucking question, bro. How about this? Every new feature coming with the pre-patch. Obviously, this is just the pre-patch, okay? The expansion that is coming later, of course, is gonna have the new zone, it's gonna have the raids, it's gonna have the level and experience, it's gonna have the new talents, because you also have to understand right now, in the pre-patch, Midnight is gonna feel a little awkward, okay? For the next 4 or 5 weeks that we're gonna be playing the game, it's gonna feel awkward because we're going to be playing almost max level, but without the power level of being in max level. We're going to be missing some of the most important talents that we're going to be missing. You know, guys, you guys know how it happens in every expansion, right? Where like the best talents that are at the end, they go away because then you lose those levels and then you cannot get the end of the talent point. So a lot of those talents are going to be missing. So the classes are going to feel very, very incomplete. Blizzard kicking ass lately. Legion remix was a blast. Dude, I heard the remix was actually very, very fun. But anyways, let's take a look at this right here. Okay.
January 20th.
Are you still gonna be grinding in Assault? No, Corey. This is gonna be my main game right now and for a while. I want to play Midnight like I have never actually played WoW before. Because every single year that I play WoW, I used to only play WoW for the arenas. I barely even raided. So what I used to do, I used to just buy the expansion, level up to max level, skip everything, and just do arena with my friend. I actually never sat down to do raiding. I never sat down to actually enjoy and play the game with a community because it was just my friend and I always, you know. So we didn't care about no community. We didn't care about the game. We didn't care about literally anything other than just doing arenas. So technically, I never actually play WoW for what it is. So this time around, since I have a community, I want to have a guild, which I never had a guild before. And I want to do tourneys. I want to basically recreate the community that we had in New World and bring it over here to the WoW Midnight scene.
when Midnight's pre-patch lands, and this one's actually larger than most. We're getting a full UI overhaul, a new spec, a new race class combo, transmog being rebuilt from scratch.
Can you guys hear?
A bunch of housing features finally unlocking, of course, the login screen, and a whole bunch of other things, as well as the likes of the new
Is it too loud? Is it just right too low?
quest line.
You never did TBC or Wrath of the Lich King raids? I did Wrath of the Lich King raids. I did ICC. That's when I started playing back in the day.
Campaign, and of course the event. All of this is going on before Midnight launches,
Good, nice.
and if you've been waiting for a clean moment to come back, well, this is it. Today,
If you ever wanted to play WoW, boys, and if you ever wanted to come back, literally, this is it, man. This is it. This is it. Because one of my major complaints about WoW was all of the fucking add-ons, all of the big fucking numbers, add-ons and big numbers, and over-cluttering of abilities, and loss of class identity. Those 4 elements always kept me away from WoW in the past, like in the past 5 to 10 years, pretty much. So yeah, the add-on changes are good. The class simplicities are good. So it went from every class having like 45 skill to now every class only having about 20 skills. Wait, they're fixing class identity? Yes, MRX. They're removing about 50% of the all 50% abilities from classes that are overlapping with other classes. You know what I mean? So instead of every class now having fucking pets, now they took away all of the classes that did not need to have pets, right? Elric-son, thank you so very much for the follow. So they took away, again, they took away about 50% of all of the abilities in the game. I could use 12 less button. So yes, now every class, instead of having about 35 to 40 abilities, only have about 15 to 25 abilities. So yes, they brought back class identity, and some people are upset about this. By the way, some people are upset about this because in the process of then bringing back class identity, they had to remove a bunch of abilities that were like super fucking strong and super OP, right? For example, Fire Mage was pretty much an instant cast machine where you didn't have to cast anything. You will be moving and doing instant stuff all the fucking time, right? So they took that away. They took pretty much all of the instant cast from Fire Mages, and now Fire Mages need to cast. They remove a bunch of abilities and a bunch of stuff. So again, every class now feels more class. Every class feels now more class. It's not that they removed the add-on, it's that they integrated it, their own version of the add-on. So it's now part of the game. I'm gonna go cook some breakfast and some fat one now. Yeah. Skating, don't go for too long because we're gonna be covering the class. We're gonna be covering the cinematics. We're gonna be covering the raid, and we're gonna be covering the new races that are coming. We're gonna be covering all the shit, dude. All the shit, dude. Woo! We had so many freaking skills in so many characters. I couldn't get all that shit in my bars. It was ridiculous. Yes, it was completely ridiculous, and that is definitely going to push new people away. It's definitely gonna push new people away. I actually bought an MMO mouse just for this, boys. Oh! No way, dude. Let's go, Fresh. Fresh is locked in, dude. Fresh is locked the fuck in. Oh, they also locked down the API so mods can pump out info not already in the game. Again, dude, finally, WoW seems like they finally woke up from that wokeness, stupidity, and the fucking dumb ass horrible Disney direction that they were going for the past thing. And honestly, it's not Blizzard's fault. It was the world as a whole, okay? It was the world as a whole. And let's be glad that the world is fucking healing, bro. Because 5-10 years ago, with all of the wokeness and all of the inclusivity, I don't know what the fuck words I'm talking about, and all of the inclusion and all of the bullshit, like, I'm so fucking glad that we're finally, the world is healing when we went past that shit, bro. Because WoW was going in a direction that it literally looked like fucking a Disney movie, bro. Oh my god, dude. Official add-ons platform where your mods get shaken by Blizzard finally. I mean, yup. Hello, what up, buddy? They really streamlined the getting ally races shit. It's uber easy now. The Heritage Army too. Yes. So people that want to play with ally races no longer need to play the game for like a full month and a half before they can unlock the ally races. Community fall technically Bro, I think I'm locked in on BM Monk. BM Monk. BM Monk. Is that the tank Monk? No, that's Brewmaster. Oh, yeah, that's BM. yeah. BM Monk. BM Monk. Brewmaster. Is the item removal update live yet? Yes, but the game cannot be played right now, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy. Wait, Jimmy. Are you going to be playing with us? Are you going to be joining our guild? Are you going to be joining our PvP community? Are you going to be a Frost Mage? Oh, that's fucking... Oh, boys, I'm excited right now as I was excited playing fucking New World, dude. Finally, something that I can vibe with, dude. Finally, something that we can vibe with. What are you going to play, Trig? Dude, look at the title of my stream, dude. Look at the title of my stream. My God, dude, my excitement is literally coming out of my nipples right now, dude. Coming out of my nipples right now, dude. Yeah, our cross faction is like play horde if possible. So here's the thing. Before we continue with the cross faction talk, you can join the guild and you can do arenas, battleground, raids, literally every single aspect of the game. We can do it together if you're horde. The only thing that we won't be able to do together is world PvP. Okay, if world PvP is something that doesn't interest you, then you can go ahead and create a horde class, a horde race, and you can join the guild and you can be part of the community, you know, and you can join us in the raids, in the dungeons, the leveling experience, etc. But why the fuck will you go Alliance? Because Alliance has gnomes. And gnomes is the best race in the game. Nobody can argue that with me. Nobody can argue that with me. No one can argue that with me. Horde got goblins? Yes. If I want to look like a mutant rat, I'll go horde and play goblin. Yes, because I want to look like a fucking troglodyte. Yes, because I want to look like a freaking what is that 80s movie with the big ear fucking animals, the little muffling guys, the gremlins. If I wanted to look like a fucking gremlin, you know, I will go play that. But gnome have class, style, and they just sexy looking. Yeah, so they're just sexy looking. Is there a cat girl race in WoW? Is there a cat race in WoW? No, but there is a fairy. There is a fairy class. They're werewolves. Goblins got rocker boots. Yeah, gnomes got rocker wieners, bro. Gnomes evolved past that point. They got mecha wieners now, dude. Yo, Ferrars, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, dude. For the horde, kick a no. I'm amazed there's still no cat girl class. You have the fox people. So in the Alliance, you have the Worgens, which are the werewolf. In the horde, you have the little fox people, the Vulperas. The Vulperas, yeah. For a couple of days until we're not more excited. Why, dude? Why? I need to see the other removal live. I will think about it. Also need to see how much of a PETA it is to keep arena partners. What do you mean PETA? Horde is oversaturated with nerds. Yes, Horde is oversaturated with nerds that think they're cool people. And the reality is, you're not cool, dude. You're not cool. You're not cool. You're not a blood elf. You think you look like a blood elf IRL? No, you don't. You look more like a Draenei or some shit like that. If I implement the cat girls, the population will increase by 200%. Haranier, the new race, you should show everybody Trig. Yeah, we're gonna get there, right? We're gonna watch the Haranier. We're gonna watch the Druid transformation. Horde got Blood Elves, females, if you want a goon. Well, I mean, Alliance has the Void Elf now, right? I know I'm cool, don't worry. It's an MMO, everybody's a nerd. That is true, bro. Not to brag, but my mama tells me I'm handsome. You are handsome, Pat. You are as handsome as a dill pickle. Torrent, FYI, baby. Dude, Torrents are juicy, dude. Void Elves are gonna be able to be Demon Hunters too. Dude, Void Elf Demon Hunter is so fucking edgy, bro. Because literally, they created a spec for Void Elves and for Void Elves Demon Hunter in this expansion. For those people that want to be the Edgelord Demon Hunter, oh my god, dude. The new spec looks sick. The new spec looks fucking sick. Not until midnight launches. No. We will be able to play the new Demon Hunter spec as a Void Elf in 6 hours for the pre-patch. Yeah, we're gonna be able to play it in pre-patch. Void Elves lore makes it so there should be less than 20 Void Elves. Nah, but they reproduce, bro. They fuck like crazy. This is also a nice moment to hop in as a new player, as you can now play as you can now play TWW, the War Within, with only a sub. Oh, I see. Jake, look through the racial stats on stream. Let's see it since waiting to wait. Boys, we literally gonna look through everything. We even gonna look through Sylvana's fucking Twitter page. All right. You need War Within until midnight launches. Launches. What if you use what if you use by midnight? What if you buy midnight? Can you not play? You get it? There you go. So just buy midnight, boys. All right, here we go. Let's watch this video.
You're going to learn everything going on with Midnight Prepatch. Now, as much as I love him, here's the thing about noise cancelling earbuds. They isolate you. It's great for focus.
Okay.
And a big thanks to Raycon for sponsoring. To begin, a quick orientation and timing. Prepatch
so
hits January 20th for NA, 21st for EU. Then the Twilight Ascension event launches 1 week later on January 27th, and then Midnight Early Access is February 27th, with the full launch being on March 2nd. That essentially gives you February 27th.
Midnight Prepatch event and Winds of the Mysterious Fortune launches in 7 days. So we basically have 7 days to get the guild together, to create our characters, to get to max level. And then in 7 days from now, the pre-patch start. The pre-patch event starts. That is when we're gonna start actually playing the midnight stuff. And then we're gonna be playing that for basically 1 month until midnight comes out.
7th, with the full launch being on March 2nd.
Are you gonna like this? Is an all tap target? I mean, pretty much every game right now is tap target, right? Anybody that was telling me, I mean, Guild Wars is tap target, ESO is tap target, Ashes of Creation is tap target. Question: are you and NA server still completely separate subs? No, I don't think so. I think the EU and NA subs are the same. And the good thing, no, bro, I don't think it's separate subs. You pay for your account and then you can play for whatever region you want to play. I remember paying for my normal account and playing with my WoW account from all over the world. I was doing arena with my boy in NA while I was living in Japan. And there was zero lag. That is the beauty about WoW, that you can play it from any region. There's pretty much no lag. So if you live in EU, you can play it in NA with almost no lag. Nah, I mean, you need an NA account? What? No. When did they do that?
Essentially gives
Morning, broski. What's going on, Dave?
6 weeks to get ready through pre-patch, and now that I've said that, let's start talking about the features and the things you'll be able to play through all of pre-patch.
All right, Demon Hunter, here it is.
Demon Hunters are finally getting their third spec. It's called Devour, and it's a mid-range caster that's built entirely
Dude, this looks so fucking good.
It still uses glaives, but the soul harvesting abilities have these gorgeous scythe animations, and the entire visual kit is being rebuilt around cosmic void energy.
Dude, this class plays so fucking cool because it's a melee right, is a melee mid-range class, and that is so goddamn cool, dude. If I was not such a fire pyrotechnic fucking enthusiast and fire damage lover, I will definitely would have played this class. But just because I love fire so goddamn much, but this class is my second most anticipated or wanted to play class. No, they are separate subs and they're separate accounts. Also, ping to an A depends on what server you are in, what you need to choose on East Coast or server coast. Okay, boys, then explain this to me. How is it that I was able to play from... Oh, because I was playing with the same account? And I was playing in the same server? I was not playing like in EU or in Japan? So, if you had an NA account, that's why I was able to play. Oh, okay, I see. Well, unless you're planning on playing it in EU with your friends, we'll still be over 100 ms. Yeah, but in WoW, that doesn't matter, bro. In WoW, 100 ms, it feels perfectly and 100% fine.
It is genuinely a spectacle to look at and play. Now, this spec also comes with a new hero talent tree that's called Annihilator, and it's shared between Devour and Vengeance.
Annihilator.
The Scar tree has just been renamed to Scarred, and now it shifts to being Devour and Havoc, and that does mean that Vengeance actually...
Not in PvP. I don't know, man. I got to Gladiator. I got to 23. Well, I don't even know what fucking achievement that is, but I got to 2300 playing World of Warcraft from Japan. Okay? I got to 2300 rating playing with a healer from Japan. I don't know. Maybe Japan has less lag than EU. I don't know.
Loses access to it entirely. Now, alongside this new spec, we're also getting Void Elf Demon Hunters. You unlock them through a short quest line, they get this unique metamorphosis visual, and they keep their spatial rift racial. But there's actually a few catches. So, Devour converts all of your Fel abilities to Void, right? It's all purple, blue stuff.
Yeah.
You can actually make your eyes purple in the character customization.
Oh my god, dude! My excitement is literally coming out of my nipples right now, dude. Alright. When does Midnight drop? Midnight drops in 1 month from now, but the pre-patch for Midnight is today.
You are stuck with Fel Green Eyes on a Void Elf that is casting Void abilities, which is fairly jarring. Blizzard really needs to fix that. And there's a second catch in this as well. Blizzard originally promised, quote, thematic tattoos full of Void energy for Void Elf Demon Hunters, but that line has been quietly removed from their blog post, and there's currently a bug where existing tattoo options clip through their hair.
Actually, that doesn't look too bad. I kind of like that the tattoos also are in the hair.
And now, whether or not we're getting proper Void tattoos is basically not clear whatsoever. And then third, minor little thing, but a nice one, Void Elves still will get their 50% transmog cost.
I played from Brazil in EU server and I had 200 ms. I still did mythic content fine. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The lag in WoW is not that big of a deal like it was in New World. Really. Inter says, Trick, in Remix, I got literally all Alliance and Horde class to max level. I'm ready. Oh, dude. My boy is ready to go, dude. He put them all in the chamber. Chat, do you guys, are you the type of individual that plays with several classes at once? Or you're the type of player that just likes to play with one class? I have never played WoW before. Dude, Academic, this is the moment. This is the moment. Here we go, baby.
Discounted Midnight, but...
Hola, Kovia. How are you, Trick? I'm doing great right now. How about yourself, dude?
It won't apply to the new outfit slots. Only the...
Dude, look how good the characters look, man. I hate playing just one class. I hate playing anything else other than just one class, dude. It's a pretty good time to start. It's literally the best fucking time to start. Just 3 classes for me. I like to play only with one class, and with one class, I like to do everything. PvE, PvP, everything, dude. Everything. Yeah, very good, man. I told you I'll come to shake you. Thank you, Reynaldo. Thank you. I don't know, I'll try it, but I don't like tap target. The thing is that WoW right now, it's like any game out there. It's like a hybrid combat, okay? It's just like Ashes of Creation's combat. Literally, WoW combat is the same as Ashes of Creation combat. So if you like Ashes of Creation combat, WoW is the same. Throne of Liberty, if you like the Throne of Liberty combat, it's pretty much also the same combat. It's not yeah, you're not standing in front of the enemy. Nope, you're moving all the time, jumping, hitting. It's just like, it's literally like Ashes of Creation, where you're moving and attacking. Nobody's standing still in front of each other. Like that shit is like classic gameplay. Okay, that's like TVC gameplay. That is vanilla gameplay. Midnight is super fast paced. There's a lot of movement. It feels good. And the thing is, for people that have never played World of Warcraft, you are in for a eye-opening experience. Once you have played WoW and you realize that WoW is smoother by 1,000,000% than any other MMO that you have ever played in your life, you will be like, oh my God, why isn't every game this smooth? Believe me, boys. Believe me when I say this. I've been playing video games my whole life. I've been playing MMOs my whole life. And there's not a single game that feels as smooth and as responsive as World of Warcraft. Say what you want. Say what you want. Say what you want about the graphics. Say what you want about the direction. Say what you want about the gooners and the grifters, Blizzard employees. But the movement in WoW is amazing. The movement in WoW is literally best in class. Dude, it is so smooth. It's so fucking smooth. ESO, New World, Guild War, nothing comes close to the smoothness of this game. Sounds like a cold dog? I mean, come on, dude. You just gotta be realistic. But you cannot move while casting abilities. Yeah, you can. Some classes have things to move while casting. Yeah, a lot of classes have things to move while casting. It's just a class thing. It literally is a class thing. Some classes can move while casting. It is all about the class. Some things on Demo lock you are turret caster. Right, but again, that is just some abilities. Some abilities are you stand still to cast. Like, it should be that way, you know? And some ability, the majority of abilities are just on the go. People mistake the art style for low graphic. The game is still pumps out rate. Oh, WoW has insane graphics, bro. The only people complain about is not the graphics, it's the art style. WoW has state-of-the-art, some of the most modern graphics. What class is like a Dragon Knight in ESO? What class is like a Dragon Knight in ESO in this game? A Retribution Paladin. Retribution Paladin is about holy light and burning the enemy. I will say probably a Red Pally is more than a Dragon Knight, because doesn't Dragon Knight use a lot of magical abilities? Warrior doesn't use any magic in WoW. Warrior is just brute strength and force. Paladin uses a lot of fire magics, and he uses melee with magic. Yeah, that's what I was explaining to somebody. Yeah, retail WoW has beautiful animation, especially face sound. Yes, bro. Yes. DK in ESO is all fire magic melee. Yeah, that would be like Paladin, because DK is like all magic and melee, but DK has frost, unholy, and blood. So they wouldn't really be like a Dragon Knight.
Traditional per piece transmog, but don't worry, I'll touch the new transmog system later on. The good news is it's fairly awesome. Okay, that's Demon Hunters, but as it turns out, everyone else is changing. Every class in WoW is being reworked alongside the Demon Hunters. That means every talent tree and really the whole underlying design flaw.
Dude, everything. The whole design flaw is being redesigned, dude.
Philosophy. Blizzard's goal is simplification, but in a way that should mean less maintenance buffs, fewer filler nodes, and more pathing within your talent tree that will actually change how you play. Now, you have to remember, this is all designed for a post-add-on restriction world, and because
post add-on restriction, bro, I cannot wait, dude. That is so good to hear, man, because for the longest time people always thought that add-on was always going to be a thing in WoW. Like, add-ons were never going to leave WoW, and unless you got used to all of those 50,000 add-on on your screen, you're not going to be able to play the game. but now we can all actually fucking enjoy the game. Thoughts on macros, Drake? I'm completely fine with WoW macros. And once you get used to WoW macros are perfectly fine. WoW macros are actually necessary because WoW is pretty deep game. There's so much depthness into WoW that macros are really good. Plus, macros save you some time. Like, for example, you can have a trinket that whenever you press it, increases your damage by 20%, right? By 20% for 20 seconds. And then you also have an ability that is a bursting ability that lasts 20 seconds, okay? As you guys know, consumables and items don't share cooldown with abilities. So instead of having 2 slots, one with the ability and one with the trinket, what you do is you create one macro that utilizes both those things at the same time. So now when you're bursting and you press one button, you use the ability to burst and you use the trinket to burst. So instead of pressing 2 buttons, you only press 1 button to activate 2 things. It saves time. Yeah, it saves time, and it's just, depending on your playstyle, can help you play your class so much better. Orc ratio plus DPS trinket, etc. Exactly. Yeah. I think they're slowly converting WoW to console. Yes, they are literally slowly converting into console.
Because of that, Blizzard wants combat to be readable without weak auras telling you what to press.
Exactly.
Whether this will actually land or not, we will see. Fair warning though, classes will probably feel at their worst during pre-patch. You see,
yeah, so this is what I was saying, right? The reason, and this happens in every pre-patch, the classes don't really feel the way that they should feel until the actual game comes out. Because you're kind of playing with like some borrowed power, but you're not really playing the full class.
Stuck at level 80 without the extra time.
So this is the paladin right here, okay? Obviously, he's playing it fully summed out. A lot of people like to play MMOs like that. But this is the paladin right here. As you see, you fight with like Holy Light, wings, flying hammers, and shit.
Level up to 90. That means the specs will feel incomplete, but should come together more when Midnight actually launches and you get those additional talent points. If you want more details, we've been covering the winners and losers of each class overhaul in a separate series, so it's a hell of a watch if you want that. But it's not the only thing happening. There's also a stat squish coming. Essentially, your numbers will look dramatically lower on January 20th, so don't panic and think your gear got deleted. They've just made all the numbers smaller.
Isn't Paladin more like a Templar in ESO? Yeah, I could say actually Paladin is more like a Templar in ESO Nishu. But at the same time, the DK will be closer to Paladins probably than any other class in WoW.
And that's all to make the health and damage numbers readable instead of, you know, the Legion era number soup that we've been somewhat living with. Speaking of readability though, Blizzard's answer to the add-on restrictions lands in pre-patch, and it is official replacements for most of the things that they decided to lock down on. So, I'll go through them here. Official damage meters are finally in World of Warcraft. They've got 3 visual styles. And
there it is, boys. The game finally got rid of the damage meter add-ons and added their own damage meter
a lot of customization.
into the game, dude.
You can track damage done, healing, interrupts, dispels, damage taken, and avoidable damage taken, which does mean you can now shame people using Blizzard's very own UI.
You can shame people using Blizzard's own UI. Will their damage meter lie though? Probably not.
Of course, it is not as much as you could expect from details, but it is a far cry from the worst case that people were fearing when it initially made it onto alpha. Another thing is the official boss alerts. I have to say, these are genuinely cool.
This is really cool. So what you have here, this is when the boss will do an attack, right? Because you might be focusing on other things as a healer. So with these things is you can put it on the side. So the attacks of the boss will be coming down right here.
Comprehensive. There's a full timeline system showing upcoming abilities with cast bars and role-specific filtering, so you can hide warnings that aren't.
So if you are a healer, you can hide all of the warnings that are for DPS and tank. If you're a tank, you can hide the warnings that are for DPS and healer. And if you're a DPS, you hide mechanics that are for healer and tanks, and that way you can only worry about the DPS mechanics.
Relevant to what you're actually playing. Along with that, we've got official nameplate customization that covers cast.
Do you miss New World, Trek? I do miss New World, But whenever I get things like this that excite me and I want to try it, I want to play it because it is just like a new toy, I forget all about New World. Does that mean that we're not going to have the run away little girl alert anymore? No, you cannot. But I'm sure I can say that to you in your ear if you want me to.
bar info.
For the low price or 5 gift sub, I can tell you to run away little girl every time we're doing a dungeon together.
Aggro display, buff and debuff filtering, and all of that with multiple visual styles. And you know what? It's actually really good. Then there's the cooldown manager, which thankfully has got significant upgrades as well. There are profiles that you can import and share, sound alerts on specific abilities where you can basically pick from dozens of sounds and preview them in the
And we always gonna have, he's not gonna make it. I cannot wait to hear that. Yeah, dude, he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it. Big fireball coming in. Big fireball. Oh my god, he didn't make it, dude. Oh, my boy became a marshmallow.
Menu, and the external defensives tracker is finally here, and it will basically show you what your healers are actually giving you. There are other changes as well. The personal resource bar is now a separate edit mode element, so you can reposition it wherever you want. You can hide the health and power bars if you don't need them, or you can choose to only show them in combat. So finally, it is something that is flexible and actually feels like it's part of the rest of the UI. And on top of all that, party and raid chat bubbles, DR tracking display, and updated debuff borders so you...
Dude, the whole UI, dude, you have full control UI customization. Cast stance one bird form and say roar. The UI they finally have real work to do. Bro, look how good this looks. Look how good this debuff frame looks.
You can actually see what's killing you. I've got to say the debuff borders are really nice, and at least for...
Bro, look at this, man. It tells you exactly what they are, man. One of my biggest complaints in New World, it was the debuff and buff bar. Do you remember how in New World, the debuff and buff bar, they will share the same bard? Oh my god, and they will share the same icon like over and over and over again. So you wouldn't know exactly what bleed was the one that was killing you. Or like, look at this, brother. Look at this.
For me, they do feel quite readable. Now, there's also a new Journeys window in the Adventure Guide. This will show you all of your renown tracks across Dragonflight, The War Within, and Midnight. So that's progress bars, rewards at each level, what's purchasable. Basically, it's finally a way to see what you're actually working toward without hunting through 20 different NPCs, or more realistically, just going onto Wowhead. Now, there's other UI changes as well, mostly for accessibility. We've got new audio assist
Bro, the UI went crazy.
alerts. There's text-to-speech for whenever combat starts, ends for your health, your target name, and that's all with customizable voices, speeds, and...
I'm gonna need that voice-to-speech whenever combat start. I might be talking to Shot, minding my own business, and somebody might be fucking killing me, dude.
And thresholds. So if you need audio cues, they're fine.
You're getting attacked! You're getting attacked!
Built into the game. All of this then is Blizzard's answer to why did you break add-ons? Now, whether it's genuinely enough for WoW's power users is unclear, but I will say it's not nothing, and it needs to be taken with a little bit of context, and that is that in Midnight, well, there's less filler bullshit in most fights. The combat readability is genuinely leaps and bounds better in many cases, certainly to where WoW has generally been over the last decade. So with those improvements in mind, I think a lot of this should actually make sense.
Hell yeah,
should
dude.
Work well for the vast majority of WoW players. But that's not everyone. If you're pushing the hardest keys or...
This is what we were talking about earlier, right? Like, look at the quality, man. Look at the quality of these bosses.
Ultimate cockpit.
Look at the quality of the special effects. Like, this game has insane fucking graphics. Now, the art style is what people talked about. The art style of WoW, it is very fantasy-like. It is very fantasy-like, and I will argue with anybody. I will argue this with anybody. I feel like WoW's graphics are perfect for a fantasy MMO. Because the thing is, people want to have fantasy look realistic, when in reality, most of the time, that shit doesn't even work. I like retail WoW, it looks cozy. Yeah, dude. It is fantasy like, it is cozy like, it is different as well. It doesn't look like every other Unreal 5 engine game. It doesn't look like every other Korean MMO, you know?
Your character, well, yeah, the official option won't be enough. And a lot of that is...
It doesn't matter how much time it passes, it still look cozy and feel cozy because the art style. Right, and what they do instead of moving away from that art style is they just make it better, and they make it better, and they make it better.
Is by design, because Blizzard doesn't want the UI to be that powerful. They want us looking at the game. Another system getting attention is transmog. Now,
dude, Korean MMO is what definition of what I call inspire. Dude, every Korean MMO looks exactly the same. You could put Throne of Liberty next to Arcane Unchained, next to the 7 other arcades, next to Iron 1 and 2, next to Black Desert Online, next to fucking Divinity, next to all of the others, and every single one of them looks exactly the same.
I've already covered the new outfits and situation system in depth already. Basically, the TLDR is that transmog now applies to the actual item slot rather than the gear itself, and it can now automatically swap based on context. So,
dude, this system is crazy. Listen to this system, boys. All right, listen to this system. Listen to this. Fresh. Listen to this system. This is a transmog system.
You can swap into your home gear whenever you walk into your player house, your city gear when you walk into the city, dungeoning gear when you walk into a dungeon, PvP gear when you walk into a battleground. All of that's customizable. Now, there were some concerns over the price of this system, but the good news is Blizzard made it radically cheaper after player feedback.
Automatic switch, bro. Yep. So whenever you go into your house, you can have your automatic transmog equipped. Whenever you go into the city, you have your automatic city transmog. Whenever you go into a dungeon, whenever you go into a battleground, so you can have different transmog for different situation, and the game changes this for you as you do those activities. I just had macros for that shit, but again, that is the thing, bro. They're making all of the things that the player base have been jumping hoops, right? To get to it, they just implemented it into the game.
Okay, 2 quick additions for Prepatch though. Tier set acquisition has been improved, basically completing a higher difficulty.
You know what is the most exciting thing that you know what is the one thing that I'm the most excited about WoW? And believe it or not, this might sound weird. But the one thing that I'm the most excited about WoW is actual item acquisition. I cannot wait to be doing the raids and to be doing mythic dungeons and actually getting better items than the one that I have. Dude, I want to feel my character, because that is the thing about WoW, man. That is the thing about WoW, that you can always make your character stronger because there's always something to progress your character. You know, you can always make your at least your PvE gear. PvP gear has a limit of how strong you can make it. But when it comes to PvE gear, bro, you can continue increase those PvE numbers like a motherfucker, dude, by continuously doing more mythic dungeons and raids.
Difficulty will now unlock all lower tints automatically. So as an example, if you go and clear Mythic and Taurus and you get a whole bunch of gear from Mythic and Taurus, that will automatically unlock all of the stuff from Heroic, Normal, and Ally.
Wow! That is an insane quarterly live feature! Wow! Okay, for those of you that don't know, the way that WoW does things... Hold on, I need to open Paint for this. Okay, for those of you that didn't understand what that was, Fresh and the boys. Okay, Fresh and boys. So, the way that WoW does gear, right? WoW does gear by seasons, okay? By seasons. This is for PvP gear. So, PvP gear is like Season 1, Season 2, Season 3... Season 4, etc., right? And then the PvE gear is separated by tiers, right? Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, etc. Okay, are you listening to this, Fresh? Okay, so what is the difference, right? The thing is, whenever Tier 1 is the meta right now, because it's as, you know, as the season progress, okay, and as the expansion progress, we move in tiers, right? So what happened is you have your character, right? You have your character, and this, wait, hold on. So this is okay, so this right here, right? So this is your character. This is you right here, Fresh. Hold on, I didn't give Fresh an egg. I need to give Fresh an egg. Okay, Fresh, this is you right here. Hold on, give me 1 second. That is you right there, Fresh, okay? That is you right there. So, tier 1 gear, okay? Tier 1 gear. Hold on. Tier 1 gear will be like this. Will just be a helmet with a shoulder pad, right? A helmet with a shoulder pad, and then like a shirt, right? You have like a shirt, right? And then you have like legs, right? And then you have legs. Yeah, so yeah, you have the shoulder pads, you have the shaft, I mean you have the chest, right? And then you have like a set of pants. Okay, so this is tier 1 on like normal difficulty. Okay, on normal difficulty. So what happened is this same set in heroic, it is the same set, but now it has horns, right? Now the shoulders have horns, okay? And maybe the head has horns as well, okay? And maybe the shaft, I mean the chest, maybe the chest gets some veins, or I mean gets some like lines and stuff like that, right? And then mythic difficulty, it adds like balls to the end of the hairs, right? It adds balls to the end of the hairs, or you maybe get like a cape that drips jizz as you walk around. I mean, like it just changes the way. So essentially, that's the way that it is. Okay. So essentially, that's the way that it is. And so what happened is, right now, if you were to clear mythic difficulty like an old dungeon, you will only unlock the mythic rewards, right? The mythic reward. They just change color. No, they just don't change color. They're not all the same, boys. Normal, heroic, only mythic has some additional stuff, but minor. Oh, but not all of them are like that. First of all, not all of them are like that. Okay, some of them change more than just color, but you see what I'm trying to say, Kilgo. They change. So now, if you do it in mythic difficulty, you get the mythic difficulty reward. So if you want something from normal dungeon, you need to go do the normal version. But in midnight, in 6 hours from now, if you get the chest piece, right? If you get the chest piece, that it comes from mythic difficulty, the one that has the horns, right? The one that has the horns, and the one that, you know, so if you get it from you also unlock heroic and normal drops as well. The one that don't have no hair, right? The one that have no hair, and the one that have no veins. I mean, like lines.
Dungeoning gear when you walk into a dungeon, PvP gear when you walk into a battleground.
Yeah.
All of that's customically acquisition has been improved. Basically, completing a higher difficulty will now unlock all lower tints automatically. So as an example,
for example, right here, right?
You go and clear Mythic and Taurus, and you get a whole bunch of gear from Mythic and Taurus.
So this is how this gear looks in Mythic. Now he's gonna put heroic. Ready?
That will automatically.
You see now how it looks in heroic. So if you wanted this gear and you did it on Mythic, you didn't get this one. You only got the Mythic one.
Unlock all of
the normal is a recolor of heroic
stuff from heroic, normal,
and the rangefinder seems to be another recolor of the other one.
LFR. And another nice thing, warriors can find.
Ooh, look at that, dude. That's an old school set right there. I think that's like, what tier is this, boy? Is this what like tier 2, tier 3? This is one of the first tiers.
Finally transmog two-handed weapons onto one-handed weapons without needing any specific weird talent thing. It just works in the base UI. Over on the housing front, early access will have been live for about 6 weeks by the time pre-patch hits, but the Endeavors feature won't unlock until pre-patch on January 20th. Now, you can think of Endeavors as being a little bit like the trading post, but for your whole neighborhood.
Did I hear that correct, MRX? Did he say two-hander? I say one-hander? That's gonna become crazy. Because you're gonna have fucking combat rogues looking like Fury Warriors. This new transmog stuff might be enough to make me buy the game. God damn.
So they'll rotate monthly, and your neighborhood manager will pick a theme from a set of options, like Nithin, Grummels, Drakthir, or Mechanomes. NPCs will show up that have got tasks and decor for sale, and each...
So wait, hold on. So your housing system, you have a neighborhood? So wait, you have neighbors? Boys, let's all be neighbors.
Endeavor has got between 20 and 30 different tasks that are covering dungeons, raids, delves, world quests, gathering, and...
So basically HOA, right? So the housing association, you also have a guild neighborhood? Yeah. So let's, I'll be HOA. So basically I'll be the housing association. And yeah.
some neighborhood-specific activities. Now,
neighborhood-specific activity. That sounds fun.
The good news is that the tasks scale to neighborhood size, so a 50-player neighborhood will need more completions than a 10-player neighborhood. And the way it works is that if your neighborhood just gets quiet over time, then future endeavors will scale down to match that. And the way it works is simple enough. If you complete enough tasks, everyone gets bonus endeavor currency plus full vendor access. Now, completing tasks also earns neighborhood favor. This will level up your house and unlock some...
Oh my god, it's gonna collect housing tax? Yup.
...other rewards along the way.
And I'm rent at the beginning and at the end of the month. Twice a month.
The whole system is basically designed to make you want to visit other neighborhoods, meet people, see what themes that they've picked. Because, yes, it's not just for your own neighborhood if you visit someone else's.
What? Yup. You're gonna pay me at the beginning of the month. So basically you pay me for the whole month that you're gonna live there. And then at the end of the month, you pay me for the month that you live there.
You can
it makes sense to me.
Actually get involved in their stuff. Essentially, this is Blizzard betting that housing needs some social...
Alright, I think I'm ready to go. Yeah. What up, Davey BB? You ready to go? Nice. Now, sit by and wait 5 hours with us because the servers are down for maintenance for another 5 hours, brother.
Social glue. Reasons to say stick around in your own place or to visit strangers. But there is a little more than just that. Old renown tracks will now reward housing decor items. As an example, the Valdrakken Accord gives you an oven, a fountain, a stone table, and a grand mirror at various levels. The Dragonscale Expedition has a rug and a telescope. The Council of Dornegal has windows, books.
So is the pre-patch going to have all of the class changes? Yes, the pre-patch is going to have all of the class changes. The new class, the new races is going to have all of the Juju stuff.
A cooking recipe, Assembly of the Deeps has a shelf wall, and even the newer War Within renowns are covered as well. So Cartels of Undermine, Galagio Loyalty Rewards Club, Flames Radiance, they've basically got decor baked in, and expect all of this to be going on with all of the new Midnight renowns as well. So basically, it's worth checking in on your renown progress because you may already have loads of housing rewards just waiting to be claimed whenever you log.
What remote mouse are you guys using? I used the Corsair back in the day, but I found some China knockoff, one that has been freaking amazing. Oh yeah, so I used two different mouse. I used a Red Dragon one, not a dildo, not the dragon ones, not a dildo dragon. But right now I'm using the Corsair Scimitar. I'm using the Corsair Scimitar, and it's all right. It's all right. It's pretty decent. I like it.
Again. Now, there's another small quality of life improvement coming as well for housing, and that is the Harvesting Hatchet is going to become a permanent learned ability in Prepatch, so you won't have to carry the thing around in your bags. You just use it once, and when you do that, Find Lumber will appear in your tracking menu forever. Okay,
nice.
That's a lot of systems and things. Let's get on to the meat, the event.
Ooh, yeah.
The event starts a week after Prepatch launches, so we're going to have...
I got gigantic hands, so I used the Razor Basilisk. It fits pretty nice. You got gigantic hands? How big are your hands, bro? Can you send me a picture of your hands on Discord? That's the one I use, the Scimitar, bro. Bro, on your time off or whatever, look at the UTech Smart Venus MMO. Te va a ver.
Have it for 5 weeks.
What is that interest? Is that like a new game?
In total, you'll find a new quest line that's called the Cult
Look at the Void Elf, bro. Look how cool the Void Elves look. Holy fuck.
Within. It starts with Ramath for the Horde.
I feel like Void Elves are way cooler than Blood Elves.
and Umbric for the Alliance, and in it we're investigating a new cult in the Twilight Highlands. They're not the Twilight Hammer that used to hang out there. They're the Twilight Blade. Essentially, same aesthetic, but under slightly new management, and they overtly serve Xal'atath. You'll have first met them in the patch 11.2.
Goth Elf, baby. Ain't no way. The team will... don't be jealous. We're just darker and have a bigger wiener, but that's about it.
0.7 questline. Now, what about the event? Well, the event follows the standard pre-patch structure. So there's an intro questline, then there's world quests, weekly quests, and rares scattered throughout the zone. Some of these rares are callbacks to old Cataclysm dungeon bosses, which is a fairly nice touch, and there are two broad types. Simple, soloable ones where you just land and kill them, and then bigger ones where you've got to stop an ascension ritual that will basically need more players to be involved, and all of this.
The thing that I'm excited the most about this time around is that I'm actually going to play the game and learn the game. You know what I mean? I'm actually going to play the game and learn the game. Learn the systems in the game. Learn to enjoy the game. Rather than creating a character, fucking boosting myself to max level, sitting in a city, spamming arenas. Last time I did not, when I played WoW with Early the last time, I did not have fun playing WoW. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't have fun playing WoW. It felt like I was not playing WoW at all. It felt like I was just playing like an arena simulator. That did not feel fun. I did not get to actually enjoy the game. This time around, since I'm not just doing arena and I'm actually going to sit here and play the game, I'm very excited about that. I'm very, very, very excited about that. Arenas kind of sucks anyway. Yeah, honestly, I mean, arenas don't suck. Arenas are fucking amazing. Arenas sucked because it's incredibly competitive. MRX is incredibly competitive. And you have to understand that the people that are in like a lower rating of arenas are not new people. The people that are stuck in like 18, 19, 2000 rating, these are people that have been playing for 20 years and have never passed move that, you know? So even though they're fucking suck at the game, they still have like 20 years of experience. So it is incredibly fucking sweaty, right? It's incredibly sweaty. So you need to like be slightly better than these bad players so you can move past that rating. And then it becomes a lot more enjoyable once you're in a higher rating. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see. It all depends on the composition that you have. You know, it also depends on the composition that you have. It feels like playing double DPS a lot of the time requires a lot of team coordination, a lot of in-game knowledge, something that neither myself or Early had. So we also had a lot of negative experience. This time around, we're going to take it slow. I'm most likely going to have a healer when it comes to arena. What would you guys say that is the best healer for a mage in arena? A priest? A paladin? A druid? I don't know. We'll see. Arenas with the add-on in main nines are gonna be Pog. Yes. For 2v2s. Yeah, for 2s. Rogue Mage Priest is good in 3v3s. Right. RMP for 3s. Right. RMP for 3, but for 2s, what would you think it'd be? Rogue Priest, maybe.
This gets you piles of loot.
So, yo, Fresh, this is the Paladin right here. Again, he's playing it zoomed out to the max. I won't be playing the game like this, of course.
Now, for many, an important part is the catch-up gear.
Also, how do you guys like to play MMOs? Do you guys like to play MMOs fully zoomed out so you can see everything? Or do you guys like to play this zoomed in so you can see your character?
It's champion track this time round, not the veteran track that we would usually expect. So essentially, it's normal raid gear. Not that that's going to be too important.
Yo, Kroger, welcome in, dog. Welcome. That's going to change a bit on the balance scene. We could see offensive Rest Druid and this priest and might be the way off. Gonna have to wait and see. Yeah, offensive disc priests are always so dominant in arena. Goddamn, especially in 2v2. Mostly zoomed out, but yeah, kind of middle-ish. Zoomed in when it's just questing and chilling, but PP zoomed out.
You'll quickly get
that makes sense.
Rid of it as you hit level 90, but it is a Mog to hunt, and if you want to...
Yeah. Bro, if WoW was not the game before, why would it be now? Why is someone jumping midnight? Because Midnight is changing most of the things that I didn't like about WoW. Midnight objectively is changing most of the things that the majority of the people didn't like about WoW. So if Midnight is taking a lot of the negative elements of World of Warcraft that has cultivated throughout the years, if Midnight is getting a massive reworks and a massive overhaul to class identity skill. So basically, Midnight is fixing the majority of all of the negativity that WoW has cultivated throughout the years. Why not? Literally, WoW Midnight is the best time for you to come back to the game if you haven't played it in a while, or to start it if you have never played it before. Yeah. Should check out the Mythic Plus. It's monthly PvE every time in a couple of seasons. I'll take a break and push Mythic. Yes, and that's what I was saying, Swolder, right? That's what I'm saying. This time around, I actually want to play WoW. I just don't want to sit in town and spam fucking arenas. No. I want to actually play WoW. I want to do, I want to do the whole thing. Going from normal dungeon to heroic dungeons. I want to do mythic dungeons and push mythic keys. I want to get with the raid, the community, the guild, you guys, and do the normal raid, then do heroic raid, and eventually have a big group that we can actually push mythic rating. We're getting ratings too. Dude, oh my god, I want to actually play WoW for what it is, dude. I want to get the guild together. Boys, let's go! And we get the band and we do battlegrounds. Do you level from 1 with Midnight? I have not played since 2007. Yes, Kitty. In 6 hours from now, me and my boys, the community, we all gonna be starting level 1 together. Level 1 together, and by the end of the day today, we're gonna have the guild running, and we're gonna be inviting people and stuff. With these changes I've been hearing, and maybe a controller here soon. Yeah. WoW leveled up, others leveled down, some even died. Yeah, indeed, Gilgo is right. I set my keybinds to certain classes to zoom in or out when I press inside macro. Oh, that's actually really smart, Soldier. Also, brand new shiny to play. Why would change? Pretty much everything, War Machine. The classes are getting a massive overhaul. They're getting rid of a lot of abilities that didn't make sense with the classes. We're getting more class identity. They're removing add-ons out of the game, and they're implementing their own add-ons. The game is getting a lot of simplification, a lot of quality of life, a lot of transmogrification quality of life feature as well. Rating is now more streamlined, less complicated, and more accessible to everybody. The UI, again, dude, it's just like, it's good. Like, for me, like I was saying earlier on the stream, some of the major things that make me now want to play World of Warcraft was class identity, right? Class identity, with every class having like a 50-40 abilities. Pretty much every class had everything. So I don't want, now that they remove a lot of abilities from the game and the classes feel more, like they have more identity, that is very cool. I love class identity. Also, add-ons. I didn't like the clutter that you needed to have 30-40 add-ons in Arena for you to be able to be, to be decent. They got rid of all of that. You're not going to have 30-40 add-ons in Arena no more. And finally, we're going to be able to actually play the game, not just play add-ons. That is also the thing. We're not just going to be looking at add-ons and information on the stream. We're actually going to be playing the motherfucking game. And on top of that, new zone, new class, new raids, and new everything that I have never seen or done before. And on top of that, if that wasn't enough, there's nothing else to play. There is literally, absolutely, definitely nothing else to play. There's nothing else to play. Wait, could you even connect the controller for WoW?
Take the new class changes out for a spin. It's good to have a geared character to do that with. As always, there's a new currency. This time it's Twilight's Blade Insignias, and thankfully it is warband wide. This means that you can farm it on your main to just go and gear up your alts really quickly. There's also no weekly cap either. It just seems you can farm this out to your heart's content. Cost-wise, each armored piece costs 40 of them. That means a full set across all 9 slots should cost you 360. Then there's jewelry, which is a neck and 2 rings, but no trinkets are sold, so that's another 120. As for weapons, those are either 40 or 80, depending on whether they're a one-hander or a two-hander. So in total, budget somewhere between 520 and 560 of the currency to fully kit out a character. Now, the event stuff doesn't just drop those. You'll also get Valor Stones, Crests, and Resonance Crystals, so as you get this champion gear, you can also just upgrade it while you're farming up the catch-up stuff. Now, there is one thing to be aware of. It seems that sub-level 80 characters get XP from the zone, but don't get the currency or gear. So basically, level up first, then do your farming, and of course, you can bet that we'll be testing any and all power leveling strategies once this goes live. But
I'm so happy to see these small numbers again, man.
let's get
So happy to see small numbers rather than seeing a fucking 500,000.
back to the rewards. So you can also get early drops of the Thessalian Midnight armor sets from mobs in the zone. They're great quality in BOE, and they've got names like Threadbare for cloth, Frayed for leather, Stained for mail, and Brittle for plate. So hardly the flashiest gear, but if you're a completionist, this is something that you can get, and if you want a more lo-fi aesthetic, it's good for that as well. And if you don't want to farm them, well, they will be on the auction house. And if you do want to farm them, maybe you'll be able to make some money. But going back to our event currency, there are also
Whoa, is that a mount?
vendor rewards. We've got a retrained Skyrazor mount for 100, 3 pets, Scruff, an Emerald Spore Bit, and Raydra for 30 each, a Weather Twilight's Hammer Armaments weapon arsenal for 40 that contains a one-handed sword, an axe, a mace, plus a two-handed axe and a mace, as well as a dagger, a bow, and a gun, so there's loads of those, as well as the well-worn
Damn, look at that fucking gun, dude. Holy shit.
Twilight Cultist's attire ensemble for 40, which covers the
Bro, imagine if there was a class that you can dual wield fucking guns like this. Bam, 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 bam. Dual wielding bow. Oh my god.
head, shoulder, and chest. There's a toy called the Twilight's Blade.
Oh my god, look how hot. Look how hot the Void Elf females look, dude. Oh my lord.
Secret strategy training guide for 30, and then 3 pieces of Silvermoon housing decor. A wooden chair for 50, an enchanted candelabra for 50, and a Sindorai winged chase for 75. Oh, that was a dense segment. TLDR, loads of transmogs. And then finally, if you complete the campaign, you'll get the Twilight's Blade tabard and the
That's a nice looking tabard.
definitely not a cultist title. And if you're a real big brain, they have made something just for you. Now, Mythic Raiders may not be able to do this, but there's a tic-tac-toe minigame in the event base camp, and if you beat the AI, you'll get an achievement. Hard stuff. But next, let's talk about something that'll be a lot easier.
Leveling.
So while you're farming the event, you may want to level some alts, and if that's what you want to do, yeah, front load it. Here's why. The Winds of Mysterious Fortune returns with Prepatch. That gives you a plus 20% XP buff baseline that can be increased to plus 30% with the potion drops that you'll get from Mysterious Satchels. But even better, the Turbulent Timeways event is also still running until February 10th, so assuming Blizzard doesn't take that down early, there'll be another 30% on top. So if that all stacks up properly, you'll get plus 60% XP for the first 3 weeks after pre-patch launch.
Damn! Boys, how do you like the idea of leveling super fucking fast during the pre-patch event so you can try all of the classes to see which one you like the most?
So if you want to roll a Void Elf Demon Hunter or level anything for midnight, this is your window to do that. And if you're a big grinder and you hate PvP, well, I've actually got something pretty cool for you.
Ooh.
As of pre-patch, the Comp Stomp Brawl is actually permanent. It's been renamed to Training Grounds, and it's basically the player versus AI battlegrounds that we know, and it's across 3 maps, the Arathi Basin, Silver Shard,
Player versus AI battleground. So these are the people that want to experience PvP, but that are not good at PvP, so they go and fight bots.
Mines, and Battle for Gilneas. It's, of course, now available all year round instead of...
Well, don't get it twisted. For those of you that don't know, AI PvP in WoW has been going on for quite a while. No. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. The AI PvP in WoW is crazy.
Just being locked to the Brawl rotation. And what this means is, if you've ever wanted to learn some PvP basics without getting stomped by gladiators, you can do this. But I think for most people who maybe want transmogs, well, they're going to use this to farm honor and marks of honor fairly efficiently.
So yeah, I will say this is probably for the PvEers that want maybe like a PvP transmog, but they don't really want to fight against PvP, which in all honesty is the best. It is the better. Okay, here's the thing. Whenever you force a PvEer to do PvP, nobody has fun, boys. Nobody has fun. Nobody has fun. PvPers don't have fun. Here, let me put it this way. If you are a PvEer that you have never PvP in your whole life, and you go into PvP because you want something from there. You don't like it, but you want something from there, maybe like a transmog. And you go in there, okay? You go in there. You're gonna get your ass fucking beat. First of all, you don't like it, so you're forced to be there. And you don't like it, so you're probably not good at it. So not only are you gonna get your ass beat, but you're gonna get your ass beat and not like it while doing so. And you know who else is not gonna be having a good time? Your teammates as well. Your teammates are not gonna having a good time because you're 0-17, right? You're 0-17 and you're doing absolutely nothing positive to your team. So not only are you not having a good time being a PvE or forced to do PvP, but your teammates is also not having a good time because you're 0-17. And the enemy team is also not having a good time because you're just fucking standing there backpedaling like a fucking bonobo, not even fighting back, and they feel bad after killing your noob ass. So nobody has fun whenever you force PvEers to do PvP. So instead, let them... The thing about WoW is WoW doesn't have a number problem, right? WoW doesn't have a number problem, doesn't have a community, doesn't have a population problem. You queue for Battleground, there's a million people doing Battleground. So that's not really an issue in WoW, you know? It's not like, we need every person that we can get. No, fuck that. Leave the PvEers. If they don't want to PvP, let them not PvP. But, you know... We don't want them in there. They don't want to be in there. Exactly. If we don't want them in there and they don't want to be in there, then they shouldn't be in there. The AI is easy to run over, but one time they made him harder on accident and they can clap you. Yeah, no, 100% they can clap you. Yeah.
So if that's your thing, it's worth checking out.
AI PvP is worse than real PvP. AI PvP don't have stupid player roaming around. They have solid... Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And while that's it for new
But yeah, how do you guys feel about being able to level up your characters super fast so you guys can try them all out? Me personally, I like to take my time leveling the classes. I wish leveling experience in World of Warcraft was more like Wrath of the Lich King rather than what it is now in retail.
Features
where it took maybe like a week and a half to get to max level.
I really do need to point out that
I like that personally. I hate leveling. Yeah, a lot of the people don't like leveling personally. And especially with the newer community and the newer generation, they don't like leveling much. I personally love leveling.
Actually just got patch 11.2.7 fairly recently in December of 2025. It's got quite a lot of new features and things like the Brawlers Guild. So if you're just returning to the game, there's a lot of stuff that you can check out that's basically there and it's pretty damn good. So overall, it's a heavy pre-patch, there's plenty to do, there's lots to prepare, and you'll probably want to spend pre-patch time testing out new classes. So to actually understand what's coming, check out our Winners and Losers of Midnight series. We've designed it to be viewable by everyone, not just people who are like deep experts in classes. So if you want to just get a run through of every class and spec in the game and basically see, huh, that sounds cool, or maybe something that doesn't sound cool, that video should get you up to speed and give you a lot of brilliant starting points.
All right. Thought if I had the option just to enable classic level difficulty in the world, they'll enjoy it. Because then I can actually die. Yeah. All right, that was pretty cool. That was really cool. So, what do you guys want to watch next? Do you guys want to watch the new race? WoW new race. This one right here.
The Haranir are hugely customizable. There are 10.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find the Druid version of the Haranir. New race, Druid forms. This one.
It's nice. So hello there and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to talk about the Haranir, and more specifically we're going to talk about the Haranir Druid forms which are coming to the game in Midnight. The Haranir have just
Dude, this looks so good, bro.
Have a preview of these Druid forms which are customizable, which is why we're making a full video on it. But before we jump into that, guys, I do want to give a massive thank you to all of our channel members and everyone over on Patreon. Just so I've posting over there fairly regularly, and if you want to support the channel in that way, I'll leave a link down below. All right, so yes, the Haranir are coming in midnight. This is an unlocked allied race.
Hell yeah, and I mean, that looks like absolute shit.
Unlock it as of beta.
You don't look this
is just
class?
simply to
I mean, this
complete
race?
the Harandar zone story, which is pretty easy to do. They can be a ton of different classes, and today we're looking at the druid forms because there are some very unique druid forms for this race. Of course, the actual race is based off of the night elves, but a lot of their druid forms are very interesting and super unique and only available to the Haranir. So unfortunately, if
They look so fucking cool, dude. Oh my god, man. They look incredibly cool.
you are already a druid, you might need a race change if you want to use some of these forms. So let's jump into it with the first one, and that is their bear form, and this is the pangolin form. Yeah, the pangolin. This is a new model added in Midnight, which is super unique and, yeah, pretty interesting as a bear form. Of course, if you did want to, you can be any of the other bear forms that you probably have unlocked on your account, but this is their racial form.
So what is the lore, where they're from? I have no fucking clue, Emirax. I haven't played WoW in many, many, many years, so I don't have anything about the lore. But they seem to live on the underground. They seem to be in the underground. They always seem to live there.
So the customizations for this form are ears. You can have small ears, medium ears, or large ears on this form. You can also customize the nose to be pointed or upturned, as you can see there, which has a little point on the nose. Now, there are various colors. There are 5 colors to choose from. You have this one here going into
That one looks sick.
this one, and then we have sort of a reddy one, and then a purpley one, which is very, very nice, and finally a more darker one.
That's my favorite one right there, dude. The dark blue and red. Hell
With
yeah,
maroon
baby.
highlights on it. I do like the sort of quills on this form as well. Very Haranir. If you ever get a chance to customize this race, they are very quilly. They have lots of quills everywhere.
Lots of quills.
Yeah, a very cool appearance there. 5 different colors and various different nose and ear options. Moving into the cat form, we have the Haranir Wolverine form. Again, a new model based off
That looks sick, dude. An action pangolin will be sick, but sadly no.
of
I mean,
other
an action pangolin. There's not even action pangolins in the game.
previous cats and things like that, but regardless, a very awesome looking model. Customizations are extremely similar to the bear form. So we have ear options. So we have small, we have out, and we have uplifted for the Wolverine.
It's a bear form. Yeah. They had to also make it like an animal mix, you know? Like they had to get a fucking Wolverine and make it into a cat form, a pangolin into a bear.
Options, so we have stub and pointed, which again is kind of similar, but it does kind of look like
Look
a
at
horn
that.
of sorts, which is kind of cool. We do have color options as well, which are exactly the same. So just kind of similar colorations to the other forms, which is nice. So you can have a little bit of synergy
Man, look how good that looks. Oh no!
between these forms. Certainly, definitely changes up the appearance of this form with some of these colors, especially this one.
The Coterian Druid form are sick. Oh yeah, the Coterian dude. Yes, dude. Sandalari have a turtle for bird form. Pangolin is fine.
With the kind of
Yeah.
bright red eyes, which
But also their turtle looks like a dinosaur. You know what I mean?
is pretty cool looking. Moving into the Moonkin form, of course, if you wanted to, you can just choose this form if you like, but they do have their own form called the Bat Bear.
Dude, look how, dude, the Bat Bear looks so fucking good. Oh my god.
I feel like makes people a little uncomfortable with its kind of twitching head there.
I love this form. I feel like the Moonkins, the fat chickens need to go. I feel like every Moonkin should have like a slick style like this. All of those fat chickens, that's a thing of the past. We should move away from those fucking...
Of course, sort of like an owl hybrid thing. So color options, we have the same color options as we've had with the previous.
Bro, look at that. Bro, look at that, dude.
Previous forms, again making it look extremely different between those, especially this one. This is one of my favorite colors for sure for this form. We also have ear options, so we have normal, we have uplifted, and we have short, so not a ton of different
These are the owls I hear at 3 in the neck of the woods. Ooh, the fucking winner.
difference there, but there is some difference. We can also customize the eyebrows. We can have long or we can have bushy, so yeah, you can see that changing there. So certainly a very interesting form for sure if you want to use that as your balance form. Going into flight form now, we have the Harrineer Bat. Now, my feedback on this is actually don't make it fly like this when you're customizing it, because it is kind of hard to see. Maybe just have it standing there, or have like a checkbox to do options of that. But anyway, you can have ears, so you have uplifted, you have out, and you have short, as you can see.
Bats are W? Yeah, bats are W as hell, dude. The Astroform for Balanced Druid is all the way. The only reason people use the Astroform is because nobody wanted to look like a fucking laser chicken. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to look like a laser chicken. Fresh says, what the fuck are these? Fresh, these are the new race. The new race that you can play druid forms. Because every race that can be a druid has different forms.
See, it is changing there pretty massively, actually. The short ears are pretty different to the uplifted ears. Nose, we have...
It looks like a Down syndrome bat. Have you ever seen a Down syndrome bat, Easy?
Stub and prominent. So you can see there the prominent nose, sort of a little bit more spiky like the other forms, and as you would imagine, it does come in the classic 5 colors that we have available for the Harrineer Druid.
I love that one, dude.
Yeah, very, very cool. For the aquatic form, we have an axolotl. Yes, this is really cool, actually. Super unique model, of course. Yeah, and as said, you can choose the other forms if you like to, but yeah, you have the axolotl form here. For the gills, you have none, which is a bit cursed. You can have blade, frilled, or leafy for the gills. You can also customize the tusks, so you can have straight or curved. You can see those bottom teeth there changing up as we move that. You can have eyebrows, so you can have none or a tri-brow. See there. And of course, the scale colors are similar to the other colors.
Oh, that looks nice.
So you can have a lot of synergy across all of those forms, which is nice. So yeah, a very unique form for the aquatic form. Next up, my favorite, the travel form. This is a sable. Originally I thought it was a otter, but no, it's a sable. So you can have the ear customization here, so you can have small, medium, and large if you like, which is cool. I do like the large ears. For the nose, you can have standard or pointed, once again, sort of a spike on that. And for colors, of course, we have...
Is this coming on the Prepatch too? Yeah, easy. This all of this will be available in 6 hours.
Those 5 colors, which yeah, are very cool, and it has quills as well, which is awesome. And finally, the Trent form. Yes, the Harrineer have their very own unique Trent form. So this is a pretty cool model. Actually, it looks like a kind of a melted tree in the colors of sort of the Harrineer.
Races and Mina, you gotta do the quest in your zone. Oh, wait, are you sure, Gilgo? Oh, well, yo, don't quote me. If Gilgo knows more than me, then go for Gilgo's. Yeah, Gilgo, if that's a fact, then take it, dog.
Harrineer and Harrendar.
But are you be able to change though?
So we have the option to change the foliage. So we have sparse, full, and windswept. So yeah, very cool. Kind of a pseudo hair, I guess, of sorts. We have brow leaves. So let's go in close for this. We have single, cluster, and leaflet, which is nice. We have tusks, so we have new 0 and 1. So yeah, just the option to change the size of the sort of tusks at the bottom there. Obviously, they'll have more names as we get through beta. We also have the option for sprouts, so you can see those on sort of the cheeks coming out of there, and the option for vines coming down the bottom. So yeah, quite a lot of customization there with the Harrineer Trent form. Now, that is all the forms for the...
Dude, boys. I cannot wait to be in a raid with all of you, bros. I honestly cannot wait to be in a raid with all of you, dude.
Harrineer, I just want to talk a little bit about animations. The animations are really cool on these forms.
Look at it.
Pretty much all of them have a dance animation, and it is a unique dance animation, especially the Sable one. It is so cute. This guy is just vibing, living his best life. So yeah, there are dance animations for all of these forms. Overall, I think a really great job. They are extremely unique and different to other Druid forms, which I think is great. And as said, this is just for the Harrineer as of right now. There is currently no plans, it seems, to add these 2 other races. But yeah, so if you want to play with all these awesome forms, obviously you have to be a Harrineer. But guys, thank you very much for watching. Do let me know in the comments your favorite version of the Druid forms here.
Nice. That was good. Okay, compared to the old days, yeah, let's see. WoW Midnight new dungeons. All right, what new dungeons are coming in? New Magister Terra Midnight Alpha first look. That was 2 months ago. New dungeon. Are they fun? Okay. Terra's first look. No, but that's like them going through it, right? How about raid? Midnight Raid summary, harder than expected. First impression of the Midnight Raid. Midnight Raid review. Trigger, found a good video of how Battlegrounds used to be in ESO. It's how they'll be again. Nice. Yeah, I heard that they're going in with three teams again, which is nice. What is this right here?
Hello there and welcome back to another video. Today we're going to talk about Midnight. Yes, World of Warcraft Midnight has just been revealed. The channel in that way has finally been revealed, and with the epic cinematic, and you get the idea. So let's get into some of the major features of the expansion, starting with new zones. Yes, like any expansion, this expansion comes with new zones. Now, in the press kit and in the gameplay trailer, it wasn't mentioned anything about a new level cap. However, it has been confirmed to me that the new level cap will be level 90 going into Midnight. So
we're going to go from level 80 to level 90. We have 10 extra levels.
10 new levels. Anyway, the first new zone we're going to encounter in Midnight is going to be the Eversong Woods. So yes, as mentioned, Quel'Thalas is going to be kind of the area where this expansion is going to be taking place, at least in the first patch. Now, what they've said is that they're completely redoing Eversong Woods and the surrounding areas from the ground up. So it won't be like just an HD remaster. It's going to be a completely redesign, but likely going to have some parts that you would recognize from the original Burning Crusade version. Now, the expansion will begin with Xal'atath's forces attacking the Sunwell, as we saw in the cinematic. Now, Eversong itself has actually healed from the wounds inflicted on the land by the Scourge campaign, and much of what was previously known as the Ghostlands is now actually teeming with life. Now, Silvermoon City will be the expansion hub for Midnight. However, don't worry, Horde players, there will be some areas of this city which are accessible by Horde players only. This is very much still a Horde city. The
That's right.
will likely have some access in.
That's right. This is a Blood Elf city.
To the city,
I hated the Blood Elf city too much of a cluster. You want me to be honest with you? I was only in the Blood Elf city to go from one to go to another place. I've never set foot in that city to actually be inside of that city. I don't know that city at all. At all.
To make it kind of a neutral hub for some part of it. But yeah, there will still be very much a Horde vibe in Silvermoon City. Now, Eversong, as mentioned, is getting attacked, so the threats you're going to be fighting in Eversong are...
Look how badass that guy look. Holy fuck.
The Void, the Light Bloom, which is a magical overgrowth, and the return of the Armani
Yeah, nobody uses every size for the leveling of the Blood Elf. It was a dead city. Yeah, 100%. What is so fun in the most of the Alliance cities, to be honest? I mean, this is a Horde city. This is not an Alliance city. Am I actually getting to housing decoration? Will you skating? Hey, skating, if you actually decorate a very cool house, I'll pay you in-game money to decorate mine, dog.
Trolls and some cultists that serve the Void. So yeah, from the press kit, the images look absolutely amazing. I love seeing these kind of HD remastered Eversong Woods graphics. I think it looks fantastic, and I'm super looking forward to seing what this looks like.
Imagine an updated Gilneas. I have never been to Gilneas either. I have never been to Gilneas because I never liked the werewolf class either, the Worgens. You just cannot beat Orgrimmar. I'm gonna be honest with you. Stormwind. I feel like Stormwind is better than Orgrimmar, but better than both Stormwind and Orgrimmar, Dalaran. That's my take.
In-game. Now, after you've played through Eversong Woods, you actually get a choice of 2 zones. The first is a Zul'Aman zone. Yes, we are getting Zul'Aman as an entire zone. So this expands on the classic raid into a full zone, featuring the ancestral lands of the forest tribes, ancient forests, and mountains teeming with wildlife. Around the zone will also be scattered with troll ziggurats and crypts. So yeah, this is actually going to be an incredibly deep and thought-out Zul'Aman zone, which I'm super looking forward to.
Hell yeah, dude.
The Armani trolls again. It also says in the press kit that you can explore the temples of the Lower, the Eagle, the Lynx, the Dragonhawk, and the Bear. But now they are weathered and silent. It was also mentioned to me that
This is actually really fucking cool, dude. Finally, we get a full zoning game. The Lord Wise was always mentioned how huge it was. Trolls need a proper city. Time to move into Zulaman. Yeah, trolls are always being like in the little fucking outskirt of the orcs, bro. Like they're like the fucking homeless of the hordes. Stormwind is all over the place in terms of convenience. Orgrimmar is pissed for convenience. Yeah, but the music in Stormwind, bro. Oh, it just hits different. And the vibe in Stormwind, everything in Orgrimmar is fucking orange. Whenever you leave Orgrimmar, you're like, oh my god, there's all the colors in the world. I thought it was only orange.
Some new lower as well. And also while in the zone, you are going to meet the new leaders Zul'Jara and Zul'Jan, who are the grandchildren of Zul'Jin. So the
Big dig Zul'Jin, baby. Big fan of Zul'Jin as well.
Zulaman zone definitely has my interest. I always really enjoyed the Zulaman raid. And
yeah, I never understood why they didn't move in. Right? Why didn't Zul'Jin and his offspring just move in here after we fucking defeated these people?
Zulaman dungeon, obviously in Cataclysm. It's going to be really interesting to see an HD remaster of an entire zone designed in that way. The other zone, which is completely random from Zulaman and Eversong Forest, is Harrendar. Yes, this is the...
Oh, this is the zone for these people, right? He's bad juju, man. Actually, I was thinking of Naga. Never mind, Naga descended from else. Yeah.
Homeland of the Haranir. Now, more on them later on. Now, we obviously met the Haranir very briefly in The War Within, but yeah, this is expanding on that lore for this race. Now, this is described as a primordial fungal jungle built around the roots of
fungal jungle.
the world trees, where all manners of life are derived from plant matter that span this zone, including fungal towers, moss bridges, and bioluminescent wildlife. So what we've also been told is that nothing is constructed here. It is basically all natural as an entire zone. The screenshots and footage we've seen of this zone do look absolutely incredible.
Hell yeah, dude.
I do wonder how we're going to get there from Quel'Thalas. Are we going to go down? Are we going to port there? I'm not really sure, and how this links into the entire story of Midnight. But yeah, Harrendar, or the originally named Rootlands, is going to be our third zone of Midnight. The fourth and final zone of the launch of Midnight is a zone called Voidstorm. Now, this is described as a distant, chaotic world drenched in void energy, where even the creatures themselves fight to consume not only the heroes of Azeroth, but each other. This features storm fields.
Now, that display looks fucking sick.
Low gravity and 3 massive nexus points. So what we've seen from the trailer and the press kit, this does look very, very similar to Koresh, but way more crazy. I believe this is just like a pure void area filled with all sorts of crazy creatures.
It sounds like the Nether Storm. It looks just like the Nether Storm, Rain. Look at the tubes with the lightning ether energy going right through them, right? This literally looks just like the Nether Storms right here.
Creatures. We saw some of these new creatures in the trailer as well, which absolutely look amazing. This is going to be a pretty wild zone. Low gravity definitely piques my interest there, but certainly going to be a pretty intense zone. Kind of like the Maw, perhaps, but hopefully a little bit less punishing and maybe more fun. But yeah, Voidstorm is going to be our final zone of the Midnight expansion. Next new feature of Midnight is a new gameplay system called Prey. The description...
New gameplay system called Prey? What?
Of this is that it is a opt-in hunting system led by Astalor Bloodsworn, based in Murder Row in Silvermoon City. This system adds an extra layer.
I cannot wait to play the new Unholy DK build. Extracurricular, you're going on Holy DK? Are you going on that as well? Hunting NPCs? I don't know about this system.
Of outdoor world gameplay for players seeking more thrill and challenge as they adventure across the Midnight Zones. It says hunt powerful targets across zones with unpredictable ambushes. So this actually has 3 different difficulty tiers. You have normal, which are introductory hunts. You have hard mode, which introduces torments and confined final encounters. And then you have nightmare mode, which makes the entire zone a punishing challenge, as they've described. The rewards for this system are listed as cosmetics, mounts, titles, and housing items. This kind of sounds like world tiers, something that we're going to see in the upcoming Legion remix in patch 11.
Yo, what up, Nick? Wait, is it like that? Wait, what? Housing items, Real in game pre hunts. Okay.
11 to 5. So yeah, this seems like an expansion of that. Really cool to see them doing something with outdoor content, making it harder, rewarding players for this. The rewards for this are all currently listed as cosmetics, but there may be some player power behind it, which we'll actually have to see once we get into alpha. But yeah, this has definitely piqued my interest as primarily a outdoor world player. Moving on into delves. Yes, delves are returning in Midnight. We have 7 brand new delves in
Delves? What are delves, boys?
total at launch. In the Eversong Woods, we're going to have 3 delves. We're going to have the Parhelions Plaza, the Colagate Calamity, and the Shadow Enclave. In Zulaman, it actually won't have any delves from launch, it seems. In Harandar, you will have 1 delve, and this is the Den of Echoes. The description of this:
delves are solo dungeon with co-op NPCs. Oh, so okay, so it's like a solo trial. You said the roles and they come with it. You get some loot. Is this something that you do in the end game, or is this something that you just do?
is explore living murals and ancient myths. In the final zone Voidstorm, we will have 3 delves. At the Shadow Guard Point, where it says face corrupted ethereals, the Sunkiller Sanctum, it says explore the Dormana
You can just do them,
and the final
not at all.
delve
Okay, I
is the
see.
Torment's Rise, which is actually where you're going to be taking on the delve now.
So this like a beginner solo player experience to get some gear. There's are mostly solo, can be grouped up. Activity can be for getting up every season. Has an uber hard solo boss that you can do for a title amount. Look up. Oh, okay, that is actually really cool, Gilga Rex. Tier 8 delves give champ gear, and delves give 1 heroic piece per week. Okay, so they're like very fucking good then.
Nemesis. So
especially for a new player. What you guys saying?
basically 6 normal delves and then 1 delve nemesis delve. So no other details on delves, unfortunately, about any system changes or the delve companion, but no doubt throughout Gamescom press and
imagine we play Minecraft until the midnight pre-patch opens. Brother, we already been here for 2 hours,
like
Skates. Skates, in a minute we're gonna start looking at classes, all right? In a minute we're gonna start looking at classes to see what class is the one that you guys like the most.
we'll find out more about that. Moving on into brand new dungeons. There are 8 dungeons in total from the launch of Midnight. In the Eversong Woods, we have the Windrunner Spire, the Magister's Terrace. Yeah, we're getting the Magister's Terrace, but obviously you'd imagine this is going to be a new version of that. And we also have Murder Row in the Eversong Woods. In Zulaman, we have the Den of Norlak. This says a Dream Trials ending in a punch-out with the Lower of War. And also in Zulaman, we have the Maysara Caverns. This says the Vile Branch Necromancers amassing spirits into a troll.
What time is midnight? 5 more hours.
Monastery. In Harandar, we'll have the Blinding Veil. It says face facsimiles of the Harandar.
How is the new player experience this day? What zone are you prompt to level up after a bunch of tutorial for midnight? So whenever you're gonna level up, I think you're gonna be presented with the same thing. You're gonna be presented with, you want to level up in your racial area, or do you want to level up in the Sky Reach area, whatever that is, the beach where you can start with friends in case that you guys are from different races and shit.
Most dangerous foes. And Voidstorm will have the...
Yo, boys, you guys want to see something that I've been working on? Look at this. You ready? Look at this that I've been working on. It's not finished yet, but check this out. I'm working on that. Yeah. It's not over. It's not done yet. It still needs to. I still need to add lights. We still need to add music. I need to have 2 dancers. I want to have 2 dancers, 1 on each side. Oh my god, the Bukkake booth. Yeah, the Bukkake booth. We're gonna have the Bukkake booth. And yeah. You guys are the creamers, by the way. For those of you that were wondering who the creamers were, that's you guys. You cannot afford 2 dancers. Listen, I'm gonna put Skater Marine on the left side, and I'm gonna put Fresh on the right side, alright? That's gonna be it.
The final 2 dungeons, we have the Void Star Arena. It says survive
Spoiler alert, I'm
waves of monsters for the Dormammu's amusement. And Nexus Point Zenus, it says ascend into a void tower to disrupt these storms. So yeah, 8 new dungeons coming at launch. No details on Mythic Plus or any changes to that system or what is in the Mythic Plus Season 1 rotation. But we are getting 8 new dungeons,
God
so
damn.
presumably 4 will be in Season 1 and 4 will be in Season 2. But again, details of that will come out very, very
I volunteer as a dancing for you. Nice. I like it. I like it. I like it.
soon, I would imagine. Moving on into raids. So Midnight is going to do something a little bit different, and that is launching with 3 raids. Now, between these 3 raids, there are 9 boss encounters in total.
Wait, hold on. Did I hear that correct? Wait the fuck? Wait. Did I just hear that shit correct?
Rotation, but we are getting 8 new dungeons, so presumably
So, okay. 8 new dungeons?
4 will be in Season 1 and 4 will be in Season 2. But again, details of that will come out very, very soon, I would imagine. Moving on into raids. So Midnight is going to do something a little bit different, and that is launching with 3 raids. Now, between
Launching with 3 raids.
these 3 raids, there are 9 boss encounters in total, and there wasn't any mention of raid release schedule or anything like that. They might just come out at the same time, or you need to complete one of them to move on to the next. Now, the first raid is the Void Spire. This is a 6 boss raid within Voidstorm, which serves as Xal'atath's stronghold. The second raid is the Dream Thrift. This is a single boss raid that takes place where the veil between primordial dreams and brutal reality.
So the first one is a 6 boss raid. That is a 5-hour commitment, bro. Holy fuck. That is a 5 to 8 hour commitment there, dude. A 6 boss raid. Holy shit, Gravy. I hope you brought diapers, dude. 5 hours easy. That if you're lucky. Dude, WoW doesn't give a fuck, dude. Woo!
Is thin. And the final raid is March on Quell Danast. This is mentioned as a 2-boss raid with super
So the first raid is going to be 6 bosses. The second raid is going to be a 1 boss. And the last raid is going to be a 2-boss raid.
story spoilers, so Blizzard are not giving away this one for now. So yeah,
Okay,
9
that makes
bosses
sense.
in total, split between 3 raids. Certainly something different for Midnight. Very interested to see how this is going to work in practice, and no doubt once we get into alpha, we'll
6 boss raid. Did you hear that right? Yep. Yep, Skates. You heard that right, bro. We're going to be there with the boys, dude. Raid 9. It is fuck Fap 9, dude. Yee, buddy. We're gonna have our adult diapers. We're gonna have our poop bucket. Yes, we're gonna have our Chick-fil-A already order, so we don't have any back. Yeah.
have way more details on each of these raids. Next up is something I was pretty excited to hear.
Second raid, RWF will be fun to watch. Just 1 boss. Yeah, I mean, we've been having like 1 boss raid ever like since like Wrath of the Lich King, I think, right? No, we've been having 1 boss raid since the beginning of the game. Onyxia was a 1 boss raid, right?
And that is a new allied race, the Haranir. Yes, the Haranir are going to become a playable race in Midnight. Now, the Haranir will be available to Horde and Alliance, with the available classes being Warrior, Hunter, Rogue, Priest, Shaman, Mage.
The mob boy just said shaman. Yo, shout out to all the shaman players out there. You're some shamanistic motherfuckers. Please get beer to raid with boys, not monster pussy shit. We just need to bring all the shamans in.
Warlock, Monk, and Druid with unique Druid form.
Gotta be a canon watcher. Who the fuck's this shaman, bro? Who the fuck's this shaman? What in the tortilla is this, bro? What in the tortilla is going on over here? What kind of shaman tortilla is this?
So very much a fan favorite from the War Within, finally becoming playable in Midnight. To unlock the race, all you simply got to do is complete the main story of Midnight. So
What with big ears in this expansion? More holes?
So pretty similar to how the Earthen worked for the most part. Another feature coming to Midnight is a...
Not shaman, but shaman. Yeah, I don't know why people say shaman. Well, what in this shaman is going on here? It's literally fucking shaman. It's a shaman, bro. It's a shaman. Shaman. Shame on you for saying shaman.
brand new
Idiot.
Demon Hunter spec. This spec is called Devourer. This was obviously heavily teased in Koresh with one of these side stories and one of the bosses from the raid being a Void Demon Hunter.
Oh my god, chat. I'm gonna be honest with you. This class right here, it is making me have a dilemma in the back of my brainiac. Dude, what do I do, chat? Do we play Devour or do we play Fire Mage? Devour Demon Hunter or Fire Mage?
So yes, this is actually a mid-range DPS spec using Void and Cosmic Magic. Now they did list some of the abilities in the press kit, including Void Metamorphosis. It says transformation sustained by Soul Harvesting. You also have an ability called Collapsing Star, which is a powerful finisher. You have Void Ray, which is a piercing beam of void energy. You have Reap, which is a scythe attack that consumes soul fragments. And
by the way, we're watching not gameplay of Midnight right here. He just put in gameplay. You play so much Fire Mage and you will, something new sounds better. I'm gonna play that Void Demon Hunter shit. I hope he's broken. Oh, that shit is gonna be broken as hell. That's gonna, dude, that new Demon Hunter is gonna be broken as hell. Mage has always been around. Just trying to bold. You say you're so a little fat. But I'm not the person that likes to try different things, man. I like to just play with one thing. I personally prefer the Mage, but it's up to you. I am going Shadow Priest. What would you guys prefer to see me play? The new Demon Hunter or Fire Mage? Everybody and their uncle will be playing the new spec. Everybody and their uncle are going to be playing the new spec. That's right. Pull it. All right, let's pull it. Let's pull it. But the thing is, since everybody and their mom are going to be playing that spec, wouldn't they be looking for a good place to find gameplay for that spec, you know? Uh-huh. All right, there you go. There's a poll. I activated the poll.
And Void Blade and Hungering Slash, which are a melee combo with a retreat. Now, as mentioned, this is mid-range, so similar to the Evoker class that we got in Dragonflight. No more details were given in the press.
I like the Demon Hunter, but I wish the transformation looked different from Illidan. But it cannot be, right? It cannot be because they're all like Illidan offsprings and shit.
Kit. However, it's very likely we're going to get a ton more details over the
Since there's no healing spec for the Demon Hunter, I won't play it. Oh, you're a main healer?
course of Gamescom. The other thing for Demon Hunters is that there is going to be a new race class combo, and this is a Void Elf Demon Hunter.
Dude, the thing about the Demon Hunters that I love the most is that you can fly with them, and on top of that, you have double jump, and on top of that, they have fucking glaives, bro. That shit is so edgy.
Once again, something that was teased in Koresh, and it seems like we are going to get all of the Demon Hunter customizations, but for the Void Elf model as well. I would imagine that the new spec and the Void Elf Demon Hunter choice will come.
Yeah, double jump, charge, backflips, glide, dashing, teleportation.
In the pre-patch for Midnight, as this is one of the systems of the 12.0 patch. Moving on into some new things for PvP in Midnight. So the first thing is a brand new battlegrounds. This is called Slayer's Rise. So this is actually located in the Void Storm zone. Blizzard have said that this zone serves as both an open world PvP hotspot.
You could make a Dragon Fire Mage. First of all, don't ever say that. That's fucking disgusting. Dragons cannot be wizards. Hello? What kind of dumb fucking thing did you just say there? Sir, they are dragons. They're not mages. They are literal dragons. Dragons cannot be wizards. Only gnomes can be wizards. Maybe humans. That's about it. Okay, it seems Fire Mage is the way.
as well as a new instance epic battleground inspired by Alterac Valley and Isle of Conquest, where players will need to conquer enemy bases before taking on.
All dragons are wizard by default. They control magic. Nope. Dragons are creatures created by magic. Therefore, by people using magic, dragons are not wizards. They are a creation of wizards, okay? It's like saying that food is a chef. No, no, no. Food is the creation of the chef, right? Dragons are a creation of magic. They're just there, bro. They're just magical lizards, but they're not wizards themselves. Yeah, they're created by magic, but they can they're still controlling magic. Yeah, but they're not wizards. They're not wizards. Dragons created the mage. Obviously, you don't know nothing about mages. Obviously.
Their Dormana command.
Classes available to drag Deer, Hunter, Evoker, Mage, Priest, Rogue, Warlock, Warrior, all defeat aside, and they can all glide. Yeah, but can they double jump?
The other thing coming for PvP is that Comp Stomp is going to be
A what? A calm stump? Calm stump? Did I hear that correct? A calm stump? What is this? That is a orc warlock right there. That's your boy Golden. Comp stump. Oh, comp stump. Damn, I'm thinking about the wrong comp then. My bad.
a permanent feature. Yes, it's no longer going to be a brawl, and they're also adding Battle for Gilneas and the Silver Shard.
Wizards are those who learn to use magic. Sorcerers are the ones that have the innate ability, but dragons are just nature attuned with the elements. Yeah, dragons cannot be wizards. I've been telling you that. It's been in my whole life. There's a whole dragonfly devoted to controlling magic on Azeroth way before puny elves could do magic. Obviously, you know nothing about the WoW lore.
Into
do your research. Do your research, and you will find that the first mages that existed in WoW, World of Warcraft, were these known creatures that they were there with the creators once. Because the thing that happened in Jerusalem with Jesus Christ, right after the third day and the resurrection. So what happened was there was no light, there was no life before the beginning of time. So you have Nami, right? Yeah. Look it up.
The Comp Stomp rotation. It's not known whether or not the rewards will stay the same as the current Comp Stomp, as a lot of people use this to farm honor or marks of honor, but I would imagine that's probably going to stay as well. So yeah, Comp Stomp has got a new name, and it is Training Grounds. Another feature that's not so much a secret is that housing and neighborhoods are coming in Midnight. Yes, the ability to create and customize your very own home in World of Warcraft is coming in Midnight. Now, we've had tons of different blue posts and updates on housing, and this will actually be playable at Gamescom as well, so I will have some kind of feature videos coming out very soon on all of that. But people are very excited for the ability to create your own house and collect different decor items for your house. It's listed that these will come from dungeons, raids, achievements, quest signs, crafting, holidays, endeavors, and the auction house. And as well as housing, obviously the neighborhood system is also coming. These are public or private zones with up to 50 players, 50 houses, and we'll have
You can have a neighborhood with up to 50 houses? Boys, who's gonna be living in my neighborhood, dude? Who's gonna be that annoying neighbor blasting music all day long, dude? Fucking 3 in the morning. I wish proc chat was a thing, bro. Imagine proc chat in your neighborhood, bro. We're gonna be the creamer neighborhood gang. Yeah, the creamers, dude. Yeah, Trickster getting the creamers. Yo, Fresh, did you see the Trickster getting the creamers? Did you see the club that is coming live to you? I'm gonna have a giant floating penis house. I bet you do. I bet you will. I bet you will.
different monthly activities called endeavors that will offer progression, theme decor, and like NPC evolution of the zone. We've seen loads of previews of this, and I think it looks really interesting for the most part. Not personally experienced any housing in any other.
So you can have all of these themes for your housing. What will be the guild name? That's a very good question. I have 3 names, okay? House of Tricks, the Creamers, or the Freaky Deakies? Which one we go for? The Com Stompers, the Creamers. That's what I'm talking about. When it's a mage learning druidism from Cenarius alongside his brother Malfurion, which happened shortly after the war. The Creamers, I like it. I like it. It's good at wizardry. If you get kicked from the guild, you lose your house. A really sad thing. Oh, damn. You get kicked out of the neighborhood. Illidan was a skilled warrior, but he was a mage who specialized in arcane magic and debacle in druidism due to his brothers. Nice. The Cream Pyres. No, but for reals, we need to look out for a name for the guild because we're going to be creating it later on today.
MMORPG before, so I'm curious to see how it works and how it is. But from the feedback...
The Creamer Company, I like that, dude. Many players don't even know Illidan was a mage. Yeah, also a lot of people don't know that Illidan was in love with Daenerys Targaryen, right? His brother's wife.
It sounds like it's going to be an absolutely amazing system, and comparative to other MMOs, people are very happy with what they've seen so far. So this was also announced as a pre-order feature for Midnight to gain early access to housing, presumably in patch 11.7 of the War Within, with the official launch happening in 12.0 with the pre-patch of Midnight. And finally, with Midnight, there are some pretty major changes happening to the new and returning player experience. So Exile's Reach will get a bit of an update with some of the quests and things that you do over there. Just kind of a little refresher there, but one of the main things that changed.
Who the fuck doesn't know he's in love with Tyrande? Fresh doesn't know. Fresh, did you know that Illidan was in love with Tyrande? I bet he doesn't. Nah, you got it wrong. It was Galadriel. It was one of those elf-looking lady. I love the Valera lore with the Alliance. The rogue lady, Valera.
Is that the tutorial for Exile's Reach will flow perfectly into Dragonflight instead of having to send you to Orgrimmar or Stormwind. So you are just going to kind of like perfectly flow into the story. The other thing they're adding to the Dragonflight leveling experience is that there are now going to be story mode.
That's the Lord of the Ring. No, I think you're wrong. Remember when Isabella died? She never died. Oh my god, you pronounce that name the same way the other guy said, Shaman. Tyrande? Tyrande. I would like something new, well scared, but not too cringe. So, for what? For the guild name? Or you don't like the Creamers?
Versions of Razageth, of Sarkareth, and of Farak. So they're definitely smoothing out that sort of leveling experience for new and returning players. They've also mentioned that Skyriding is going to be simplified with the ability Surge Forward and Skyward Ascent.
No, I don't. What's wrong with it? Are you not a Creamer? Who the fuck will like... Ah, wait a minute! What do you mean you guys don't like the Creamer? Are you telling me that I've been making this whole thing for nothing? What happened with Treacher and the Creamers? Been putting this shit for nothing? What?
Sharing 6 charges each, and the removal of Vigor as a system. And that is going to be a change throughout all of Skyriding. So yeah, we'll have to see more of that once the alpha launches. There's also going to be a returning player experience. So this is an optional Arathi Highlands tour by Jaina or Thrall, depending on your faction, for returning players.
I will take one report and we're going to rename it. Day 1, we create the Creamers. Our guild name get reported. We have to change it. You just gotta change the name in Photoshop. Your name, no pool, just cream. A slogan, whipped into submission. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. The wins were winners. Creamer's Enterprise. We can look badass in Aura Farm with that tag. Bro, what do you mean? There's nothing more aura farming than you walking with your 2 feet gnome, right? Right? Think about it. And then you go like, what up, baby? And then right underneath your name, it says, think about this for a second. Okay, what will be your in-game name? No. What will be your in-game name? Yo, Skatey, give me your name. Give me your in-game name. Who the fuck plays gnome? Everybody. Skating Marine. Imagine Skating Marine, the Creamer. What? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Literally best name in the world. Literally Skating Marine the Creamer, dude. Think about that for a second. You know? And then Fresh comes next to you. Fresh the Creamer, dude. The gnome have the best mustaches for his character. Yeah. I have a Tauren called COVID. Okay. That's not funny. Somebody told you that was funny? Because that shit ain't funny. I lost my mom to COVID, bro. How do you feel about that?
That don't need the full new player on board. Boarding experience that they get from Exile's Reach. So this is going to be for returning players to the game to get them up to speed with what has been going on without having to play through the entirety.
Ban that motherfucker. I would be disappointed if I go to an A and level a character and the gear name won't be the Creamers. Just FYI. The Creamers? You didn't. I'm gonna be boss, cream, calm, finish, insider. Dude, think about that, Fresh. Calm, insider, the Creamer. Literally best fucking name ever, dude. Literally best fucking name. Calm, insider, the Creamer. Time is Prepatch live. 4 more hours. 4.5 more hours.
Of Exile's Reach, which is cool. They also mentioned there is going to be an expansion of the lore walking system with some brand new stories from past expansions being added to that.
Armor sets on gnome look trash. I have to agree with you. But you know what doesn't look trash on gnomes though? Wizard gear. The mage gear looks really fucking cool on gnome. The mage gear looks very, very cute on the gnomes. I'm definitely getting banned. No, you won't. Believe me, you won't get banned. Come inside of the Creamer, that will 100% get reported by a few Karens in game. Bro, fuck them. You have a bunch of insiders. And the Creamers, they cannot ban the name the Creamers because we can say that we have a bakery, bro. We are a bunch of bakers.
Which is great because I really like the lore walking system. Of course, this will be guided by Lore Walker Cho. And finally, they've also said that there is going to be a shortened questing experience to play through the War Within story to get you up to speed with some.
Yeah, we like our coffee, that's all. Yeah, as bad as picking the rat race on Guild Wars 2. Who was the rat race in Guild Wars 2? Those were the chars, right? I'm logging in right now to reserve come inside. The servers are all down right now. If you didn't reserve your name last week, you're fucked. Can you guys believe that Trick Trick wasn't taken? I literally fucking reserved Trick Trick, bro. It was not taken.
Some of the key story points of the expansion before jumping into Midnight. So obviously, if you didn't ever play the War Within, this kind of story catch-up of the War Within is the perfect thing you need to just kind of find out what's been going on.
What server do you end up, Dan? We are on Laughing Skull because honestly, I feel like Laughing Skull is like the most badass and cool fucking name that fits in with our personality and it fits in with our community.
to get you ready for going into the midnight zones. But yeah, there you go. That is 10 major features of Midnight. There is going to be a ton of more information about Midnight coming out over the week of Gamescom. I'm going to try and cover as much as I can over on the channel, likely going to be in different videos that come out after Gamescom.
So, Laughing Skull Alliance. Laughing Coffee from Sal. Dude, I know, right? Laughing Coffee from Sal is badass. So, okay, so you don't have to be Alliance. You can be Horde. But if you want to do World PvP with us, you have to be Alliance. Now, speaking of World PvP, I don't know exactly how much World PvP is in current WoW retail. I heard that there is a lot of World PvP, but I don't take my word for it. For those of you, chat, that have been playing WoW in the past several years, how is the World PvP? Did they do something about leveling from 1 to midnight patch, like simplified or something? Yes, they did. They simplified it tremendously.
I will also be hosting an interview with Ian Hazakostas.
All right.
On the Gamescom stage, talking all about Midnight. So keep an eye out for
wow,
that.
Midnight.
Yeah, Midnight is coming. Can't wait to jump into the
class changes. Here we go. Every class change, you need to know pre-patch. Okay. Do we do every class? Got it. Blizzard are betting everything on Midnight class changes. Do we watch? Which one do we watch? Every class change or the general changes to class? Let's watch this one, and then we watch the classes individually for every single one of the classes that you guys are interested in, okay?
Right, this isn't going to be a full breakdown of every single. So, we're
okay,
going to talk about approachable combat and what that.
All right, let me go pee, okay? Let me go pee. That's 3 months old. Yeah, but still applies, right? 3-month-old, and then okay, let's watch the 3-month-old. It's only 10-minute video, and then we watch the 45-minute video, okay? Be right back. Let me go pee.
Right, this isn't going.
Let me go pee. Let me go pee. And also, I'm gonna run an ad break so we don't get more ads while we're watching the video, okay? All right. Hey, so bounty with the 2 bonds, baby.
For the creamers.
For the creamers. Yeah. Wait, the fuck was I doing there? I meant to wave, bro. I went to wave. Yo, thank you, Soulbound. You the man, bro. You the man. You the man, dog. For the creamers.
Our plan for the first wave of public alpha is to rebuild all 40 specializations.
All 40 classes in the game are getting reworked. All 40 classes in the game.
That's quite a statement. It's what we've got from Blizzard here, and for some people, this is exciting beyond belief. Obviously, for others, this could be the beginning of the end of the World of Warcraft that they know and love, because huge changes are coming. But hey, at least survival hunters can now go and dual wield like Rexar. And on top of that, Fury Warriors can finally transmog over to one-handers. And at long last, rogues have finally got a lot of love. But there may be a little bit of a catch here.
Ooh.
So here's the deal overall. Throughout most of the War Within, especially as time went on, patches looked light on class changes. There were a few reworks, sure, some emergency fixes, but
Bro, that looks so good. You're welcome. I can just buy like Wild Midnight and that's it, right? For the innate account, do I need to buy all the previous expansion? No, you just need to buy Wild Midnight and that's it. Just Midnight and that's it. Back to Wild. Everybody plays Gnome. I'm gonna play Dre Knight and go with the name Todd Lefondler. Yeah, no, why else I need to? No, leave the kids alone, bro. What are you doing? No, Zenitsu, stop it.
compared to Dragonflight, it was almost concerning. Now we know why. Blizzard was clearly preparing for this, putting resources into this, because now every single spec is getting substantial changes to match Blizzard's new vision, a vision that they call approachable. So, we gotta talk about approachable combat and what that means, and certainly this is where some of you may start to disagree. Now, Blizzard's stance is that WoW is too complex for most players. Between too many buttons, too many auras to track, and too many subtle talent interactions, many people just
Yeah, don't do that. Like, five of my buddies started playing WoW this year. Let's go, 3 legs. This is the moment to start, bro. Today, start with us.
can't understand it. And in their giant post, they argue this impacts everyone, new players to skilled alike. And they say they have an aim. And it's an insanely ambitious aim that basically is to have their cake and eat it too. They want game.
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I am so fucking glad that they are simplifying the classes in WoW. I am so fucking glad they're simplifying classes in WoW, man. Oh my god, dude. Jesus. I am so fucking glad that they are simplifying the classes and bringing back class identity like it was back in Wrath of the Lich King.
Gameplay to be clearer, they want it to be easier to understand, but they also want to retain the depth of mastery. And to make these 3 paragraphs very short,
I like some complexity, but 40 hotkeys is too much. Yeah, the edge of the 40 spell click is long. It's 40 abilities too much. Like, it's too much, man. 40 abilities is just too much for anybody in any game. There's no need. There is absolutely no need for 40 abilities. That is astronomical. That is ludicrous. That is crazy. Who in their right mind will think that a new player, a new person that is starting... Imagine a person that is like, you know, World of Warcraft sounds like a good popular game. I have never played an MMO in my life. Let's go and play World of Warcraft. And then they fucking are like, whoa, but I don't have 40 fingers. You know, like, what the fuck, dude? 1 button rotation era. I heard that the 1 button rotation, it actually works very nice. Obviously, that is for people that have the necessity of the 1 button. Maybe they're just bored. Maybe they're just bad at video games. And for people that are bad at video games, the 1 button rotation is kind of nice. Because people that know what they're doing, they can tell you, okay, put this ability here, put this ability here, put this ability here, put this ability here. And now they could literally be on the fucking phone with their, you know, with their fucking lawyers, with their kid over here, you know, and then talking with his wife while also raiding. And that is a positive thing. So basically, you can now play WoW while doing more things because WoW got easier to play now with a 1 button rotation. You know, so now you could be holding your kid and playing video games and not dropping DPS. And that, at the end of the day, is all that matters. Because fuck that kid anyways. That kid is not going to tell you your fucking DPS sucks. Let me see. It sounds like making WoW console ready, less buttons. It's not even console ready, dude. It's even for PC. 40 keybinds was just too much. It will work better for me than for them the New World. Will work better for them New World. Yeah. I work it work on being 100 big damage. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna work on almost every class as long as you have a decent setup for it, right? A lot of people are better at raiding with a one button. It makes sense because people are not really good at rotations, especially whenever you need to be looking at the floor for things. So me personally, I don't think I will do it, but I can see why it could be interesting for some people. So what is the difference between the one button rotation compared to someone just putting in the max effort? It's just easier, Dave. The one button rotation, the problem about the one button rotation is that it's not reactive. You know, it's not reactive. So if all of a sudden you need to stop your rotation, and because you need to jump out of a thing and then you want to start it again, you cannot do that with like the one button. The one button, it has a sequence. You know what I mean? It has a sequence. Yeah, you need to start and you need to finish. You cannot use X or Y ability in between the sequence. Complicated rotation is hard enough for some people. Me personally, the more buttons I'm pressing, the more I'm enjoying PvE. Because PvE already is not as enticing as PvP for me personally. So if I'm not pressing a lot of buttons in PvE, I'm not having a good time. One of the things that I like the most about Throne and Liberty is how engaging was PvE. You needed to press so many buttons whenever you were PvEing in Throne and Liberty. It was actually really fucking cool. Because you needed to be doing your PvP rotation, plus you needed to be blocking, jumping, dodging, etc. So the one button rotation, it could be appealing for some people. Definitely not for me. The one button has a global cooldown, so it has a smidgen slower than a normal. And again, it's just a tool to make people that don't have the ability to have a full-on, you know, versatile rotation and have like a high IPM. Because not everybody's a gamer, but everybody wants to be one. And the one button rotation is that little bit of help that some people need to actually get into some more high-end PvE.
Here's what they're going to be doing. They'll be making the most unique and visual parts of your spec the important parts. That way, it's obvious what actually matters in your gameplay. Then, they're making sure that you don't need too much info to play. Basically, if you need to know something, they'll make it obvious via your UI, but they'll do that without crowding things. So to put this goal in relatable terms,
yeah, by the way, there is a hype train going on right now. Thank you guys so very much for the support, man. It really means a lot, especially now transitioning into a brand new game, a brand new category. So if you guys like it here, don't forget to hit it with a follow. And if you guys have that Prime, don't forget to hit it with Prime as well. Other than that, I'm not going to ask you guys for money. I'm not going to ask you guys to spend your real money. Only if you have the Prime, because obviously that is free. Only sub if you like it here, if you enjoy it here, and if you think that you get something out of the stream, then sub. Otherwise, just being here, watching and chatting with me, it's more than enough. So thank you guys.
You don't want situations where, as an example, there are a bunch of buffs and auras that you've got to manually track in order to play your class well, because that's just the thing that makes people feel like they need to use weak auras. Okay, last then is cognitive load. Some specs will take more focus than others here, but as a whole, their goal is making sure specs don't require so much concentration that they aren't fun. Now, to actually accomplish this goal, they're making 4 types of changes, and these are changes across every spec in the game.
You take Bitcoin? I don't have any Bitcoin, but I'll take whatever you can give me.
So, first,
give it to my boy Nick. My boy Nick is a Bitcoin guy.
Ensuring you do not need add-ons, and the example they give is Roll the Boat.
Oh man, the fact that the fact that they're emphasizing that you don't need add-ons anymore is so
It is being
good.
massively simplified, where now it rolls a buff between level 1 and 4. There are fixed bonuses based on the level. It's still random, but it's nowhere near as complicated to reroll, as an example. You get fixed bonuses based on the level. It's still random, but it's nowhere near as complicated to
Indeed, I hate add-ons. Always been against them. Yup.
reroll as it was previously, where essentially
I just want to play the game. I just want to play the fucking game. I just, if I cannot play the game with the feature the game has to offer, and I need to go to a third-party website to either get information or get features, then you made your game wrong. It's that simple, right, Chad? If people need to go and get all their shit from other places to have a better experience in the thing that you have created, then you created that thing wrong, right? Because if you create a house and then you sold that house to somebody and that person needs to go buy a brand new window because the window leaks, then that window was created wrong. You know, the player shouldn't need to go outside of their game in order to understand, enjoy, or be good at the game. You should be able to beat somebody by simply just using the things the game has to offer. Something like just personal quality of life. I don't have a problem with quality of life things, obviously, because quality of life things, it's not something that is mandatory, you know, meat sploosh, and it's something that it's more one of those things that are just nice to have. But some add-ons were not just quality of life, some add-ons were straight up mandatory, you know? And whenever you go from quality of life to mandating something, that's where the lines get crossed immediately. You shouldn't be having to have a checklist of add-ons before you go to rating, right? That shouldn't have to be a requirement. You shouldn't have to, like, yo, do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have this, this, and that? Do you have that? Do you have this? And do you have this set to that? And I need you to set this to that. And I want you to set this to that and that to this. It's like, bro, let's just play the fucking game, dude. Let's just play the game. Proximity chat voice add-on for guildies. That would be dope. That would be actually fucking dope. That would be fucking dope as hell.
a lot of people would just compute that logic over in a weak aura and then have the weak aura tell them what to do. Second then, removing abilities that aren't, quote, meaningful. Like, say, removing some of Assassination's abilities that they just stuff into their cooldowns. For the rest of Druids, that means keeping Effervescence up will be easier than just pressing the button whenever it falls off. The third strategy then is modifiers. And this is a big one. Every spec is losing huge percentage buffs from talents, and all of that power is being shifted back into your base spells. The core idea is that whenever you press a button, it's going to do damage or healing by itself. It won't be relying on the
Speed says, I started playing retail again this week after a 20-year hiatus. I gotta say, I like the one-button combat. You see, Speeds is 67 years old. He's no longer got the reaction that he got whenever he was 27. The one button was created for him. You see? Everybody wins.
Bunch of talents to actually make it useful. Buffs still exist though, but they're smaller or flat damage instead of massive percentages. As an example, we can look at Essence Break from Havoc Demon Hunter. It used to buff Chaos Strike by 80%. Now, it just adds some flat damage instead. Though, there's one spec they may have gone a little bit too far on, or perhaps way too far on, and I'll talk about that one later.
Okay.
The fourth change,
as long as it's not the Fire Mage, we're good.
Then is, quote, important but subtle talent interactions. They call out Balance's Waning Twilight. It was one small talent, but it dominated their entire damage profile. So, they're gutting it, and they're also gutting others like it. So, that's what Blizzard wants to do, and they've already started, so let's take a look at what the changes are to see if they've succeeded. Right, this isn't going to be a full breakdown of every single change. That's because there are 38,000 words of patch notes.
So once you buy the expansion, you also need to buy the game, otherwise you cannot play it, right? No. Grab it. Midnight already comes with expansion time in it.
I'm not kidding when I say I can only spot 3 specs without a major shift in gameplay, which, by the way, are Havoc, Frost DK, and Prot Warrior.
Havoc, Frost Deacon, and Pro Warrior. Nice. Fire Mage is getting nerfed. I don't have a problem by a class getting nerfed, but as long as it's not like fucking dead, you know what I mean?
And do you know why that makes a lot of sense? Well, because though
The expansion comes with 1 month. No, only the big edition. Are you sure? Are you sure it's only the big edition? Let's see. I haven't even bought it myself. Okay, so here we go. 30-day game subscription. Oh, you're right. You are correct. Only this one. So this is $50. So you will have to pay $15 extra. So it comes down to be a $65 game. So it's a $65 game. And for an extra $15, you get 3 days early access for midnight. The pets, mounts, skins, teleportation stones, and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, the 3 days midnight early access and the 30 days game time, that's not a bad deal.
those were the last 3 reworks put into the game. That's not
I might just do the 90 low-key. Yeah, I think I might do the 90 low-key.
to say they've got no changes, though. They
How does this game work? Do you need to buy all the previous expansion? No, big booty. You just buy the latest expansion and that's it. You have everything else.
do actually have ones which should make them even better. And what I'm going to do today is pick out the biggest examples. I'm going to walk you through them and we'll see what this new version of World of Warcraft looks like. Frost Mages are a perfect example.
Ooh, Frost Mage, a perfect example. Okay, let's see what we got here.
Here. Obviously, without playing it for a while, you can't really tell how it feels, but I can tell you this. You're going to need a lot fewer keybinds.
You see what I mean, boys? A lot fewer keybinds. That is exactly what I wanted to hear.
As an example, instead of being on their own buttons, Glacial Spike and Comet Storm now override Frostbolt and Blizzard whenever they're available.
There you go.
So essentially, you're getting similar effects. It's just happening in a somewhat different way, which cuts down on the number of keybinds.
Yes!
So, in this case, 2 keybinds. But obviously at a cost. That cost being that you can't choose not to use them. Though given the other changes that have went on, that's really not as...
Hey, Dark Secrets! Thank you for the follow, man. Welcome in. Do I have to buy the base game or can I just get the sub? What do you mean?
bad as you might think. As an example, their whole shatter mechanic is changing. Now, all of their spells stack a debuff called freezing, and this debuff is popped by Ice Lance for flat damage. So basically, no more guaranteed crits, which means no more insane scaling, but also no more planning around the travel time and flurry charges that we'd previously been dealing with. And to make scaling even less crazy, Icy Veins is being removed.
Ooh.
And now Ray of Frost is going to be your major damage cooldown. But in a gesture of goodwill, they're giving you your water elemental back as a talent, just without the ability to freeze. Now, I know that all seems weird, and it honestly is a bit of a crazy rework. So much is changing here. We've got all of the base damage increasing, our talent scaling is going way.
So since there's a lot less abilities, they buff the base abilities of the class. I mean, I like that. That makes more sense.
Down, and a whole ton of other changes. The new Frost is very obviously simplified, and there are at least 3 fewer buttons to press. And essentially, that's the blueprint for one of WoW's most approachable specs. Let's try another example, and one that has often not been approachable: the Feral Druid.
Feral Druid is definitely not an approachable class. That is such a hard class to play.
They're losing snapshotting on everything except for Tiger's Fury and from Prowl. And, at least in the opinion...
Now, if you want to play now, just by midnight. If you guys want to play it in 5 hours from now, all you have to do is by midnight. That is it.
Of some, even better, the icons of bleeds will now change to show whenever they're empowered. Which I've got to say is a really nice little change. But it does come at a cost. Blood Talons is completely gone. So is Brutal Slash and Adaptive Swarm. But in return, you're getting Chomp, which is a new ability that you can only use at low energy. To put it simply then,
you bought Midnight Trick? I haven't bought Midnight yet because I don't need to buy it. I don't need to buy it yet because I have the War Within. And you can play the pre-patch without having Midnight. I think you only need to buy Midnight once the actual Midnight is coming out. But I mean, I'll buy it today. Like, it doesn't really matter. I'll buy it whenever I need to.
this reduces button count and it brings down the skill ceiling. At the same time, actually maximizing the use of Chomp at low energy does sound like a little bit of a challenge. The difference with Chomp as compared to say Blood Talons is that Chomp is way easier to understand and track. So basically, no add-ons would really be needed to make that stuff easier for you.
Nice.
Now these changes all sound maybe great on paper, but I will admit they're a little bit scary. It's starting to sound like depth is being removed. Let's move on to...
It's not about depth being removed, it's that it was just too fucking deep, bro. It was too deep that nobody could even go there. Why? If you're so deep that nobody can go in there, I think you went a little too fucking deep. You know, nobody has the deftness to effectively use all 40 abilities, you know, like get out of here, bro. Of course nobody's gonna get to that level. It was way too fucking deep. I'm in the same boat, Trick. Don't think you get access to housing until by midnight, though. Oh, then maybe we'll buy it sooner. We'll see.
Another example though, and that's the Unholy Death Knight, and again we see a similar story here. Now a lot of people will be excited about this. Festering wounds are gone. So is Unholy Assault, which was a big damage boost cooldown. They also don't need Death and Decay up to cleave, they can just do it naturally. And overall I'd say it's a big improvement, and one that actually doesn't have any caveats to it. But fundamentally, it's the same story. Anything that was complicated to track or that scaled too harshly is gone. And this is a perfect example because people basically love it. It's managed to solve serious problems in the spec and introduce both disease-heavy and necromancer-style builds, which are things that people have wanted for years. They've even kept Gargoyle. Gargoyle ramps up damage based on what you do during the window, so it's hard to optimize. So basically, there's fantasy, there's simplification, and still there is depth. So it's a good example.
Nice.
Now these class changes across the board are, I would say, rather elegant. The genuine class fantasy elements coming to loads of classes are the sorts of things we've waited for years and years.
Yeah.
To just give you another example, Affliction Warlock is finally losing Malefic Rapture. It's back to spending in a stable Affliction, and people seem kind of overjoyed about it. So, from these examples, out of 40, it looks like Blizzard has met their goals. These specs are all definitely simpler. There are fewer buttons to press. They don't have as many things to track on nameplates or with add-ons, and the big scaling talents and abilities have been removed, allowing for more steady base.
Okay, cool. I would like to watch you play the next 5 hours. I like watching you play Mage. When I just started watching you were Sword in a New World, and I was liking New World a lot until I heard about news. Yeah, Duns, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But we move on, man. The show must go on, and we'll find our new home. The people who play WoW are just so deep into their own shit that the game was too complex. It made it unfun for anybody trying to get into it. So complex that they needed 50 million add-ons just to understand it. 100% I agree with you. 100% agree with you. You cannot make the game for the people that have been playing the game for 20 years. You need to make the game for the people that are not playing your game. I don't know if that makes any sense. If you're making the game for the people that are already playing your game for many years, you're not attracting anybody new. You're just making that game for the people that are there. But if you don't update your game for the people that are not playing it, so you attract new people in, then your game will inevitably die in the future.
Line damage.
Those people who play WoW since vanilla started with no auto, just think about that. Yeah, and that's why the game was so fucking difficult back in the day. Because you actually had to play the game.
Now, the skill expression, I would say, seems to mostly still be there. But there is a catch, and that's that only time will tell if it's still enough to keep people playing. You see, that's the real danger here. Blizzard are fiddling with the part of World of Warcraft that's held up solidly for 20 years.
Ooh.
That being said, it's held up with the support of weak ores, of boss mods, and all of these things that a lot of people now find themselves not really wanting. But most of all, the impression I get is that this quite simply is a new generation of WoW combat. I don't think we can look at one or two changes to our class and think this will be way better, this will be way worse. This has got to be taken in context of the add-on changes, the new game UI, and also all the changes they're making within dungeons and raids. So though I do think this is a dangerous thing for Blizzard to change, I don't think it's something to worry about humongously just yet. And I'll tell you why. Here's the thing. Patch 11.2 has been one of the most fun patches of WoW, encounter-wise, for quite a long time indeed.
Nice.
And that really is important, because Midnight is going to be building on that. It will be going in a sim.
Bro, this Devour class plays so cool, dude. They need to stop showing me clips of the Devour. They need to stop it. Now that he's changing, I'm actually going to play it. So Blizzard is doing this, and it's made me appealing to people like me. So mission accomplished. Mission fucking accomplished, GFX. And look, people like myself that thought I was never going to play WoD again, here I am with Midnight because of all of the new changes that are coming. So early was right from the start. No matter how long you stray, you get lost forward. In the end, all roads lead to Azeroth. But we'll see. We'll see how close to the truth or far there is. I played WoD for 20 years, and it's gotten so complicated that I went back to the burning concedis, and I got out of the retail and went to the other classic because there were a lot more fun. Right, Dark Secrets, and while Midnight might bring that simplicity back to where you are not, where things are not overly complicated, but things are also new and intriguing and entertaining, rather than playing the same old thing that was released 20 years ago, that you know exactly all of the new things that are happening. There's no new content. There's nothing essentially new happening into that, into TBC, you know?
Direction. And we need to remember that class gameplay is just one part of the puzzle. We are heading into a world without combat add-ons. Blizzard have promised that that means bosses and dungeons will be changing to compensate. We may even find enemies in Midnight that are a bit more taxing to make up for the relative rebalance between class complexity and encounters. Here's one serious possibility. Blizzard might be cautious. Without add-ons, many people will need to readjust. They will need to relearn the game. You know, instead of an air horn and a flashing screen telling them what to do, they'll need to watch the enemy cast bars and animations. And that is a serious change for a lot of people. If WoW is moving complexity from classes to encounters, then I think that is fine, actually.
Yep.
Classes will feel great. Everything will be just dandy.
Now I just 90% some add-on people in your ear and tells you what to do, and then 10% manually do. Don't fall for it. I saw WoW when the War Within release, and now I'm also like tempting to come back. I just need a new main since they destroyed the two classes I played. Oh yeah, what classes you used to play? Resto Shaman and Resto Druid. Bros, it's not pronounced Shaman, it's pronounced Shaman. Oh my god. It's pronounced Shaman. That's what I'm saying, Wyosinitsu. Where these people keep saying Shaman, bro? Fuck. Chain Heal ain't no build anymore, which I loved, and Rest of Druid is not oriented around HOTS anymore. Well, maybe they're bringing that back, right? So for me, Rest of Druid is still decent. I will not put much weight on any tier list right now. They will be changing. Yeah. All of the tier lists and all of that will be changing literally 1 week into playing the actual game.
The problem is, we just don't know if
oh,
that's
these are the midnight changes. Ah, I see.
Yet, or if the whole game is just going to get a whole lot easier. And I've got one scary example for you. And
so wait, is Restory no longer based around HOTS?
That's healers, specifically the Resto Shaman. Healers are losing cooldowns, and they're shifting more healing into the baseline abilities. But Shamans got hit real hard. Fian, a longtime guide writer, tweeted in disbelief at how much was removed.
Woo!
I'm not joking when I say they almost look like a vanilla or TBC healer now.
Jesus.
That's absolutely huge. And with changes that drastic, and without seeing how Midnight feels to play, I don't just mean from some alpha testing at level 92. I mean at max level, in a heroic raid or a mythic raid, that sort of thing. Without actually having hands-on in that, we just can't really know how it's going to play. But thankfully, I do think it's not all doom. I think big changes like this are obviously part of Blizzard's plan. You see, at the start of this video, I quoted a blue post from them, and the rest of that post is relevant too. It says that what we're seeing is not the final version of any of these specs. It says that it's a first draft because they want us to play with them. They want us to play with them early, and they want to get feedback. They basically want to know if and where they have went too far, or perhaps where they haven't went far enough. Now, as I record this video, it's the 2nd of October 2025. Blizzard have not publicly said when this expansion is going to come out. We have seen one previously reliable leaker say that it would be the 26th of February 2026.
Oh, that's pretty good. All right, so let's watch this one right here. This was 3 days ago. This was Wild Midnight, every class chain that you need to know.
Hello guys, how's it going? My name is Dal, and Midnight as an expansion is right around the corner, with a ton of different class changes arriving to so many different...
All right, here we go.
Starting out with Blood Death Knight specifically, they are going to be seeing an adjustment
So I don't know if this is PvP related or PvE, but maybe this is just class, just as a whole, right?
to the Dance and Rune weapon, which now has more of a fixed cooldown reduction via talents. You can reduce it down, just only down to 1.5. There's a lot less tools to just randomly or actively reduce it, so that is going to be a cooldown change you'll need to adjust to. Consumption is now a brand new empowerment skill, which actually scales with its power depending on how long you hold it. And there's also a fairly sizable defensive purge for Blood Death Knight, specifically abilities like Tombstone, Bone Storm, Unholy Endurance, and Rune.
Blood Death Knight, for those of you that don't know, Blood Death Knight is the tanking spec of Death Knights.
With them refocusing a lot of the skills on day-to-day basic rotational abilities. As for the Apex talent, and Apex talent is going to be something that you will see once Midnight officially launches, theirs focuses primarily on empowering the Dance and Rune weapon window effectiveness, but also giving you random procs of that effect during combat, which can actually make Death Knights feel quite tanky. For us, Death Knights in comparison didn't really get to go through any major changes since the rework back in during War Within patch 11.2.
Okay.
So they, for the most part, stayed relatively the same. The only thing new for them is
Most classes got their identity got it seems. No, they give it, well, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know anything about Druid.
the Apex talent of Chosen of
We'll
the
see when we
Frost
get
Fury,
there.
which further empowers Froststrom's Fury, which is now more of a core skill no matter what build you play.
Yeah, I feel like they bring in the identity back instead.
Deal additional damage, grants you bonus haste for even more of a burst window, and also helps extend the duration of many beneficial damage in amps. The new version of Unholy has actually gone through a number of changes. Festering Strike no longer applies festering wounds to enemies. It instead is now how you actively will summon ghouls to fight alongside with you, kind of taking part of the Apocalypse mechanic and Apocalypse cooldown and turning it into more of a passive effect for the spec. Abilities like Death Coil and Epidemic help to further extend the duration of your diseases for even easier management, while Scourge Strike actually passively spreads your diseases more easily in AoE content. Scourge Strikes are also wickedly good and have a pretty long range, and as now becomes a core ability of how you deal AoE damage, with a lot less reliance on abilities like Death and Decay, which was somewhat clunky. Putrefy also is a brand new skill that you'll be incorporating as part of your...
All right.
From there, we
What do we got here?
have the class of Demon Hunter, starting with the spec of Havoc. They've actually adjusted the Fury generation of the spec quite a bit, like they made the ability of Demon Blades the passive way that you generate your...
Honestly, not interested about Havoc. Let me hear what they do about Druid. Let's see.
The next class on the list is the Druid, starting with a spec of Balance. And Balance's mastery has been updated, so you no longer need to apply abilities such as Moonfire and Sunfire, which in order to activate your mastery, which allows you to reduce that ramp up required, which is super nice. The ability of Eclipse also becomes a separate button that you now get to use. That just between Lunar and Solar depending on your last cast spells, but I guess you're also
Okay.
part that removed a lot of the talents and mechanics that dealt with snapshotting, like which allows you to lock on for as part of your...
Okay,
strong
where
for
is the rest of
most part,
Druid
so
talk?
definitely take a close look through their talent tree in particular. They've also added nifty talents like Natural Resilience, so any kind of off-field healing you do can actually mention Absorb Shield, which can make some of those self-healing components, especially inside of Incarnation, even more powerful than ever before. Their Apex talent is called Wild Guardian. After you press Berserk or Incarnation, cause your next 2 casts of Ironfur, Maul, or Frenzied Regen to Echo. Maul also on top of it will always be empowered, dealing additional nature damage over time against enemy targets. The next spec is Restoration Druid, which is
Here we go.
pretty strong so far in Midnight.
It's looking pretty strong so far at midnight. Here we go.
They reduce the number of some of the smaller proc healing over time effects, which kind of trims the abilities and HOTS that the rest of it has access to. But they greatly improve the effectiveness of many of your other spells. So just pressing like Rejuvenation into a Germination, having those 2 HOTS rolling on a target.
You can apply Rejuvenation twice to the same target. Bro, you can have 2 HOTS, 2 Rejuvenation on the same target? That shit is crazy good, bro. Yo, poor Cujo, think of the follow?
You will deal significantly more healing than having to overlap a bunch of little random proc heals in order to increase the effectiveness of all of these effects stacked together to, you know, play around their mastery. So it's actually just a big streamlining for the rest of Druid to allow a more immediate healing rather than being more of a proactive healer. Some other active effects such as Grove Guardian.
So he does emphasize that they're going into a more direct healing approach. But you still have like applying HOTS is just simpler now, dude. Instead of having to apply 4 different HOTS, you just apply the same one twice. It's a lot more simpler. I mean, that's perfectly fine. For example, fire mages used to go from casting like 3-4 different fire abilities to now only casting fireball.
And even flourish have now become passive, so now they function off of a different ability, so while still retaining a lot of the value. There's now some incredibly good crit scaling for ability of regrowth with the new talent of Intensity, so you're probably going to be able to get a lot more spot healing and burst healing as a Resto Druid going forward. The apex of talent of Restoration Druid is Everbloom, which essentially just upgrades your Life Bloom to reach even more stacks, upgrading its overall healing, and also causes its effect to send a splash onto nearby targets. You can also burst into a Blooming Frenzy, causing it to do 5 times for guaranteed on-demand burst healing. The next class on the list is Evoker, and as you log into your Evoker,
Bless you, bitch. Thank you, motherfucker. All right, hold on. Now I'm interested on the Mage. Here we go. Let's hear about the Mage.
Talent called Arcane Pulse, which essentially takes place of Arcane Explosion. You know how Arcane Mages normally have to run up and melee to do AoE damage? They're going to be able to do, or they're going to be doing that hopefully a lot less with the Arcane Pulse.
Bless you.
An Arcane Blast that hits multiple
will he do Rest of Shaman too? I'm sure he will do Rest of Shaman as well, yeah?
Targets, which is right now looking like an ability that will likely see quite a decent bit of play. There's actually more build variety for Arcane, slightly, in terms of Sun Fury as well as the other
Spellslinger.
Spellslinger, with Sun Fury being mostly a missile build, while Spellslinger is more of an orb barrage build, which adds some spec variety. The Apex sounds are going to focus on the core that makes Arcane.
Who's Shaman?
Really
the creamers, bro. The creamers are Shaman. Where the creamers at, boys? Where the creamers at?
Good, and that is a touch of the magic funnel damage, further empowering the effect itself, but it also causes your touch of magic to do additional pulsing AoE damage based on the damage that it does, which helps cleave all nearby targets around your priority enemy. So that priority damage is still a pretty big focus of Arcane going forward.
Ooh, fire?
To the spec of fire, we are going to be seeing more fireball casts as part of your priority
Yeah, I heard that fireball is now like your main rotation spell.
ability. While they did return tools such as Scourge, for instance, there may be some situations where you will be casting Fireball if you can ever stand still. That'll be a pretty big priority of this spec for a good portion of Midnight. There's also going to be significantly less long of an uptime for your combustion damage window.
Combustion.
But you want to make sure combustion is a far stronger cooldown, generally speaking, so it should feel fairly
Fired up.
impactful and overall. Your Apex talent is also an interesting one called Fired Up, which gives you a damage buff whenever you consume Hot Streak. This buff can also overlap itself, which during combustion allows it to really ramp up into some satisfying spiky damage. And also increases the duration of your combustion windows ever so slightly. The next pick we have is Frost. We actually
don't give a shit about Frost. Frost is gay. Alright. What do you guys want to know about any other class? Is anybody interested in any other class? This course is apparently doing insane damage right now. Basically, your one-shot mechanic. I see. But obviously, pre-patch. You know, pre-patch is now the Resto Shaman. You want to see the Resto Shaman? All right, Resto Shaman. Paladin. We got Depressed. We got the Roach. And we got the Shaman right here.
mental, they pretty much removed, and the still as scaling as well.
Huntsman.
The weapon imbuement effects. Moving on to restoration.
Chicken ham and shaman for me. All right, here we go.
Over for the spec like enhancement, and it gives you some crit damage scaling as well.
Fireball and Seltzer, my kind of casting.
Streamline the rotation to refocus them on some of the core abilities, such as Storm Strike, Flame Strike, and even Crash Lightning. Feral Spirits is something that's a bit more passive nowadays, with the Feral Spirits being someone that is summoned from Sunder or from Demons, and you get a very, very specific beast that helps amplify nature damage or fire damage. Their apex talent is Storm Unleashed, where spending
Storm
to
Unleashed
allow their Crash Lightning ability to be usable again regardless of its cooldown, with its effect actually able to be overlapped.
Dude, Enhancement Shaman is so fucking cool, dude. Holy shit.
It also can electrocute the ground while giving you
I would say Enhancement Shaman is my third favorite melee spec in the game.
more rapid auto attacks, which allows you to benefit better.
The proc spec has been my main spec forever. Bro, Enhancement Shaman back in the day when Wind Fury will proc was one of the scariest things in the game. Whenever that Wind Fury will proc and a bunch of numbers will appear on your screen, that was so fucking satisfying, dude.
From some of those weapon imbuement effects. Moving on to Restoration Shaman, the ability of healing Tide Totem will now compete against the ability
And
of
whenever you
Ascendance.
hit with an ability with an Enhancement Shaman, it just feels good, bro. It feels like a... I used to one-shot gnomes with it. No, you didn't, Keefy. You can now one-shot gnomes. Gnomes are way too elusive for you, bro. No gnome will ever get killed by an Enhancement Shaman. Enhancement Shaman doesn't have the brainiac capabilities and possibilities to have the elemental and mental, possession to basically capture and defeat a gnome.
You get one or the other, which generally is better, one with Farseer, one with Totemic. So they did update the gameplay of Ascendance, so now you could like cast Riptide, and then your next spell is an instant cast, so there's some fun interactive gameplay there as well, which I actually really do enjoy. The Restoration Shaman,
You know
benefits
gnomes
from
drowning
passive
fountains?
effects rather than active
Yes, and it's embarrassing, and it is shameful to my culture, so please don't ever bring that up.
buffs that are available for a short time, and try to line up and track those buffs together in order to increase the effectiveness of your healing abilities. A lot of those effects have been reworked into just passives, so they will just passively increase your healing, which means less buffs for you to have to track pretty regularly. Your apex talent is going to be Storm Stream Totem, where Riptide has a chance to replace your healing Stream Totem into a Storm Stream Totem, which does additional healing and heals even more allies. You can also invoke these totems guaranteed whenever you press the ability of Nature's Swiftness or an upgraded version with a Farseer that replaces it, but essentially has the same effect, and your talents can further.
This is boring as fuck. This is boring as fuck. Let me see. Oh, this should be fun. Midnight. The winners and losers of Midnight melee spec to try it, avoid, and play. No. I'm not gonna watch that. Sham Rage dispel their shadow combo along with grounding, wind shear, perch, etc. No, that would never happen. That would literally never happen. Shamanistic Rage for the win. Every new feature in Midnight Prepatch. Okay, this came out 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, chat.
Hello guys, how's it going? My name is Dal, and the Midnight Prepatch is finally here, bringing with it a ton of new changes, from a massive class revamp to a brand new playstyle, but also other systematic improvements as well. And from my time spent over on the Midnight Beta, I really do think that this expansion transition from War Within into Midnight is going to be one of the biggest and one of the most jarring ones we've seen in the past. Usually most expansions build upon the foundations that were created by the previous expansion. Midnight is taking the game in a whole new direction. From the general baseline UI, which is getting a ton of new updates, to the way the classes are going to streamline in terms of how they play and interact with endgame content.
Are we taking bets on extended maintenance? Oh, wait. Please don't say that shit. Please don't say that shit, bro. Please don't say that shit. Gnomes and totems are the same height.
Everything about this expansion is going to feel wildly different than ever before. However, only time will tell where this bold new direction will take us in the future. But for the time being, with the pre-patch dropping, I do want to go over all of the new content that will be available before the official release of Midnight, primarily highlighting all of the new features, adjustments, improvements.
I hate to break it to you, but expect some pretty rough bugs. Brother, have you ever played New World? You think I'm the kind of person that complains about bugs? Well, yes, I complain about bugs. You think I'm the kind of person that leaves the game because of bugs? Maybe, but WoW ain't got no bugs to take me out, baby. No, you're gonna play New World.
As well as some of the new content that will be made available for you to experience while waiting for the official launch of Midnight itself. But right before getting into all of that, if you guys enjoy and want to see more regular Midnight updates going forward, be sure to follow the channel and subscribe, because we'll definitely be doing some more guides over on the channel, especially if you're interested in playing Rogue going forward. But otherwise, let's dive right in. Midnight, out of all the last few expansions, is probably bringing one of the biggest and one of the most comprehensive class overhauls that we've seen in a very long while. I think there's only 2 specs in particular that are being barely touched, that being the...
You can still play New World until 2027. You can go still have a conversation with your dead grandma. All I'm saying is, it's going to be a very one-sided relationship. Okay? It's going to be a very one-sided relationship. It's just you giving, and not receiving anything back.
Frost Death Knight and Protection Warrior. Outside of this, literally every other spec in the game is being revamped completely.
Did they put every item in the store for free already or not yet?
In fact, there's going to be a whole new spec to play in Midnight with the Devourer Demon Hunter, which I feel like on this channel we've covered it quite a decent bit, but it's an intellect version of a Demon Hunter playstyle, a more mid-range gameplay.
I think that you can still buy shit. Fucking shameful, bro.
And it offers actually a fairly easy to get into rotation, so for
fucking
players,
shameful,
this may be
bro.
Actually a fantastic option. And while it is super fun and easy to get into, it also does really well, at least when it comes to the high end over on the beta, when it comes to the raid and dungeon testing. So it potentially could be so many players.
They're still charging for dice. Oh my god.
That offers a mix of range.
I mean, no, I guarantee you people are still buying them as well. I guarantee you people are buying them as well.
Abilities, while still keeping a lot of that movement and combo playstyle that Demon Hunters are very well known for. With this, we also get access to Void Elf Demon Hunters, since Demon Hunters are embracing the Void in a whole new way. Void Elves also get to join the ranks through.
Everything should be free, not gonna lie. Yep, everything should be free.
Which you'll need to
Man, I spent over 200 on dice alone in New World.
The pre-patch goes
Fuck
live
yeah, dude.
before Void Elf Demon Hunters become a playable option.
Yep.
With this, we also get a brand new hero spec for Demon Hunters being Annihilator, which is a little bit more passive. I guess all Demon Hunter hero specs are somewhat passive, but Annihilator is a little bit more streamlined, like some of the other options.
You can do it for another year.
It leans more into this ability
The fact that they extended it for another year, it is even more shameful, dude.
It's so weird to say all 3 specs instead of 2 specs nowadays.
Unbelievable.
But it does have some interactivity, but it will be one of those hero specs that'll be generally easy to get into compared to what Demon Hunters have had access to previously. With that though, Demon Hunter is not the only class that's getting a metric ton of changes. Like I said, literally every other spec out there gets a ton of new options. Some get thematic redesigns, mechanical redesigns, new talents, new abilities, changing up some of the mechanics, but generally any spec that has some complicated, for the sake of complicated gameplay, they're trying to reduce that as best as possible heading into this expansion specifically. So you'll see a lot of streamlining for so many playstyle options, but you also see a lot more.
How or why or how does it make it more shameful? I mean, because the game is already gonna die, right? The game is already gonna die. They're not going to be adding any new content into the game. They already have a shutdown date. The people that are continue playing the game are literally the people that are playing the game for the love of the game, not because the game is giving them is not giving them anything, you know. So you should give these people everything for free. Just let them have fun with the game. Just let them use all of the dice for free. Let them use all of their skin for free. Let them use everything for free. You know? Tanking just changed best and worst specs. 5 classes that will likely be safe to main in midnight. Don't care about that. I already know what I'm maining. Let's see. What do we got here? Blizzard server just spilled the beans. And huge new midnight feature. More new specs. What is this?
As I record this, it's the day before WoW is essentially going to change forever.
So this was released yesterday. Recorded yesterday.
And in many ways, add-ons are slightly dying, classes are being made a bit easier, and the Eastern Kingdoms that we've known for 20 years is literally changing in its shape. And even now, Blizzard are pushing some unexpected updates to pre-patch and beta, so I've got a lot of actually pretty good news, some restrictions being eased up. But despite that, people are now once again looking further into the future, and it's Blizzard's fault. The reason why is...
It started GoFundMe to purchase new WoW to keep it alive, raised like 200 millions. Bro, none of you got $100. You think we're gonna get 200 million? Here, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong right now. Prove me wrong right now and donate $101 to show me that you have more than $100. I guarantee you won't do it. I guarantee you won't do it.
Is they've kinda just told us what spec ideas they're working on next. Devourer Demon Hunter drops this week with pre-patch, and that means Blizzard are probably starting to work on whatever the hell the next spec is going to be. The obvious question is which one, and as helpful as ever, Blizzard have sent out a survey with a specific list of things to pick from. First up, we've the usual suspects that Blizzard actually played around with during Season of Discovery. There's Tank Shaman, Tank Rogue, Tank Warlock, and even a time-based healing mage. All kinda crazy, but all ideas proven to work. But honestly, it's the other options that are way more out there, so get a load of these. The first on the list is particularly mad. It's a healing hunter. So imagine a hunter running around the place, healing their friends not by magic, but by, giving them bandages, using their pet to deliver medicines like some sort of weird combat medic. It's kind of wild, but honestly, yeah, there's something neat there.
Bro, no fucking way. The pet delivering bandages? Oh my god, dude. That is so fucking funny. And yes, I'm super down for that.
Around the survival hunter seems cool. I mean, casting bandages in melee range is almost as if first aid was never removed from the game. You may not know, but that was a mechanic. There's other gameplay ideas like throwing healing potions the way that Survival throws their various Molotov cocktails, so it could work. But the real question is whether it would excite people, whether it would be hype, and something tells me that a bandage hunter may not be the biggest draw. Now, the consensus, right, and this is relevant context, is that the Augmentation Evoker was a little bit of a failed experiment. Essentially, Blizzard tried to do support as a full spec, but it didn't really work out and it really damaged the meta for a period of time. But all the same, it's not stopped Blizzard from adding other support specs into the list. We've got a support priest, which is basically holy DPS that also buffs its allies, basically using the classic inner fire. There's also a support paladin, and that's kind of neat because paladin used to be a buff bot. They had all their different blessings and basically
they used to be, that's right.
That would be that, but
these two turtle WoW and copy the champion tanks, pay fucking bridge.
Kind of wild because the Lightsmith hero talent sort of does this stuff already, so I think making it a full spec could be a little tough. But the good news is that I think with Augmentation Evoker under their belt, Blizzard could probably do a new support spec in a way that isn't a total disaster. That said, those things are not particularly
I like the idea of support specs.
There are 3 new ranged options. There's a Chi launching monk.
Yeah, especially with them removing a lot of abilities from other classes, they can now create a new class with those remove kits, from those remove abilities. Like remove the buff from all of the healers and make like a couple buffer class. Yeah, I'll be cool.
A Holy Fire DPS priest and a ranged DK that is full on Lich. And of those, I think Lich Death Knight.
But I mean, that's like essentially like a fucking warlock at this point. You know what I would like to see? Personally, I would like to see a melee warlock. Wait, no, that's a Death Knight. Fuck.
Is probably the coolest. I mean, throwing out unholy and frost spells, summoning ghosts instead of ghouls, having your own personal phylactery. That stuff instantly passes the vibe check. It feels Death Knight, it feels undead, feels necromantic, and that is all very much core Warcraft. If I had only one vote, I'd probably throw it onto the Lich Death Knight, but as amazing as it sounds, also, let's be real, Shamans have been denied a tank spec since the game first launched, so it probably is their turn.
Tank
the game
Shaman.
does need more tanks
I
anyway,
guess a
though
tank
it
Shaman
does
can
beg a
definitely work.
question. We can probably have more than one new spec in the game, right? But that also begs another question. I mean, the Last Titan is the thing that's coming up next. Often in a new expansion, we'll get a new class, but so far we've only talked about specs. And that's actually got me thinking. You see, Blizzard likes to introduce one thing at a time, mostly so the game doesn't, explode. And for the Last Titan, the new thing they should put in is probably a full new class. Now, back in the day, we used to get a new class every second expansion.
Yeah, it was a class and a race, a class and a race, a class and a race.
Monks in MoP, and Demon Hunters in Legion. Then we had a 3-expansion gap, BFA and Shadowlands, before Evoker finally landed with Dragonflight. The Last Titan would be 3 expansions after the Evoker, and I think doing a new class is just too good of a thing for a big hype expansion for Blizz to ignore. And because of this, I wouldn't blame you for thinking, wow, what, these specs wouldn't arrive until like 2030 or something like that? I would actually say no, not necessarily. I wouldn't be surprised if Blizzard decides to sprinkle in the odd new spec during the patch cycle of expansions. Maybe one in this and one in the Last Titan, with the Last Titan also.
What time zone are you in, Trick? I'm in you. What time zone are you in, Trick? I'm in you. Not sure if it is worth me going to the US WoW because of the time difference for the raids, etc. So usually my streaming hours, right? My streaming hours are from 2-3 hours ago until like 5 more hours from now. Okay. So when will we be raiding? We will, if we were to be raiding, we will be start the raid around maybe 2 hours from now. That guy's a fucking dragon. Yeah, Evoker. There's a dragon race that well, you have a dragon race that you can play warrior as a dragon and shit like that, but you also have the Evoker that only the dragons can be. 4 p.m. UK until about 11 p.m. Yeah, so that works. I mean, is that working to you? Did Midnight release? No, Midnight. Well, the Midnight pre-patch will be releasing in what, 3 hours, 3.5 hours from now? Yeah. Just tuning in. What up, Cushy? What up, broski?
Pretty aggressive.
So, Okio, you coming or what, bro?
But WoW's team
Shout out to Okio, by the way.
Substantially beefed up.
Think about it, Okio. You, the boys, me, running around in a battleground together, you. Running around in a battleground together. What do I gotta buy? You gotta buy Midnight. Oh, I might have to become a fucking dragon. Yeah, you can be a dragon paladin. Wait, no, can you be what classes can the drag tier be? What classes can the drag tier be in? Wow, I don't know how to spell their name. Drag tier, okay. So the drag tiers can be Evoker, which is original to their race. They can also be Hunter, Mage, Priest, Rogue, Warlock, and Warrior. Unfortunately, they cannot be Death Knights. They cannot be Demon Hunters. They cannot be Druid, Monk, Paladin, or Shaman. I'm pretty sure that you don't need to buy Midnight for the pre-patch. You don't need to buy Midnight for the pre-patch, Tash Maja. But if you have never played WoW before, buy Midnight instead of having to buy the War Within. Right? If you already have the War Within, you don't need to buy Midnight in order to play the pre-patch. But if you have never played World of Warcraft, then you need to buy Midnight. Drag tier druid with a dragon theme animal of form will be sick. That will be sick as fuck, dude. That will be so goddamn fucking sick.
As time has went on, and I think they're realizing that as they do live service for this game, one of the things that is truly a new draw for people is new classes and new specs. But as fun as all that is to think about, there's a hell of a lot going on in the game right now and a lot coming, so let's talk about the pre-patch. Prepatch is right on top of us, and midnight is not much further away. And as usual, Blizzard are shipping changes right up to the wire. It is so close. So here's what you need to know about what's changed. First off, we've got Mythic Plus changes. It's no secret that Blizzard
Mythic Plus changes. So for those of you that don't know what Mythic Plus is essentially the mutation in New World Dungeon, but actually done right. And you get some of the best gear in the game from this mythic content, unlike New World. All right, unlike New World, mythic dungeons in World of Warcraft, they give you some of the best gear in the game because it is some of the hardest content in the game.
have tried to get people into Mythic Plus. They've made it easier and more simple over the years, but one major problem does remain, and that is getting people to actually tank the damn things. Everyone knows that staying alive as a tank has never really been the hard part. The hard bit is leading the group and routing through the dungeon, because you do end up needing to do a bunch of research. It's that classic problem. How do you know before you've done the thing, but you don't feel like you can do the thing because you don't know? And that's what Blizzard wants to solve with Lindormi's guidance. It's a new affix, but before you panic, don't worry, it's a positive one. It's active in +2s through to +5s.
Lindormi's guidance.
And Lindormi will mark certain...
Hey, Trick, you probably haven't played in a while, but you can get their tier gear from Mythic Raid, the sets, by doing PvP now? Wait, what? How is it that you can get PvE, but you... whenever you say tier gear from Mythic Raids, do you mean like cosmetics, or do you mean like the actual Mythic gear raid for the actual content?
Targets, highlighting them and debuffing them. And what this does...
The actual gear. So you telling me that I can get the best PvE gear in the game by not doing PvE? What?
Is it paints a route through the dungeon, where if you kill all the debuffed enemies, you'll hit 100%, you'll save a bunch of time, and that'll basically be it. You'll be grand. Obviously, at the higher keys, it won't be there, but you'll still be able to just default to the practiced route.
You can't?
This affix, or go and try.
Yeah, that makes no sense. So you buy the PvP gear and bring it to a station and give it to the set bonus and change the stat to match it. It won't look visually like the Mythic Raid said, but it carries over the exact stats. Are you sure that it carries over the exact stat? Because usually PvE gear has more stats than PvP gear, but it has, like, well, different stats.
Try something a bit more optimal. I think the genius here is it means that beginner players are going to have the routing done for them. That means they can easily get used to the dungeon and the debuff.
Yes, 100% I did it last week. Right, but that was for the War Within. How will that still be a thing in Midnight?
Means that the route they're practicing will be the best one. But once that debuff is gone, well, you just get to play without the training wheels. And maybe if you have some special tactics, that's when you can deploy them.
Yes, it's still a thing. And the community likes that. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know exactly how that system works in the game. You know, I don't know exactly how that system works, so I don't have any comments about it. You can't, because you cannot upgrade until Mythic. Come on, boys. Wait, hold on. Elaborate a little more on that, Fox. Shine the light onto us. You can convert, yeah.
This is great, and just doing the Blizzard route is probably going to be fine for most groups. And now that tanks aren't thrown into the deep end, well, maybe we can expect there to be more tanks in Midnight. Now, on top of that, there's another new section of the Adventure Guide. This is a shocking thing, but it actually explains keystones and affixes. It, only took them 10 years to put something in the game that explains that, but hey, as they say, the second best time to plant a tree is now. And overall, I think I'm pretty impressed with Blizzard for finally solving this problem.
Oh, that's nice. So it tells you what addition to the dungeon is being added depending on the level. That's nice.
One of those things where their solution is so elegant, I'm almost kicking myself for not thinking about it earlier. So GG. That being...
You can get gear piece, but you cannot upgrade them to Mythic. So you cannot upgrade them to Mythic. In World of Warcraft, you convert PvP gear to PvE tier sets using the creation catalyst. So PvP gear, it is champion gear that you can upgrade until a certain item level. Okay, when you do Mythic, you get all the gear that you can upgrade until one item level higher. Okay, there it is. So you can upgrade the PvP gear to some very good PvE gear, but PvE gear from mythic content is still going to be superior? Is that what you're saying, Fox?
Said where I'm a bit less impressed is the bugs, because right now
Yes, exactly. Yes. Okay, then that's perfectly fine there. I thought you could literally trade 1-to-1 the best possible the PvP gear to the best possible PvE gear. Because then why will I ever even do PvE content if I can get it?
our major fear is that Prepatch will literally break Koresh, just break the zone. And that's because in PTR, the Rishi wraps are just not working, like whatsoever. You can't do any Koresh content that needs them, and that even includes killing Dimensius, because without the cloak effect, Dimensius just kills you. Plus, on top of all that, we've got an incoming stat squish. Do you know exactly what that tends to mean? It will probably mean that for a while, old raids will be a nightmare, and early reports certainly do suggest that. Even geared level 80s are reporting that Shadowlands and Dragonflight raids now take ages to clear. Like always, Blizzard will get around to fixing this, but Prepatch is likely going to be more than a little broken at launch. Thankfully though, the worst break comes with the expansion itself, and the thing that'll break is actually your brain. Specifically, the 20 years of shape recognition you have for the Eastern Kingdoms being destroyed. That's because we've got a new Eastern Kingdoms map, and it's getting an interesting
Vault
reception.
gives raid gear even if you haven't ran any raid just by doing Mythic Plus. So yeah, how does the vault work? Explain the vault on a very Barney level style to me. Give it to me. What is the vault? Are we ready for a brain breaker? Oh, I'm so ready for brain breaker, dude. Complete weeklies get chests. Okay, so if you complete weekly activities, you get a chest. Weekly rewards you obtain for doing some caps. Weekly challenges that give you gear. It's one vault that drops your gear depending on your mythic level you did. Oh, so depending on the mythic level that I achieve is the item level of the gear that I get from the vault? Is it PvE gear only, or is it PvP as well? You do mythic plus raids, PvP, etc. You get to pick some gear depending on your item level you're doing it. If the vault gives you raid pieces just by doing mythic plus is a big plus for me. 12 plus give you mythic, and you need to do 4 more a week. So is the vault something that everybody do and everybody needs to do the vault? They have PvP reward as well with the PvP challenges. And this gear that you get from the vault, can it be like cream of the crop, like super base, like base the fuck out? Yeah, legit. Let's say that you open a chest and it show you what you can get. You did multiple activities. You can choose from multiple items, but always only one item to pick. Yeah, 100% yes. W, like, dude. So the vault is like the most mandatory thing to do as a weekly thing, right? If you just want to do PvP, you don't have to do it. If you want to PvE as well, then yes. Oh no, we're doing everything, boys. I want our guild to be a full-on activity guild. I want our guild to be a raiding a guild and a PvP guild. I want the whole community to be there because we are PvPers, but we also love to PvE. You know, we're just creamers, bro. We're gamers. You know, we're the creamers here, boys. We are the creamer. Okay, we need a creamer emote. We 100% need a creamer emote.
Online. Take a look at this. This is
okay, so all map, new map of the Eastern Kingdom. Okay, they added some things right here. Look at it. They added that giant thing area right there. They also added this area right here.
Zalama.
The milkers? No. That's J. J community is the milkers. We're the creamers.
It's always been.
Do I cream gnomes or sylvanas? You cream you cream whoever the fuck you want to cream. All right. I just want the cream.
There, except that to our
Vault gives you items of higher item level than mythic dungeons you completed, for example. Okay. Oh, so it's like one higher level?
It obviously looks wrong. I mean, it is completely correct. It's just going to take a little bit of time to get used to. And it's kind of interesting through this and the next expansion, which we'll be doing.
What faction and race are you going, Drake? I am going to be the Alliance, and I'm going to be a little gnome with a big wiener. That's going to be me, baby. Big gnome, small wiener, out there with a goddamn fire staff, baby.
A bunch of revamps to Northrend, well, we'll have to get used to continents taking a slightly different shape in game. Okay, with that said, we got to move on to housing, where there is fantastic news. Blizzard have stacks of housing changes, and thanks to some rather pointed feedback, they've essentially gone through a huge list of decor, and they have drastically reduced the placement cost.
Gnome druid, and I do it. Dude, I wish you could be a gnome druid, man. Imagine you will be what will be like your druid transformation. You will be like a hedgehog for your bear form, then a squirrel for your cat form, right? Then a hummingbird, right? A hummingbird for the flying form, a tadpole for the swimming form. You know what I mean?
Costs on beta. That means that once the expansion launches, you'll be able to throw down, as an example, 3 times as many rugs and platforms and almost twice as many bookcases. And from everything I can see, that team are extremely active with feedback, so much so that Holly told PC Gamer that they're basically suffering from success, that housing is so well loved that they are utterly
when is the server supposed to be up? The service is supposed to be up, sir, in 3 hours from now.
With requests for minor improvements. Things like this feature, which will be absolutely screaming in the heads of anyone who has used 3D software, where we want our little movement and rotation tools to, be appropriately colored so we can, pick the right direction at a glance.
Bro, that is such a good customization. Like, you literally can do anything that you want. Holy fuck, dude.
Hopefully that'll be in soon. Now, speaking of PC Gamer, they also quietly revealed housing's immediate future, and it's pretty exciting. It all happened in a series of interviews where they just got some juicy info. So here's what's coming. Soon after the expansion launches, we're going to get co-owning and decorating. We'll get interacting with objects like glasses, books, and chess sets, bigger exteriors for our houses, elf exteriors, and skybox rooms.
Yeah, WoW housing is very well done. I hate to say it, but I need to give him credit for it. Don't hate to say it, Soulbound. I don't understand what is this. Like, I cannot publicly like WoW. You know what I mean? There, I fucking said it, dude. I've been secretly loving WoW for all of these years, and I never wanted to say it, but I'm saying it now. I have been a WoW fanboy this whole fucking time. I just never wanted to admit it. Okay? And enough is enough. All right? I think people just shit on WoW because honestly, it's a fun thing to do because collectively as a community and as a society, we have decided that we're gonna shit on WoW because honestly, it is the best fucking game there is and no other game has gotten close to it. Maybe New World. You know? I just don't want to get my head flushed into a toilet by the school bully. Nah, bro. Fuck him, dude. Fuck him, dude. Fuck him. I'm here with you, bro. I'm here with you. Ain't nobody gonna do that shit. Because Blizzard is dog shit. I mean, it's like how everybody likes to hate on Hawaiian pizza. Right, Flying Squatch? All these people is like, oh, I don't like Hawaiian pizza. Fucking liar. Oh, I don't like my steak fucking well done. Liar. Oh, I don't like to put freaking ice on wine. Liar. Oh, I don't like to put ice on beer. Fucking liar. Oh, I don't like to put ketchup and mayonnaise on my spaghetti. Fucking liar. Oh, I don't like to receive. I only like to give. Fucking liar.
Also going to get house renown levels going up as well, and they'll continue to rise by 5 to 10 for every major patch. That's what's coming soon, but they did talk about other features as well. So here's what
people shit on WoW for 2 reasons. Either they were fans but were so passionate about it that they got burned out, or because of X mechanic in the game and expansion. Only people passionate about something shit talk something, or B, they're passionate about other MMOs that was overshadowed by WoW's. Yes! The second one, Johnny. The latter. It's the latter. It's 100% the latter. The reason why people shit on WoW so much is because the game that they want to play got butt fucked by WoW. And WoW is 10 times, 20 times better than the game that they always wanted to fucking be successful.
They are.
All of the people that wanted to play ESO, nope, didn't make it. WoW is better. The people that wanted to play Guild Wars 2, nope, didn't make it. WoW was better. The people that wanted to play fucking Dark Age of Camelot, well, Dark Age of Camelot was actually pretty good. The people that want to play Neverwinter, nope, fucking WoW is better. You know, it is what it is. The people that wanted to play Wildstar, sorry, not sorry, but your game died. WoW's better. The people that wanted to play Ashes of Creation, sorry, not sorry, WoW's better. Ashes of Creation are coming in 3 years. Right? The people that wanted to play New World, sorry, not sorry, New World was better, but it's dead. You know? What was your final thoughts on ESO? I wish I liked the game better. I just didn't like it enough. The game didn't hook me. The game, the game didn't have the element of hookness on me. You know? Like, it just didn't, and let me be honest, bro. I went in butt naked, oiled up, widespread, and it's still, I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel it. I couldn't feel ESO whatsoever. It just didn't feel right. I miss Wildstar. Wildstar was fucking amazing, bro. I used to play this old school MMO called Dragon Nest. Dragon Nest was amazing as well.
Bigger exterior budgets, more exterior lighting, mounts and pets roaming around houses, and indoor snow items.
Oh, nice.
Plus, Hearthstone-like interaction. Basically, what they mean by that is that, say, you could click a cauldron, and when you click the cauldron, basically it would bubble up. A little bit like how there is interactivity in the Hearthstone game boards. Now, these are not an exhaustive list, but it is nice to get confirmation here. If that all feels a little thin to you, don't worry, it's not an exhaustive list, and we actually know we're going to be getting a housing-specific roadmap very soon, but apparently until...
People will hate me for it probably, but I didn't like ESO because of the combat weapon swapping, the perma healing, definitely skill user review. Right, so, but again, some people will actually say that that is the thing that they enjoy the most about ESO. It's how high PM is. It's how you constantly need to be pressing things, constantly be to pressing. But maybe that is the element that I also don't like. I instead of me having to press the same skill over and over again, I like to more think about my rotation a little bit better, you know? I want to like sit and actually cast an ability. And the thing about ESO, and maybe this comes from a lack of experience, but it's sim that every class play the same in ESO. I feel like if you were to play a Templar, it's going to probably play the same as a Dragon Knight. Or it's probably going to play the same. And what I mean by play the same, I don't mean like they have the same skill. Although they could with the subclassing that they added into the game. But what I mean is like in the feeling-wise, the game feels the same regardless of the class that you play. Because it's just the way that the game fights. It's everybody running, using their pre-buffing, doing the rotation, buffing again, and it's like constant movement, stuff like that.
Then this is what we know, and at least I'll say it's all good stuff. But I can't leave you without a tease, because there are a few features that are basically on their list, but they're a little bit on the fence as to whether they'll show up, and it's often for technical reasons. Those are basements, which are sadly technically impossible for now, but come on, basements would be absolutely amazing. Also, communal spaces for events and more varied neighborhoods. Clearly,
the reason why basements are so incredibly difficult is because they would need to go under the ground level for the basements. And as you guys know, housing is basically just you putting stuff on top of the ground level that they give you. And you can still put things underneath of it. But if you were to create a basement, then you will see all of the things that are clipping through the ground, including the ground itself. So yeah, that would be crazy limiting factor right there.
They're giving this feature everything that they've got, and I'm really excited to see their plans. They do have an entire team dedicated to this, and they've always said it's not just a midnight feature, it's one that they'll be plowing forward with every expansion. So by the time—
I love Black Desert Online when it launched, it's still logging in time to time, but it is not what I remember to be. All the grind has been made. has been made and diluted to casuals can play. Yeah, me honestly, this is a personal opinion, but I think BDO is a dated game. I think BDO peaked, and BDO is just not going to peak anymore. I feel like BDO it's not going to regain more popularity. It's not going to become more popular than what it already is. It is just going to. It's just because the thing is, I don't know. It just feels like a data game now.
Last Titan happens, I wouldn't be surprised if we'll be hanging out in our guild hall with some sort of communal event area where we can spawn objects and, I don't know, get up to all sorts of degeneracy. Anyway, that's it for this week's big...
I just do live skill every day. I don't know why. Go out and grind 2 hours in one spot in a way. The one scene in video is dead, so it's right now. Wait, is live killing dry now and dying in video? Because that was my favorite thing about video was live skilling.
Big news, at least for today. A pre-patch will bring plenty to talk
I pop in back, try the new class and go away. Yup.
about. And if you want to know what to expect when you log in tomorrow, check out our big breakdown video of all the changes right here next.
No, I'm in PvP, I see. Midnight range, best and worst spec. I swear to God, I want to see Fire Mage as the literal worst spec.
Range players, Midnights came for your buttons as well. On the screen. Now is the most affordable time to find out if career coaching is the right choice for you.
All right, Balance Druid, how they doing?
Then. So with this rework, it's official. Blizzard have tried, I think, every possible way of making Eclipse work. Though the question is, will this be the one that they actually stick with? So, here's what's happening. Eclipse is actually now...
Damn, that looks good, man. The bumpkin abilities look so goddamn good.
And whether it's solar or lunar will depend on the last filler that you cast, and this time it matches instead.
From what
of
I
being
heard,
the
Frost
opposite.
Mage is a new top Giga Mage spec. Arcane is a little behind, and Fire is just quite a bit below. Yeah, I heard that Fire guy got it.
So as an example, if you were pressing Wrath, then you would hit the Eclipse button and that would give you a buffed Wrath. Now, at first we kind of thought this was a bit weird. It was maybe just Blizzard giving up and going for a simple thing. And I say that because the rest of the spec is being redesigned to fit the new Eclipse. So now, whenever you're outside of Eclipse, it's actually not an annoying mistake, it's actually an intended part of the gameplay. A big part of that is Star-Lord, which now lasts much, much longer. So basically, you use it to build up a bunch of haste during your Eclipse, then you keep that haste and you use that haste to get resources ready for your next Eclipse. And there's actually even a talent that rewards you for leaving Eclipse with a low amount of astral power.
The numbers in WoW are so fucking clean. Fire is top of 3's PP DPS in the current patch. In Midnight?
And also, uptime is not a problem with this spec. You can have a total of 4 charges, and after you've made your way through those, you'll already have 2 of them back. And I'm kind of glad to say that it's absolutely a colossal improvement for the spec. But of course, you may have remembered that Eclipse was only one of Boomkin's problems. So let's get into the other things. Ramping into Eclipse with 2 casts was kind of annoying, but so too was needing to dot everything all of the time. And the major culprit for that was your mastery, where you got a
Bro, look at the action bar where all their skills. I know, bro. I know, dude.
huge amount of bonus damage whenever your dots were up. Now, of course,
You're doing like 100% of work completion. Just story, so the Heart of Fire, story in my Heart of Thorn hit me hard. I turned it off a good week due to the character death. Oh, damn.
this really just meant that you were only tickling mobs whenever you didn't have all of your dots up, and that made killing short-lived mobs a gigantic pain in the ass, especially just doing normal things like questing. Now, the good news is they've reworked the mastery into Eclipse damage, and they've removed Astral Smolder, which basically means if you need to kill something quickly, you actually can this time. And that even goes for AoE with a new talent choice that speeds up your Starfall. So far, it's all been good, but that being said, there's a few things to keep an eye on, because it's only a half rework. They've kept some cool talents like Control of the Dream, but obviously, without weak ores to track the nuances there, it could be a bit of a nightmare to optimize around. But then, while there are some fun new talents, not all of them may end up being taken. It's basically, right, still a slightly awkward spec that's fairly easy to play wrong, but it absolutely does feel a lot better in Midnight. And most importantly,
Nice.
the Keeper of the Grove talent now lets you summon in a Dryad in combat, which, is pretty cool. So overall then, it's a half rework. There are still some issues, but the half that actually changed is brilliant, so I'm happy to say that this one is absolutely going down as a winner.
Ooh, Beast Mastery Hunter.
Beast Mastery Hunter. For years, BM has been the turbo casual spec. It only had a few
Yeah, the easy to play spec.
buttons and you were basically free as the wind to move. You kind of felt like you were a melee at ranged, but at the same time, it could actually be a pain to play properly. You needed weak auras to track Frenzy effectively, and up until the last rework, it was heavy in RNG to keep all three stacks up. That was a pain in the ass. Keeping uptime and Beast Cleave was a minor nuisance as well, and to top all that off, they had been adding more and more buttons on top
I wonder how many buttons hunters have now. They probably went from 5 to 3.
of it that you kind of just used in a fire and forget fashion. So, with all of those problems, there was a lot that Blizzard could have done with Midnight. And they actually did a lot. As an example, multi-shot is now called Wild Thresh. It's a bit more flavorful and it now has a cooldown that matches Beast
Yeah, that makes more sense. So now it's your pet the one doing the AoE damage, not you doing it with the bow. That makes more sense.
Cleave's duration, which essentially means keep it on cooldown and your Beast Cleave is sorted. As for the Frenzy stacks, well, those are completely gone. And all of those extra buttons that were just bolted on top of the spec, well, they're gone too. Loads of RNG reduction cooldown stuff has been culled as well.
Nice.
And that's been replaced by you actually managing your cooldowns and your focus in a more deliberate fashion.
Hell yeah, dude.
Even Dark Ranger and Pack Leader have got reworks. Yes, again, they've both had quite a few. Dark Ranger is now the RNG spec that adds procs and Wailing Arrow, and then Pack Leader has now got Stampede to basically make your cooldown windows way more of a spectacle.
Nice.
The reworks and the changed hero Marksmanship Hunter. This one gets reworked all the time, and guess what? Blizzard are still not tired of reworking the damn thing, because after a complete overhaul less than a year ago, they're actually taking another stab at it, and this time you lose Streamline in its entirety, so no more stacking up your fast aim shots, because Blizzard, well, they want you to
Yo, Bliss is cooking. Midnight Prepatch Hive. I know, Schmiegel.
sit there and cast. The whole spec now revolves around slower aim shots and reducing their cooldown.
In my opinion, dude, marksmanship, it's all about that heavy shots, single target, high 100 to 0 fucking playstyle right there.
Anything extra comes from using precise shots properly or fitting aim shots inside of Bulletstorm. And overall, it's a lot more simple to manage, but you do actually have to learn to plant your ass on the ground to do your aim shots.
Yep, you're like a literal fucking turret. That's what this build is. You're like a sniper turret. You are a slow-moving longbow. Yeah, bounce. You know what I mean?
Well, your feet, but you get the point. The result is ultimately, I would say, a bit less interesting. And interesting can also mean weird.
Gnome Hunt. Okay, can we fucking start with this gnome hate in the chat? What the fuck is this gnome hate in the chat? What kind of nonsense is going on over here? I will literally fucking anybody 1v1 me. Fuck you.
In this case, that definitely does apply because there are oddities here. I think
Yo, where the creamers at? Creamers, can you please defend me, boys? What's going on here? Where the fucking creamers at? Where are the short kings, bro?
Bulletstorm may end up as the real core of this spec, and to be honest with you, it's not the most clear ability to optimize your gameplay around. The same also goes for precise shots. Knowing your actual cast priority can be tough enough.
Ooh, I'm interested about the Shadow Priest. Shadow Priest is definitely a spec that I was interested in playing this season.
Been plagued by identity issues. Is it a dot class? Is it a regular caster?
Yeah.
Is it a worshipper of the old gods? Or is it a void-loving Xalatath simp?
Yeah.
We've never really known because the answer has kind of sort of been yes to all of those questions.
Yeah.
So, this time round, to make it all fit into one box, Blizzard have basically just beaten it with a hammer. Let me show you what I mean. Devouring Plague and Shadow Crash have both got complete revamps in their fantasy, where they're now called Shadow Word Madness and Tentacle Slam. So that's one answer to our earlier questions. They very much are the old god flavor of Shadow Priest. Tentacle Slam will still apply dots, but it's way faster.
Does Shadow Priest still have a Shadow Operation build? That's a good question. Do you remember Soulbound back in the day? I think it was like either Shadowland or right before Shadowland. That Shadow Priest had a build that there were like 100 fucking shadow apparitions going into the enemy?
Faster and it's on a lower cooldown. That answers our question of Old God theme or Xal'atath Simp theme, but it doesn't answer the question of whether they're a dot class or not. And the answer is they can be both. What I mean by that is this new talent choice. So basically, if you want to manually manage your dot uptime, you absolutely can. If you don't want to be bothered with that, well, the talent choice will allow you to do that. But then...
Oh my god, chat, what do we go, bro? We go Shadow Priest or Fire Mage?
there's their other long-standing problem, and that is choosing how they do AoE damage. I mean, Psychic Link has basically been a plague in this spec for a long-ass time, and that's been because whenever your single target damage is also your AoE damage, it becomes extremely hard to balance. You would think Blizzard would have solved this problem, but seemingly, whenever that hammer swung down, it just missed this problem
Shadow Priest sounds way cooler. Shadow Priest fits your PFP on the Twitch round.
entirely. So on the AoE front, you're basically just left hoping that they can get the damage tuning right. Though there may be a glimmer of hope. You see, having only one cooldown choice may
A No More Warrior seems fitting. Shadow, send your foes into oblivion, make them go insane. So Shadow Priest is more a prior target DPS. Just level up a Shadow Priest. Legion remake seems good. And yes, operations were still a thing. Not sure about the Midnight though. Okay, I see.
help them out here. What I mean by that is the Dark Ascension is now gone, and that means the Shadow Priest is pretty much back to Void Form and Void Form extensions. Though, don't be too afraid though, because this time Blizzard have put in diminishing returns to just kind of put a cap on the absolute insanity that used to happen there. Put simply, Blizzard aren't hedging their bet.
Mage, because you have two other specs that you can switch to. Priest is good too, but unless you want to heal, then you're kind of stuck. I don't mind healing. I like healing in WoW. Although I'm not the kind of person that plays with more than one spec, right? Like if I'm going to play Mage, I'm not going to play Arcane or I'm going to play Ice. I'm going to play Fire, right? If I play Hunter, I'm not going to play Beast Mastery. I'm not going to play Massman. I'm going to play Survival. If I want to play Priest, I'm not going to play this. I'm not going to play Holy. I'm going to play Shadow. If I were to play Demon Hunter, I will not play Havoc. I will not play the other cock. I will play the new one, the Devour, that they just released.
Anymore. They're not trying to make this a bit of every Void related thing in the lore. It quite clearly is Old God flavored. They have a clear vision for Shadow, and while it's not meant that they've went and solved the AoE issues, it does mean a lot of flavor, and a huge example of that is the Apex talent. You see, ghosts and tentacles are fully the theme here, and the Apex talent makes your tentacle slam spawn idle effects, like your litany of Old God minions. Now, every idle effect will then spawn extra apparitions, which basically stack to more and more summons, which just leads you to having this miniature Black Empire army, which is honestly just awesome.
Yeah, look, there they are. You see them, they're still going to the enemy.
It's really cool. And while because of that, the spec's now got way more purple boys, it also has fewer buttons. As an example, Halo is now exclusive to Archon and Void Torrent to Void Weaver. Shadow Fiend exists, but now it's only there as a passive. And with Tentacle Slam effectively replacing Vampiric Touch, your Shadow Bar will certainly be looking a lot leaner in Midnight. And I'm happy to say that mostly is for the best.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
But I say mostly because the spec still can suffer from a mess of procs that are fighting with each other, especially when you're in the Archon hero.
Curious to see more about Feral and Windwalker. You got me interested in coming back to Midnight, seeing this change. Yeah, baby.
There's many effects.
Yeah, boys. Come on in. Come on in.
Constantly. And Shattered Psyche is still here for some reason. Guess it just feels a bit vestigial. Now, beyond those issues, though, and beyond some low-hanging fruit like tidying up the AoE that would be nice, I do actually have to say that Shadow is definitely a winner. That is both in terms of game feel, how it actually plays, and extremely importantly, in fantasy. And that's because Tentacle Slam is a goddamn genius idea that is
We got a
marvelously
new creamer. Let's go. New By the way, I'm gonna be honest with you. I love this. I love this screamer shit, bro. I literally love this fucking screamer shit. I cannot wait to finish up hooking this up. You know, we're gonna get the dancer. We're gonna get a dancer over there, right? Then we're gonna get a new dancer over here. I'm gonna have a couple of lights installed, right? We're gonna have a couple of lights installed right here that actually works. These ones don't work right now, but as you guys know, Bobby's coming this weekend and he's gonna fix that.
well implemented. Just feels amazing.
Fire Mage, here we go. Yo, what's going on, Isville?
Fire Mage. Those of you who've been paying attention to the alpha have...
Why did his hair change whenever he said Fire Mage? Look at his hair here. You see that? He's got more hair there. And then whenever he started talking about Fire Mage, he's got less hair. What the fuck happened here, bro? Did my boy lose hair? Talking about Fire Mage? What just happened?
Those of you who've been paying attention to the alpha have not had a great time.
Fuck. Just got my new Fire Mage keyboard for midnight. Fuck.
Fire Mage was the poster child victim of Midnight's pruning. Early videos and joke posts really set the tone for this one. Specifically, you guys were missing things like shifting power and Phoenix Flames, and that just completely deprived Fire Mage of its resources. Then, in losing Scorch, which is your execute and movement button, I mean, yous truly were just a laughingstock. We get that Blizzard wanted to prune, but with Fire, they had absolutely overshot. Just about everyone agreed. And as it turns out that everyone actually now includes Blizzard. That's because as of the latest beta build, Scorch is back in the rotation exactly where it was before. And that is a massive improvement compared to where this segment would have been. But there is still the question of, yeah, Scorch back is nice, but how does Fire actually end up? And the answer is that you're down your Phoenix Flames and your shifting power. In return, Fire Blast has more active cooldown reduction, and Combustion is down to a flat 1 minute cooldown.
Ooh.
So in the end, very little about the core of this spec has changed. But what has actually changed is how it feels to play.
Okay.
This is huge. And it's mostly down to Phoenix Flames, which were those extra on-demand crits, which of course were amazing to feed your hot streaks. That's gone, and even though you've got some extra Fire Blasts, you are just going to be throwing out less instant pyros. And that's even the case within Combustion, which does not feel great. No one likes just standing there like a total gype hard-casting a bunch of fireballs, feeling like a dick. But Blizzard obviously knows that. So what's going on?
Yeah, what is going on? Hi, Tree, what's going on, TV? Wait, no more jumping? No, you jump. That's part of the thing.
Well, they removed those buttons, but they have shifted some more power back into things, specifically back into Pyroblast. That means that you launch less of them, but you do feel each one a bit more. And on top of all that, they've done
Pyroblast damage is increased by 45%. Fireball damage is increased by 100%. Damage unchanged in PP. Flame Strike, Fuel the Fire, and Cauterize are now located in the talent tree. Flame Strike damage is increased by 70% and no longer slows affected enemy by 20%. Flame Strike now has a unit targeted very inaccessible, but you should have Flame Strike. Immediate direct damage increased by 205 and damage over time is increased by 200%.
the Midnight usual.
Agree if you're playing this shade game with us? Of course it will be, bro. If he doesn't, I'll force him.
Which essentially is, like with other specs, removing tons of conditional buffs and auras to track. This is something they basically feel is vital because of the fundamental UI changes coming in this expansion. That means that Sun King's Blessing is gone, it's now replaced by the older, more simple version called Pyroclasm. Now, Feel the Burn has survived, but it's almost the only thing that you've got left to track. Even Frostfire has lost the mastery stacking mechanics, the ones that basically added 2 auras to watch out for. So now, it's almost entirely just the passive meteor boosting spec. That's basically the thing you'll be playing. But the question is all of that still enough to be fun? Honestly, you probably won't like the answer. And the straw that broke the camel's back here is just their movement options. The raw fun of Phoenix Flames is just gone. If you like that, too bad. But for most players, at least
He ain't jumping? Oh, it's because he doesn't want to.
this pared back version with less to press and less to track will probably be an improvement, right? They'll probably hit their in-game goals a little bit more. It's certainly a Fire Mage that fits into Midnight, but it just does come in at a loss, I would say. And that's even before I count the loss of utility. Mass barriers going away, their CC is being consolidated, and as if that isn't enough, both Mirror Image and Invisibility are losing their damage reduction. I can see how the changes make sense in line with Blizzard's design goals, but at least right now, I've got to call Fire a loser. Not as hard a loser as it would have been a week or two ago, but still a loser. Well, that's one Mage spec down.
Oh my god, bro. Imagine the Fire Mage, you just sit there in place And then you have the fucking Devour Demon Hunter. Jumping, backflip, fireballs, big wieners, BBCs, lightning and void and jumping and zigzagging. And then I'm there like, fireball, a fireball, a fireball, a fireball, a fireball, a pyroplasto, oh fireball, oh fireball, oh fireball, oh fireball, oh pyroplasto. Fuck!
See how Frost fares. So, Frost was always framed to people as the simple, easy
I don't give a fuck about Frost. Frost is for girls. Damn, fire gutted. Look at that down there. Holy fuck. Arcane is still cool. Yeah, Arcane is cool as fuck. Let's see how Arcane looks like.
Now, it's actually a lot messier because your eyes are instead glued to your target's freezing stacks. And ultimately that means it is a more approachable spec. And if that's Blizzard's main design goal, they've certainly hit it. But it's actually lost a lot of the sauce. It's lost a lot of the flavor that I think it had accrued. But then on top of that, if that's going to be 3 out of 3.
All right, here we go.
Arcane was always the perfect name for this spec, because it just has a long history of being arcane. Yes, literally arcane magic, but also arcane as in a bit weird and unknowable, and not just to players, because it has been reworked and reworked and reworked over the years, whilst the devs have been trying to get it to...
Maybe play Evoker? Bro, do I look like a lizard man to you? I'm not gonna play with a fucking lizard. Lizards are whack, bro. They're whack. Lizards are whack as hell. Let Debbie not hear me say those things. She will literally fucking cut my winner off. But anyways, no, bro. I'm not gonna I'm gonna sit here and play with some mythical magic. No, dude, no. If I were to play a magical class in the game other than Fire Mage, it would be either a Shadow Priest or the new Devour Demon Hunter. Yeah. What's wrong with cutting your winner off? I'm not there yet, all right? We're not there yet. Let me lose a couple more privileges, and then we'll see if we need to do that.
Work the way they want it to. And most of the problem has been in the numbers for this spec. There are just so many modifiers and conditional buffs in Arcane's base spells that it was essentially a living nightmare to track and to figure out. So, Blizzard have decided to just come in and fix it for good. Which may certainly sound like a threat if you're an Arcane Mage. What it means is that huge swaths of talents have been chucked out, and they've all been replaced with one buff to track. That buff is called Salvo. Now, it will stack from Arcane Missiles, and Barrage will spend it for absolutely huge damage. So your gameplay is watching Salvo build up, and then spending it at the right time. So there are fewer procs, and there are way fewer buffs. It is certainly more simple. Even Siphon Storm is dead, and Evocation is now just one of 2 ways to get your mana back. It certainly does sound a bit too simple, but Arcane is still Arcane. And certainly as I say this, I can almost feel the dread building up in any Arcane Mages listening to this, thinking, oh god, our flavor is gone. Well, I am happy to say that Arcane is still Arcane. You still have got the classic tension that has always defined this spec, and that is, do you build charges and burn through your mana, or do you cycle charges and save up for your cooldowns? The good news is that gameplay, that mana management is actually still there. But this time, you have got 2 charges of Touch of the Magi, and deciding your next button is basically a whole lot easier. So, that's what's going on there. But that wasn't Arcane's only issue. And if you're a particularly sweaty player, then something you used to optimize seemingly will be going away. And what I mean there is that for years, you've had clipping, where basically you need to press Arcane Missiles, but Arcane Missile sucks. So you clip the cast at the right time to end it early. Basically, this is the sort of thing that would appear in the advanced tips section of a rotation guide. And I think in Midnight, Blizzard's war is really against the advanced tips section. I'm really serious. So instead of Salvo triggering whenever missiles is started, it triggers on each wave. So you can't clip it anymore.
Okay.
Blizzard seems to know what's up. Now another thing, and one of Arcane's oldest issues, was Arcane Explosion. It's pretty cool. You do just blow up. But there's a problem with that. you're a mage wearing cloth and you're standing in melee, and that could mean you just get killed. And now, many years later, someone at Blizzard has decided to try and fix this problem. They've done it in the form of Arcane Pulse, which is a targeted
So just a long-range AoE Arcane Wave, that's it.
casted version of that ability. It looks absolutely amazing, but
Like an animation cancel almost. Yeah.
sadly, does have a bit of a downside, and that is it's a pretty darn slow cast. So, Arcane Mage has lost some of its arcane nature. Arcane, by which I mean extremely complex. But there is actually still plenty of flavor left. Optimizing the arcane surge window is still precise, and your mana management is still important. It's still something you need to get a feel for.
Arcane or fire, Sean? What do you guys rather? Arcane or fire?
And that feel is core to you feeling a sense of mastery over the spec. I'm happy to say that is still there. And of the 3 specs,
Frost, Earth? Boys, you guys are both dead to me. Fucking idiots. Oh my god.
Arcane's the only one
Another one with Frost, Fire PvE, Arcane PvE. No, I cannot do 2 specs.
that wins going into midnight.
No, probably Arcane. Arcane sounds cool. He make an own racial combat analysis, increase your strength as you fight an enemy emergency, fall save automatically. I'm not gonna play with the Mecha Gnome. I'm not gonna play with the Mecha Gnomes. I think Mecha Gnomes are silly as fuck. I don't like the little metal parts. I think they look silly. I think they look dumb. I think Mecha Gnomes are fucking abomination. Honestly, extinguish all Mecha Gnomes.
Even without mass
Extinguish all Mecha Gnomes.
barrier and some other utility lost along the way, it is just more fun.
Perish.
If I had to choose
Frost is the most fun. Arcane if you're going to die on that hill. Fire is the coolest one though, right? Fire mages are like the cool kids, right?
a mage spec to play, it would absolutely be Arcane, and that's just because the other two, they've not entered this expansion well, and I desperately hope Blizzard takes a second look at
The
Fire
hot kids? Yeah, we're the hot kids. Mecha Gnomes having mechanical wieners. Whoa, wait a minute. That's not a bad thing. Oh, wait. Let's dial it back in. Maybe Mecha Gnomes are not so bad after all. Let's talk about augmentations. How well can this be augmented? Does it come with several speed menus? If I do midnight, I'm gonna go Dwarf Shaman. It's like Mage, but it looks good. Everything on that sentence is wrong. Literally, that whole sentence is fucking wrong. Rewrite that sentence, Kroger. Take it back to ChatGPT and type, like, copy and paste that whole sentence. Put it there, right? And then put period, right? And then put, how can I make this sentence not sound retarded? And then send it back. That burp, I have a friend who laugh like to witch. He's a dude. People with weird burps and laugh are special. Rip, Jevy. What are you saying about people that burp and laugh? One, you saying that I'm a witch? Well, what are you trying to say over here, dog? Are you saying that I'm a mythical creature? Nothing pounds as hot as a jackhammer augment. Let me tell you something here. As a leader of the creamer community, right? As the creamer lord, as the mega cream don, as the cream de la crop, as the supreme creamer, as the supreme creamer, I'm gonna tell you this right now. As a supreme creamer. As a supreme creamer, I forgot what we were talking about. I'm going to roll an Orc Frost DK. Nice. Remember that you guys can join the company even if you guys are Horde, okay? A gnome creamer sounds so wrong. It's not even real. Bro, gnomes are generally known in the region the best creamers they are. Gnomes have that, they have that, you know, they have that authentic cream, if you know what I mean. They have like that high quality, Like, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Affliction Warlocks don't care about Affliction Warlocks. Demonology Warlocks don't care about Demonology Warlocks. Destruction, I kind of don't like Destruction anymore. Elemental, that's for girls and women's and old ladies. Devastation, Augmentation. I guess the Devourer is not really a range class. Okay. Let's take a look now are the melee classes. Here we go. Obviously, chat, here's the thing. These videos were recorded months ago. Okay, months ago. And a lot of these things might change, and a lot of these things might not even be as they are, as Velular is saying over here, okay? Whenever Midnights comes out in February 27, all of this information might be irrelevant, old, and not actually applicable.
Changes of Midnight, it's finally...
What is the difference between a mage and orc classes? What is the difference between mage and orc classes? I don't know, tell me.
time to tackle them. Now, when we heard about
you missed out on the coolest transmog for Fire Mage from the Legion remix. Really? How does it look like, Snow? Can I see it?
combat add-ons dying at midnight, we had a lot of questions, like, has Blizzard gone mad? There's no way that people can play this game properly without their weak auras, because we've had aura tracking add-ons for years, and designers have built our specs with that in mind. Well, Blizzard responded with a blue post on combat approachability, and they're attempting something that we haven't seen since Legion, and that is revamping almost every single spec in World of Warcraft, in this case to make them easy to approach, easy to understand, but still hard to master. That is Blizzard's goal. It takes a hell of a lot of change to pull it off, and a hell of a lot...
Damn, Frost Decay looks so fucking cool, dude. Can we still use El Vui, though? I don't even know what the fuck that is. What is this right here? What am I looking at over here? Snow? Oh my god, look at that cape! Brother, look at that cape! Can we not get that? Can we not get this cape no more? Can we not get this cape no more? Nope, he's gone. Oh no, dude! They surely will bring it back. They surely will bring it back, right? Pick the no model. Oh my god. How can I pick the no model? How can I pick the no model? How can I see how it looks in the no model? Click on the set. Click on the set. Like right here. That one. View in 3D. Okay, now animation human. Bro, I look like a pet, bro. Bro, this looks like ass, bro. Bro, this looks like fucking ass, dude. I look like a pet, dude. What the fuck will you show me this? This looks like fucking garbage. I look like somebody's kid wearing like a Halloween costume, bro. What is this shit, bro? Like, why would what the fuck is this, bro? Do a blood elves? Let's see. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh my god. You want me to be honest with you? I think the helm sucks dick. I honestly, how can I get rid of that helm? Can I get rid of this dumb fucking helm? I think that helm sucked fucking dick. How can I get rid of this dumb helm? Unequip. A million times better, bro. A million times better. Look at that. Holy shit, that cape is just so good. You can miss and match. That cape is sick, though. All I want this set for is the cape. All I want this set for is the cape, bro. Oh my god, this looks retarded still. Oh my god. Fuck, dude. Why does this look so bad? It looks like I'm just like a Make-A-Wish Foundation kid, bro. Like, what is this shit? Hey, baby. Welcome back. Yes, the rice with the beef from last night. Like half of it, you know, because there's enough beef for the both of us. Yeah. Like one portion of the rice and like half the beef. Gnomes are ugly. You better go horde. Gnome culture cancel. I just feel. Hold on, maybe. No, that is just this armor. No, that is just this armor. Gnomes actually look really good. This armor just doesn't look good on gnome. It's just this armor. It's just this armor. Jesus Christ. This armor, it's not optimized for gnomes. It's not optimized for gnomes. Pick the latest tier list. How can I pick that? Unequip. The shoes. Unequip. Now, you see, that looks better. I just feel like the shoes and the shoulders don't go well with this set. Chest. Unequip. So, bro, that's just a cape. So the cape is basically the only good thing about this. Why is my gnome so fucking fat sideways, bro? I look like a small fucking wardrobe. What is this shit, man? The purple mage one, I don't remember the name of it. It will look good in gnomes. Personally, I used to use Gulling in, it was clean. Yeah, no, gear in gnome looks good. It's just that, I mean, this gear didn't look good or some. Yeah, I feel it's just the gear. It's just the gear fucking it up. Unequip. Oh. Yeah, you see, this gnome is like fatter than usual. Those red undies, they go kind of fire though. They're pretty hot. So you're telling me that there's absolutely no way of getting that purple cape no more? What about the female model? How can I change the model? Gnome. Class warrior body type. Okay, female looks a million times better. Yo! Way better as a female, dude. Oh, I'm a black female now. Fuck. Look at that, man. Oh my god, look at that, dude. That looks crazy, man. The first one looks like the troll from Dora the Explorer. I don't know. I don't watch Dora the Explorer. Diego, though, that's my shit. Okay.
A lot of pruning. Your class has almost certainly seen gargantuan change. So today, it's time to find out, after weeks of gameplay and research, which melee DPS of 1 and
Ears already level 100.
have lost.
This legit looks like kid. I know, bro.
Now, if you want the superpower of coding, listen up, because most coding courses are...
Unholy Death Knight. Anybody interested in Unholy Death Knight? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Good. Nobody interested in Unholy Death Knight.
Frost DK. Here,
You? Yeah, oh my god. Okay, fine.
that means no more aura tracking wound stacks, no more frustrating target swapping. And Fester Might has also been changed as well, so when you want damage, you actually get it. There's no need to min-max your wound popping to get that crucial strength buff.
Okay.
But what's replacing this? Well, the answer is ghouls. Lots of them. It's a new mechanic where when you hit Festering Strike, you strike Blight on your weapon, and then when you Scourge Strike, that Blight summons in a lesser ghoul. Then Putrefy commands...
I got a high mountain torrent on Holy DK named Bullshees. Fucking Bullshees, bro. That shit is hilarious.
the ghoul to blow up, and that triggers a cascade of your talents. You get effects like frenzying other ghouls, stacking up haste, and reanimating that exploded ghoul as a caster. And to lean into this even harder, you're back to using Army of the Dead again, where you can upgrade it to summon in an abomination or a gargoyle, but it will always dig up a host of lesser ghouls alongside
Is Keefe gonna be our tank? Oh god, I hope not.
them. Now,
That guy was horrible in New World.
to make room for all of these things, some buttons had to go. Apocalypse is entirely gone. Unholy Assault is completely gone as well, which actually does stop some cooldown just overload, wrecking your damage profile. And for a fairly impactful game feel change, Dark
Oh shit, Keefe is here? Oh shit.
Transformation is now off the global cooldown, so you can just get rolling in combat faster. But there is an asterisk, and that is that it's not entirely finished. Death and Decay lost almost every interaction, committing the worst WoW sin possible. It's just a basic maintenance buff. Though I think I know their plan. I think Blizzard want it only as a slow, but they haven't quite fully committed to that yet. Now, if that has you worrying about your cleave, don't. It's actually automatic now, where Scourge Strike will just chain itself.
Bro, look at that action bar, chat. Can we take a second? Can we take a second and appreciate how the action bar looks, how WoW looks like now? Can we take a second and appreciate how fucking simple WoW it is now? With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about 14, 15 abilities, maybe 20. Like, can we appreciate your whole screen not filled with fucking abilities? Unbelievable, dude.
But here's the wild
10 too many.
thing. Everything I've said so far
That's
is
not all of their
only
abilities, though. Of course, they're still missing like 5 to 10 ability.
half the story. You see, one side of their tree is pure minions. It's all about the ghouls and their effects. The other side is about diseases, where Outbreak now also infects your main target with the new one-target-only Dread Plague. And the upshot of this is that it essentially allows a disease build to work out mathematically, where it's going to all be about extending diseases with Putrefy and then using Pestilence to consume all of them at once
All
for
right.
a huge burst.
I don't know much about Decade, but with the Decade, I heavily rely on gaining running power and then using big abilities through that, similar to Warriors and their Fear system. Yeah, obviously the rune system has been reworked a lot throughout the years, so I don't know exactly how the rune system it is nowadays. That is definitely how it used to be back in the day, back in the Wrath of the Lich King, that you have like unholy runes, frost runes, and blood runes. Let's go, some WoW, baby. Yo, we're doing some WoW wheelers. Oh, thank you, baby. Yeah. Is it hot? Okay. Okay, thank you, baby. Can I get my water? Oh, it's right there. Lucky. Thank you, baby. What up, Willie? Yo, can we get a shout out to our boy Willie? So Willie, you're not doing midnight, right? You're gonna stay in TBC. You're gonna stay as a TBC Classic Andy. Trick, I'm from work and I'm here, y'all. What up, BRT? You got any question, my boy? Yes. Will you still love me if I was not beautiful anymore? And I hope to receive the most sincerest answer from you.
And in both builds, the core gameplay is the same. You keep up your diseases.
Oh, will you still love me if I'm no longer young and beautiful? I know you will. I know you will. I know you I don't know the rest. I don't really know the song.
You keep spawning in ghouls to explode. You manage all of your
I'll for sure bring the guild to midnight. Heal you, baby.
resources like you do now, but
Divorce of an angel that got constipation issues. Yes.
fewer annoyances. Soul Reaper, for example,
Yes.
now active.
Wow, Trick, you sound better than my dead girlfriend. Damn, that's fucked up. Well, at least she won't know you anymore.
It's only in execute range, and instead of just flooding you with more resources, it buffs the damage of your diseases and your minions. Now, I get that this all sounds like a lot, and I'd say that from our playtime in Alpha, it can still feel a little overloaded, where there are a lot of resources to manage between all of your ghouls and all of your diseases. You're pushed hard if you say,
Holy fuck, look how many ghouls are there, bro. Look at that, dude. My boy went under a bridge and got every homeless person in LA, dude. Look at him.
they don't have ghouls and runic power ready for when you need them. And Putrefy has plenty of interactions that urge you to track auras and time things
They build up a huge army. Honestly, that's what a holy ticket should always be, right?
carefully, which to some people could be a pain. But
Yo, Trick, any class you got in mind on what role you want, PvP or PvE? I'm a one role Andy, one class Andy. So the first one I'm gonna send is gonna be Fire Mage, BRG. Apparently, Fire Mage is the literal worst class in the Midnight expansion right now. So that's the one that we're gonna be sending.
with the other auras paired back, I think the core does come through. And our verdict is that Holy is undeniably a winner. It has finally become the melee necromancer that it always wanted to be. It's basically awesome. Playing it is a little simpler for this new add-on-less world, but that has not meant it's lost its essence. I think it's actually doubled down on its essence. It also still has plenty of challenge, though I will say it's not exactly finished because Death and Decay remains a basic maintenance buff. But the core here is strong enough that that little...
Dude, I actually played Wizard 101 on release, bro. I actually played Wizard 101 on release back in middle school.
quibble about Death and Decay is not enough to sink it. So it's a big win, and next we have its icy sibling,
Frost Decay.
Frost DK. Here it's the Apex talent that changes everything, but to explain that, well, after patch 11.2's rework, Frost's current raid build ended up being kind of degenerate. You see, their core big ability is quite obviously supposed to be Frostworm's Fury, but actually what they do is they skip out on that so that they can pick up 3 out of 4 capstone talents.
Okay.
Someone took notice of this and they decided that Frostworm is too cool not to use, so the new Apex talent makes it better, which does force you to use it. But it is quite cool because now the worm pops a meaty haste buff and returns tons of resources, which makes it feel good and strong, but if you've been loving the current raid build, you may not be that pleased. Now, there's a few other tweaks. As an example, Empower Rune Weapon removes its travel time, where, before there was a bit of lag between pressing it and getting your resources. But you know what? That's practically it for the changes. Obviously, it got a large rework on 11.2. And our verdict is that the changes are perhaps too minor to call a winner, but it's definitely not a loser. It's in a great spot from the last patch, so it's a good thing that it won't change much in Midnight, and Frostworm's Fury, now being doubled down on, is an absolutely awesome spell. But our next spec is an
Is Frost Decay still using dual wielding, or do they go for a two-handed weapon now?
entirely different story. Rat Paladin. You may know the saying, Blizzard giveth,
Yo, Fresh! Fresh, this is your class right here, bro. This is your class right here, the Red Paladin. Listen up.
Blizzard taketh away, and here they taketh. So, Divine Hammers is passive. You're also losing some of your passive holy power generation from Crusading Strikes. Yeah, Crusading Strikes has been yoked. They've even removed Hammer of Wrath as its own button, where now it just upgrades Judgment during Wings, which saves you in keybinds, but it does nerf some of your holy power generation. And that comes with even more loss, where it doesn't come up during execute windows.
I could go Paladin too if I wanted to. Can do all of the things as a Paladin. No. Fresh is a Paladin. No, Kiffy, no. You're gonna do that? Because then Fresh won't play.
Nerfing both.
Ready for the Pally, baby. Oh! They PP say he's gonna go Holy Pally, though.
Exhilarating feeling. And it's frustrating for another reason. Hammer of Wrath was an awesome button. Basically, pressing a new key during execute or wings has been a core part of Rhett's physical gameplay forever. It was a part of the gameplay pattern, and while it is elegant to bake it into existing buttons, this does lose a little bit of that specs rhythm. But the big question is, what fills the void? Well, there's an obvious thing, and that is that without Crusading Strikes, you can throw away that swing timer because you'll be pressing Templar Strike. And that means you do actually decide when Holy Power comes in. And similarly, Divine Toll talents are now tied to your physical inputs. That means no more judgments going off by themselves and giving you Holy Power randomly. So,
Fresh is going marksman? Wait, Fresh, you actually gonna go marksman with a gun? Wait, are you gonna be a dwarf? Fresh, are you gonna be a dwarf hunter with a gun? I love that. That's fucking badass, bro. A dwarf with a gun is the best. That is so fucking cool, dude. Y'all going to Lions? Yeah, we're going to Lions, easy. But you can go Horde as well and join us if you want to.
basically, you control the timing. And you've got a new talent that refunds your next Holy Power spenders after using Execution Sentence. And Execution Sentence itself got upgraded.
Did Fresh play Musketeer well? Yeah, at the beginning, he used to be a Firestaff, a Blunderbuss player like myself. And then he became a Void Gauntlet Musket, bro. He became what he swore to destroy.
Where it's now got Final Reckoning built in, and it funnels your AoE down.
Dwarf Hunter was my main. Shaman is better, though. Listen, bro, get you and your Shaman out of here, bro. It's not Shaman, it's Shaman, first and foremost, okay? And second of all, that's a girl's class. That's a girl's class. That Shaman is a girl's class, and nobody's gonna ever convince me otherwise.
Damage to your main target. And this is part of a broader pattern that we see, where passives are getting removed, where base damage is getting buffed to compensate. And for an example of that, Divine Arbiter was purely passive. But now that is dying in order to let your finishers hit harder. So you see the pattern, right? They're at best removing randomness and passives. They're putting it on the buttons you actually press. And in theory, that should mean you feel like you got more control.
Enhancement Shaman is like super high in testosterone? No. Enhancement Shaman is like one of those flamboyant gay guys that still is down to throw hands. You know what I mean? Like, they're gay as hell, but they will still throw hands with any man that comes close if they fucking want to fuck with them. You know what I mean?
And the only major random effects that survived in Midnight
Oh my god, look at Paladin, bro. They look so nice and holy.
are your Blade of Justice and Divine Storm procs. So, verdicts. Despite that asterisk about Hammer of Wrath, I actually think Rhett ends up as a bit of a winner. And I say that because you're now in full control
Look at that,
of
dude.
when and where you get your holy power. Basically, it's all you, and you'll either love that or hate it. I should mention one bit of a pain point, and that is that Shield of Vengeance is rolled into
Paladins bite their lips when they wipe. Bro, yes! Oh my god, I can even see it, dude. Oh my god, I can actually see that, bro. I can actually visualize that, dude. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. I can visualize that. I don't know why those words immediately was freaking recreated as an image in the back of my brain. Seeing a paladin wiping and going like,
Divine
fuck!
protection, so you do lose a defensive button, but on a paladin, you're fairly survivable. That shouldn't be too painful, but it is a nerf. Here's what's interesting. If this really is Blizzard's direction, and could be argued to be Blizzard's direction applied fairly okay or fairly well, Our next spec is a massive victim. Havoc DH. Right, one of Blizzard's stated goals is removing abilities without meaningful gameplay. Let's see how that went. Well, in the Great Pruning, Havoc has lost Fell Barrage, because nobody used it. Glaive Tempest has become a passive that triggers automatically, and Sigil of Flame and Spite are both gone. They were...
Can I link a clip or show one? Yeah, send it. Let me see it.
Awkward abilities to target, they ended up being a bit fire and forget, but that does have an impact. Without them, you lose bursts of fury.
No, man, no.
On pull, and now you're only relying on Immolation Aura, and compounding in that, Fellblade actually gives less than half of what it used to, and it no longer resets. All of this reduced fury generation creates issues on...
Do you guys want to know what I named my Demon Hunter back in high school? Wait, Demon Hunter was not out when I was in high school. Man, maybe I wasn't as young as I thought it was. Are you ready? Put on your male blade armor on, because this is fucking edgy, bro. I was such an edgy kid. I was edgy as fuck. I named my Demon Hunter Fail Rush.
Alpha.
Can be a gnome. Oh my god, no, bro. I didn't play with gnomes back then. I was too edgy to play with gnomes back then. I only played with blood elves and undeads. Blood elf undeads. It's the only thing that I will play. I was way too edgy.
Where clearly the
way
intent
too
is to shift
edgy.
your focus towards the resource management, but Havoc relies on 3 separate layers of RNG to get said resources to manage. Now, playing well does still require skill, and the spec's core is unchanged, but there is a whole lot more downtime. Now, that being said, the pruning has left us with some...
The Fox class is pretty cool on the horse side. Oh, shit. Oh, dude, Snow is one of those... freaky dicky creamers. Oh, damn, Snow. He said that the Fox class is pretty cool on the horse side. My boy is a creamer, dude. He's a naturally true-born creamer. He likes fairies. He's a fairy creamer. Yeah. Yeah. He like them hairy creams. He like them fairy sauce. He like to pick the hair out of his mouth. You know what I mean? Like... kind of thing. He likes that bush with the cream. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yay. Yeah. He likes the way he lathered up, you know? He's like, I like my hair to be all lathered up. Is that how you say it? Whenever you have the soap foam, it's called lather. Lather? Lather. Leather? Lather. Lather. You guys know what the fuck I meant.
Something actually unique. So Netherwalk as a button is now gone. Instead, it's an option to buff Blur. And what it does is it adds movement speed, but also a 2.5 second invulnerability. Now it's got 2...
Bro. 2.5 second invulnerability? That is crazy.
Charges, and it's got a short cooldown. And in effect, that's actually given Havoc a timed parry button. So if you can time this with big raid wides or crazy mechanics, you'll avoid a lot of damage. And that may make Havoc one of the most cracked specs in this expansion.
Yeah.
Of course, with a window that is that short, it'll be easy for people to miss and instead get themselves smacked. And the trade-off for this is you don't have a long invuln. But okay, verdict. Havoc's a loser. Look, the blur parry window thing is fun, and the class tree has actually got an upgrade, especially the new glide speed. But the button pruning and the fury generation crisis, that's made an already simple rotation just more frustrating to play. Without your sigil of flame and spite, you're relying on immolation.
All right, so Demon Hunter in 8. Well, at least this spec. Ooh, let's talk about Feral Druid. Anybody interested in Feral Druid? Anybody? Can we skip Feral Druid? We skip it? We skip it? Skipping Feral Druid going once. Skipping Feral Druid going twice. Skipping Feral Druid going twice. Yeah, skip it. I play Guardian and Resto. Tank Druid. I play Orc. No, love the Feral. Oh my god, fine. We'll watch this then.
Feral Druid. This one is a close call. It will be controversial, though some will love it. So here's the deal. Blood Talons is dead, Adaptive Swarm is gone, and your AoE is now handled by a new multi-target Feral Frenzy. Even Brutal Slash is gone, and that drops single target to laughably simple levels. They even made sure to remove Thrash from Omen of Clarity too, which basically draws a line in the sand. A line that says, no snapshotting.
I would. This is my opinion. This is my opinion. I would prefer Druid if whenever you pick a spec, you are just that spec. And mainly that spec. You know what I mean? Like, I wish if you were to go Feral, you're just in human, and like human, bear, and cat. If you go bunking, only the owl. If you go healer, no transformation for you. And if you go tank, then you're just the fucking the big ass bear. Because one thing that keeps a lot of people not playing Druid is the fact of having to master all of the transformation. You have to know, because if you're a Feral Druid, you still need to know how to use tank. You still need to use a bunch of humanoid ability. You still need to use your fucking laser beams and your healing abilities, and you're constantly swapping back and forth. I don't like the constant swapping if I am Feral. That's how I feel about Mage. I hated playing Fire Mage and having other spells from the other two classes. Yeah.
Except on Stealth Rakes and Tiger's Fury.
The plus side is that you get a lot of utility once you learn it. Obviously, yeah, once you learn it and you know the class has a lot of tools. But I feel like Druid is a lot more difficult than pretty much every other class there is. This is why I didn't like playing Resto Druid when they added that talent to pick between Cat and Bear and Bunking. Oh, like you needed to be two things. Yeah, I remember that. Just let me heal. Yup. I can feel that. I feel that.
Not even on sudden damage. And that does leave Feral as an embarrassingly basic spec in so many ways. You manage your energy and your combo points, you refresh your bleeds, but that's it. But it's actually not it, because Ferals have got a lifeline in the form of a new ability called Chomp.
Ooh.
This is the game changer. Chomp hits like a truck, and it's got a short cooldown, but it has a catch. You can only use it when you're under 30 energy, which is a fairly unique gameplay mechanic, and it's one that creates an optimization puzzle. You have to plan around having under 30 energy every 20 seconds, and you have to do that without wasting your combo points. Getting this right will be the difference between good Feral players and great ones, unless, of course, balance is a mess and another build ends up being better. Now, on the philosophy side, damage modifiers are getting pruned across the board, and here that does smooth out Feral's damage outside of cooldowns, which is quite good. It means when you hit your buttons, they will basically feel like they hit harder. The whole spec is simplified, and the weight is now just put on executing the basics as perfectly as possible. Now, over on the utility front, Feral has dodged the worst of the utility pruning, though I should say Nature's Vigil and the active version of Renewal are gone, and instead, you've got Heart of the Wild.
Man, I listen, like, I know that the Fire Mage fully got it. I get it. I don't care about my main class being fully fucking destroyed. The fact that every class it feels simpler, man. It feels simpler, man. You're no longer going to see every class running around with 30 fucking pets. You no longer see a class with... Oh my god, it's so much... Like, I am so happy that the game is going back down to being like a simpler game, man. Shit, dude.
Being reworked into being a beefy single-use ability. And with that, our verdict. I said this would be controversial. It's a winner. Asterix. I think we'd call it a loser. Actually, no. I know we would call it a loser if Chomp wasn't here to keep it interesting, because the optimization puzzle it creates is actually solid gameplay with a skill ceiling. That means that the skill ceiling is still there despite all of the pruning.
Yeah.
And that means I'd say that for the vast majority of players...
What is this? Bro, what is this? Why do we have a paladin in the casting couch, bro? What is this, bro? And why is that old dude? Like, ain't nobody gonna pay that dude. Is that what Fresh looks like? No way, bro. He has too much hair. He has way too much hair. Hold on. Let me show you a better representation of what Fresh looks like. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on, let me show you more what Fresh looks like. Oh my That's Fresh right there. The same body type. The same hairstyle. Bro, that's just a picture of hair. I didn't know you had a fake picture of Freshy. Yeah, of course, dude. You don't know. You don't know whatever you're getting me. I mean, it could also go as early. You know, you could like, you. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second, dude. Hold on. Let me do this, right? We're gonna do brown, right? So right here, right? Brown. Then we're gonna do white, right here, right? White. Then we're gonna be doing brown again. It's gonna have like a, hold on, like an arrow, right? Like an arrow right here. Then we do gray because, as you guys know, feathers are gray, right here. And then over here, we go like hold on, let me bring some black letters, and no white letters, and then we go like this, right, into like this, you know, and then we go like Heavens. Here we go. There he is. Oh no, hold on. I missed something. Give me 1 second. We gotta put a quiver back here. Hold on, let's put a quiver back here. Hold on, let's put a quiver. Fuck it. We just you know, hold on. Give me 1 second. So that's a quiver right there. That is 100% a quiver. And then we just put a couple of just put, you know, a couple arrows in there. There you go. There you go. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. There it is. There it is. There it is. Oh god. Cupido. Yeah, Cupid right there. Oh my god. Homie, Fresh, you're bald. Yeah, dude, Fresh is bald as fuck. What were we watching? Oh yeah, hold on. This. So Trick, this is a very important question, and buttons will be pressed depending on the answer. What class you rocking? I'm rocking a mage, Leper. I'm gonna be a mage. Is that the answer that you were looking for?
This is a more simple to understand feral that will feel more comfortable to play in the
Either we go mage, we go shadow priest, we go devour demon hunter, or we go survival hunter. That's some of the classes that we can go for. What is this? Put a couple of just put a couple of just put you know, a couple arrows in there. There you go. There you go. Nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. There it is. That shit is funny. Who's that guy, bro? Oh my god, dude. Oh.
default UI that still has a skill cap with the perfect use of Chomp. I think Chomp is quite...
What is this now? Alright, score! An upgrade. But this is objectively better, but no, this is not me. It's not as cozy. It's too big. No, I don't like this. I'm going back. What? I don't get it. No. Oh. Maybe.
Clear.
I don't know. Maybe I missed the point. Am I too dumb to understand that? Don't answer that. I fucking swear to God, you answer that, I'm gonna fucking find you. I'm gonna PK you in the game, dog.
To understand.
I'm a warlock. I hate hunter, rogue. As long as you're not one of them and locked in. Oh, bro. As an affliction warlock, you should be able to beat the living shit out of hunters, bro. What is this? Put a couple of just a couple arrows in there. There you go. There you go. Nice. Beautiful. That shit is funny every time, dude. That shit is funny every time. All right, here we go.
That will go down very well indeed. Perhaps the nicest touch is that all of your bleeds have got new icons when they're empowered, which does actually feel quite good, and it's an example of the UI providing gameplay clarity.
Yeah.
That being said, if you're a diehard to the most complicated iterations of this spec, I think you'll undoubtedly be disappointed.
Arms Warrior.
Arms Warrior.
Anybody interested in warriors? Anybody interested in warriors? Anybody interested in warriors going once? Nobody's interested in warrior and going twice? Nobody interested in warrior and going thrice? Me? You, Wild? Oh my God, Evoker? Wait, hold on. Are you actually interested in warrior? Pro or Fury, to be honest. All right, let's do Fury. Let's not do arms. Nobody cares about arms.
Here, the patch notes are absolutely goddamn huge. So what I'll do
This is the spin to win build right here.
is tell you where it's all taken.
Bro, Fury Warrior just feels so fucking good to hit the abilities with. Fury Warriors, it has some of the most satisfying abilities in the entire game. Like, this class just feels so fucking good whenever you play it, dude. Fury felt good in Legion Remake. Fury just feels such a good and rewarding class to play with. It just feels good. Super fast, super mobile, insane sustain, super high IPM, and crazy sustain.
Taking the spec. Now, most of this is just tweaking under the hood. Changes to Slayer and Bloodthirst talents remove the need for weak auras to optimize you. And the rework also tries to sort out a bit of their capstone talent nightmare, where now it's way more clear.
Arms is apparently top tiered according to a lot of the tier lists that I've seen. But don't listen to any of those tier lists. Just take it with a grain of salt, of course. You know what I mean?
That you're actually crafting a build.
Because you have to understand who is it coming from, what perspective they play the game with. Maybe they are mages, maybe they're like warlocks, maybe they're warriors themselves.
Through your talents. And this even shows in how individual abilities work. Take Bloodthirst. It's no longer just filler to enrage you. There are new talents that give it
Bro, look at that speeding ability. Skating, are you seeing this speeding ability, bro?
some real damage and set off a whole chain of effects. Similarly, Whirlwind is another spell that tickles, mostly because it's spammable, but a new talent fixes that, where your whirlwinds that activate Meat Cleaver now hit twice as hard.
Whoa!
And it works. The spec feels tighter, less chaotic, and you even get a new toy called Kill or Be Killed.
Whoa!
When you die, you don't die. Instead,
What? When you die, you don't die? What kind of shit is this?
you become invincible for 8 seconds, and if you manage to kill your killer, you heal back up.
Brother, what? Kill or be killed. Whenever you will die, you instead fly into an unstoppable rage, becoming unkillable and immune to movement impairing effects for 8 seconds as you seek revenge on your will-be killer. If you kill your killer in that time, you emerge from your blind range triumphant with at least 20% of your max health intact. If you're not victorious, you die after 8 seconds. 8 seconds is still crazy. This effect can only happen every 5 minutes. Okay. 5 minutes is I'm okay with a 5-minute cooldown. I'm literally okay with a 5-minute cooldown. Jesus, dude, this still, so you can be stunned. You can be stun rooted, blinded, and but you cannot be slowed down. Well, maybe not rooted. You also might not be able to get rooted. Yeah, rooting is a movement impairing effect as well. So you cannot be slowed and you cannot be rooted. This is going to be amazing in 3v3. This is going to be insane in arenas. In Battleground, this is ridiculous in Battleground, bro. How good is this shit?
I think that's kind of rad from a flavor perspective. But if
What is this? What is this over here? This fucking fox, bro. I fucking love this fox. This shit is like my favorite thing, dude. Nova Blink Flame Raj 8-second waiting game. Yup, literally just ice block for the whole 8 seconds.
we look at this spec as a whole, there's something odd. You've got all of this bleed synergy, and that now leads into Rend. Rend, which is located halfway down your class tree, and is more of an iconic arms ability than a fury one. And I think that goes against Blizzard's new easy-to-understand goal, and it may repeat the same mistake they made in Dragonflight. Though maybe it's intentional, perhaps to make up for simplifying the use of Execute and removing the likes of Onslaught and Thunderous Roar. Same with...
Look at that, dude.
like Breath of Syndragosa, Warrior Edition. But to move on to the class tree, well, it is simpler to navigate now, which is good. But they still haven't fully learned their lessons, where it remains full of throughput talents. But still, The new layout and 3 extra talent points will give you the utility spells you feel you need, and the new passive Last Stand adds some flavorful as hell survivability.
Last stand. Whenever your health is brought below 20%, you marshal your inner strength to increase your maximum health by 30% for 15 seconds and instantly heal yourself for that amount. This effect may only occur once every 4 minutes. So, bro, what the fuck is this? So they have Last Stand and also Kill or Be Killed. So you need to kill Fury Warriors 2 times? 3 times? Bro, oh my god. I mean, they really are fucking Fury Warriors.
I should mention that Single-Minded Fury is now fully gone. We actually spotted a data mined passive that would allow Fury Warriors to transmog one-handers, but it was pulled. So, who knows what the plan is. Verdict then. It's a winner for now. It feels similar, but they've sanded down a lot of the pain points and they've added in some genuine, more fun with the core abilities. Now, the rend upkeep and the recklessness maintenance should be enough to keep people satisfied. However, like ARMS, it feels a little bit rushed in how rend is borrowed from ARMS. You've got mechanics borrowed from Death Knight with the Warrior Edition of Special Syndragosa. That's maybe...
Yeah, Warriors is one of those class that it just feels good. If Warriors have all of the bro. All of the Warriors fucking have it. All of the abilities sound like... Oh, boom, bang. Like, it really sounds like a fucking warrior, dude.
Be a sign of incomplete or rushed work. Could further develop, so we'll keep an eye on it. But for now, in aggregate, it's a positive.
Assassination Rogue. Nobody's interested in Rogue. Outlaw Rogue. Yeah, sure. I'll watch Outlaw Rogue.
Outlaw Rogue. You guys have thrown the dice. The results here have been very strange.
Imagine if your revenge target is a pally and he oh, the thing is that if you here's the thing, Racer. Here's the thing. Even if your revenge target is a pally, for 8 seconds, you can just damage somebody else. You know what I mean? Even if your target is a pally, for the next 8 seconds, you can train the priest or the rogue or whoever is next to that pally. And you can literally just fuck them all up.
And the upshot is the casino isn't closed, but the high stakes table is. So
did you go through Priest and Warlock? Yeah, we went through Priest and Warlock BRG. Shadow Priest, insane.
Roll the bones. To find this spec for a long time, it had a good run of almost 10 years of rough shenanigans and just having a weak aura tell you when to re-roll. Now, Blizzard have torn that apart and they've rebuilt it, where instead of giving you some unique buffs, it gives you fewer and more simple bonuses. Now, there's still...
When the fuck did rogues get guns? They got it, I think, in Miss of Pandaria?
Some logic in re-rolling Roll the Bones. It's just based on a number rather than recognizing multiple different buffs. So, if landing big dice rolls and extending them drew you to Outlaw, this will change everything for you. And as for the rest of the casino, well, that's also changing. Crackshot is gone, and so is Upper Hand and Upper Hand. Now, so you
No, Crackshot is gone?
Understand the implications here. Though synergized with Ace Up Your Sleeve to create these crazy stealth-based slot machines where, when you got lucky, you would fire huge between the eye shots every global cooldown for a while.
Are you rolling on a PvP server? All of the retail servers are PvP. With the exception of RP servers. Yeah, retail, I think every server is PvP. Treachery closed. It was Legion. They got guns. They got gun whenever they got roll the dice, right? Wasn't in the at the end of Miss Pandaria.
But Blizzard has actually kept some part of that, where Ace
Yo, what's going on, Rilo?
Up Your Sleeve now resets its own cooldown, leading to a fairly similar gameplay loop, just without the need to time your vanishes. It's just like with Assassination, where they've pulled away from stealth, leading to tons of extra damage, and to do that, well, it meant cutting the parts that were punishing, that needed, say, weak auras, or just huge gamer knowledge on exactly when to time your vanish. And to add to this, Ghostly Strike.
Wait, hold on. What ability is that?
Huge gamer knowledge on exactly
Killing spree?
when to time your vanish.
You just start shooting like a fucking maniac? That has to be my favorite ability in the whole game right there.
This Ghostly Strike is also gone, which is to simplify an already tight damage window. As for the verdict, it's obviously a winner, but I actually want to make a case for it being a bit of a loser. They cut away the punishing parts.
I love Aula Rogue. Trick, you aren't going. You are going rogue, aren't you? No, we're not going to go rogue, but Aula Rogue is definitely out there as one of my favorite
no more perfect vanish time.
specs.
No more losing tons of damage because you mistimed a little thing. And I think in so many ways that's genuine improvement. But a little bit of the soul's been sanded off here. And that's always the risk with what Blizzard are doing. You know, the pirate rogue that used to vanish into the shadows and somehow come back with a freshly reloaded gun. That's not there. You still get the gun thing, but it's a standard random proc.
I love the gun thing though.
It's less unique.
Yeah, it's all PvE server till you enable PvP war mode. Yes, so every server in retail again is PvE unless you enable PvP. But once you enable PvP, you get more experience and you get some other shit.
Unique. I suppose a unique vision existed there, but it's been sacrificed on the altar of approachability. Now, what I'll say is that on balance, I think this is good for most players, and sometimes it is good to kill your babies. But for some people, it's not. Because while one of your babies may end up just being a bit of a special wee weirdo, sometimes people can absolutely love that uniqueness. And here, there's a tinge of sadness to come alongside the improvements.
Okay, I don't care about Subtlety Rogue. Enhancement Shaman. Anybody interested in Enhancement Shaman?
The least approachable spec in the game, quite simply because it had 11 trillion buttons. It was also the only melee spec in an otherwise ranged class, yet most of its damage still came from the ranged spells. And so many buttons, and so many cooldowns, and with an almost invisible resource that doesn't stack up on your screen properly, not to mention a series of random cooldown procs that you would need to react to. It was a great spec, but a kind of unhinged brick wall. So, Blizzard has taken the bulldozer to it. It now has 3 less damage buttons and 3 less utility buttons. Now, that kind of pruning should be scary. It is scary. Ice Strike is gone. Hailstorm is gone. So what's left? Well, here's the trick. What Blizzard have done is less prune and more consolidate.
You might like enhancement, Drake. I know your playstyle. What kind of playstyle? What kind of playstyle is my playstyle, BRG?
One side of the tree is still lightning, the other side is still lava, but now you are always focused on the Maelstrom weapon, which is in the middle and serves as the through line. Go full lightning and you get Ascendance and a Focus and Storm Strike. Go full lava and you get the usual hot hand spammy lava lashes. But either way, things connect now. Voltaic Blaze can start a Fire Nova chain by itself. Sundering becomes a mini cooldown that transforms into Primordial Storm, eating up your Maelstrom weapon to hit harder. And
Resource management. Well, the thing is, we have a whole month to play the pre-patch until the actual main night comes out. So we have a whole month pretty much to try every single class.
Crash Lightning has even got single target interactions now. And no matter what path you take, Doom Winds is your major cooldown. Pick up
Doom
Winds
Winds
or deeply rooted elements, and they will cast a Doom Winds as well. So everything synergizes. Feral Spirits is now totally passive, working with Doom Winds and Sundering to summon in specific wolves that...
Yeah, with a 60% experience increase in the pre-patch expansion, in the expansion pre-patch, it's going to be super easy to level up, dude.
Suit your damage type. But the question is, does all of this consolidation actually make the brick wall climbable for people? Can a normal person without weak auras actually look at enhancement and figure out how the damn thing plays? That's the question, though. There's a little more to talk about before we can answer it, and I will say it is quite sad that there's still no Maelstrom weapon display. I don't know, maybe in the last Titan we'll get it. But all that being said, it's the utility situation that is a bit dire. Losing Stone Bulwark and Thunderstorm is going to sting. Now, there is compensation. You will get a permanent Earth Shield like Resto does, and Lightning Shield automatically applies all of your other class buffs, and after every Maelstrom weapon cast, you will get to use a turbo buffed heal for free, which is fairly cool. So what I'm going to say is this, for our verdict. It is definitely a winner, actually. Pruning an already lean spec is a dangerous thing. But here, they're pruning and consolidating an overloaded spec, and I actually think that's been a success. I think this is an elegant redesign that loses almost nothing of value, yet somehow is lean and efficient. And for the first time in years, I think a normal player could look at enhancement and actually figure out how to play it. It has very clear builds. It has just...
I always thought enhancement was like one of the easiest class to play. I better make my mom to grind while I'm away or kick out of the house. Yeah, mom, get to work.
The buttons that it needs, and a whole ton of fun interactions. There is an asterisk about the utility, but the core gameplay, I have got to say, is shining.
Boom.
Windwalker Monk. Right.
Anybody interested in Windwalker Monk? To be honest, the easiest class to play is Hunter or Red Pally, maybe. Yup. Monk, yup, yeah, me. Okay, fine. We'll watch Monk.
The pruning shears came for this one, and they didn't ask for permission. They just got clipping. What's gone forever is the ultimate source of gameplay bugs for years and years, Storm, Earth, and Fire. Gone. It spent 12 years as a staple of Windwalker, but it has now been
I never liked Storm, Earth, and Fire. I always thought this ability was fucking weird as fuck.
Unceremoniously shot out of a cannon. Now, there is a replacement called Weapons of Order that was quickly renamed to Zenith. Now, what it does is it reduces your chi costs rather than just adding passive damage. Then there's your boy Juan, the White Tiger. He's not dead, he's, just living on a farm upstate. You can still summon him in the Conduit of Celestials tree, but with him being relocated over there, you have lost Invoker's Delight, so no more big haste on demand. Let's move on though. The stacking buff to Jade Lightning is gone. The button for Jade Fire Stomp is also gone. The stomp itself can still trigger after Fists of Fury if you talent into it, but it's now just some damage and a spell effect. Then there's Strike and Dragon Punch. They're on a choice node now, so you can just pick whatever you prefer, or realistically, whichever one sims the best.
When was the last expansion that you played, Trick? The last expansion that I played was Shadowlands. Beginning of Shadowlands. I played one a few years ago, and it was one of the quick one more quick. Went from bursting every 30 seconds to normal burst, I guess. Everything is gone. Oof, I love the fish weaving. Yeah, fish weaver. Yeah. Is it true they remove a lot of the abilities in the Midnight expansion? Yes, Wappet. They did a massive prunings of abilities.
Both, though, will feel very different to play with, despite still having all the same interactions. But the question is whether Windwalker survives losing this much of its identity. I would say that Windwalker feels very pared back as a result. Stripped down.
Face weaving, by the way, face weaving was my favorite gameplay of the Mistweaver. Face weaving was with Way of the Crane. That was my favorite gameplay in WoW in a long fucking time, dude.
The almost aggressive removal of huge percentage modifiers does actually mean that your base abilities now carry all of the weight. And that does mean that, yeah, you feel a bit better outside of cooldowns. And it puts the focus back on what's always been Windwalker's core. Combo strikes whilst managing energy and chi. The dance of not repeating abilities. So yes, it's a huge change, but to be more specific, it's a huge gamble. Is the core loop strong enough to stand on its own? Because after years of stacking buffs, cooldown overlaps, and percentage modifiers, can you strip all of that extra stuff away and actually find something pure and enjoyable underneath? Or will you just find a decomposing body of a spec?
Man, they're basically changing everything from every class, bro. I mean, some class got basically not even touched. But the fact that every class is again, 90% of the classes are getting a massive rework and overhaul of abilities. It is so fucking cool, dude. The less ability there is to click, the better. Yes, 100%, Wavin.
Big question, and our verdict, whilst maybe a bit controversial, is that this is a winner. I actually think the gamble has kind of paid off. Windwalker feels like it's getting back to the basics that have kind of defined it for years. The combo strikes, the energy, and the chi management.
They're simplifying all the classes because Blizzard's planning to bring WoW to console soon. I mean, they're simplifying the classes because they fucking had to. Let's be real. They fucking had to, bro. Every class had a million fucking ability, and it was a million things going on the screen. You needed to track 40 different debuff and 50 buff. You needed to track the enemy's cooldown, your cooldown, and all of the other 47 fucking abilities. And you needed to do all of that while also avoiding all of the 40 pets the enemy had. And then you needed to do all of that while you had fucking something screaming in your ear. Beware! Beware! Run away, little girl! Bang! Bang! Like, dude, like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, it was just too fucking much.
I think that core loop is actually quite fantastic, and having basic spells actually hit hard instead of requiring your cooldowns to even matter is exactly what we've been looking for. Blizzard's aggressive removal of huge percentage modifiers and of course putting that power back into the spells has helped a lot.
I still think they should remove macros in the game. I don't like that if you want to be a sweaty in PvP, you need to have like 3 of every ability on your bard to instant cast on specific players on the enemy team. I mean, that is if you like arenas. If you don't like arenas, then you don't have to do any of that, right? If you like arenas, then definitely yes, you need to make macros for arena target 1 and arena target 2.
Some extra fun bits is actually going to sting. Maybe those things went a bit
People
too
too dumb to understand that fire hurts.
Windwalker is at its core, I think, a brilliant spec, and it's one that comes out the other end still striking and unique with plenty of buttons, lots to do, and a clear identity where stripping it down has mostly revealed something that's worth keeping.
Survival Hunter. This is one of my this is my second favorite melee spec in the game.
We saved the fun one for the end. Let's go. It's Survival Hunter. You guys have been updated to allow for dual-wielding one-handers, so you can get the Rexar fantasy. But then Blizzard took a turn, and they made using a shotgun a core part of the spec. Not exactly Rexar's signature.
Whoa, I kind of like a shotgun.
It would fit a dwarf. Dwarves can be hunters.
Bro, that's like a blunderbuss right there, dog. What is this blunderbuss spear gameplay right here? This is looking intriguing. After this update, it might be worth to try this boomer game. 100% Astronaut. And that is exactly why we are trying the game after many years again.
Definitely imagining someone saying, Ishnu Allah, motherfucker, and pulling out a boomstick.
Yep.
Doesn't really feel like Night Elves, does it? And yes, one of the cooldowns is literally called boomstick. Let's get into the changes, though. So they removed...
Creamer going to Creamer Pants. The Creamer Squad. Scream! The Supreme Creamer and the Creamer Squad in
Butchery, but then must have seen that there was no longer any real AoE, so they added a new thing called Flame Fang Pitch. It's a new ground-targeted spell that leaves a flame patch and...
How long in years since you last played this game? Many years.
Sets your weapon and fire for some bonus damage. But unlike almost every other ground target DPS ability, it doesn't have a targeted option, so you can't cast it on a mob. You do need to manually click it. And I think we all decided last expansion that leaving ground effects was a little bit of a problem because, you know, tanks might need to stay alive. So they will move, and then you will lose your AoE damage because it's dependent on a thing in the floor. Now, wildfire bombs still exist, but they have no real interactions with the kit, except that everything just lowers the other abilities' cooldowns. Takedown is a new thing, and it's your new major cooldown where you and your pet leap into the target together. And the updated Sentinel tree even turns it into a Moonlight Chakram after one use, which is cool. And then the shotgun comes out again.
Dude, I love this shot. Dude, are you telling me that I got shotguns? Fucking chakras? And grenades?
Sort of breaking the vibe. Now, let's step back for a second. We've got flame patches in the ground. We've got wildfire bombs with no interactions. We have a shotgun called Boomstick, all on a spec that opened with Rexar's dual-wielding fantasy. It's a bit weird. Now, I do need to say the core loop itself still works. Kill command stacks tip of the spear, which you spend on your hard-hitting raptor strikes, and then the follow-up raptor strikes that go after that. That stuff is solid. But then you've got the wildfire bomb thing, the flamefang pitch thing, and the boomstick just sitting there. That means it's verdict time. This is a complete loser, and here's the frustrating part. It's it's really close to being great. The core loop is genuinely fun. Raptor strikes and the sort of random follow-up raptor swipes
Am I the only one that loves the shotgun?
are cool.
Survival with bombs sound cool. Yeah,
Takedown is an improvement. You and your pet leaping into the target together rocks. And the sentinel tree, turning that into a moonlight chakram, is such an awesome touch. But then there's the rest. The wildfire bombs that just don't have the interactions, the flame fang pitch, which will be annoying, and the boomstick. And these things all feel like they're coming from
I don't know. That all feels great to me.
different games, never mind different specs. Or I guess you could say different races in Warcraft, but they don't come together in a cohesive way. It makes it feel like it has an identity. And that means the fantasy's just all over the place. You've got this dual-wielding Rexar fantasy where you pull out a shotgun.
Bro, survival is just a survivor, man. You gotta do what you gotta do to survive. Right? I feel like Survival Hunter is just like a scrappy ass motherfucker. He will throw dirt at you and then spit on your belly button and then kick you in the chest. Like, you don't know what this guy's gonna do. This guy has done some shit to survive. You know?
And then leave flame patches in the ground that your tank will immediately move out of, all while you chuck in a few sort of limp dick grenades. It's weird, it feels massively unfinished. The kind of unfinished that you actually fear isn't going to get finished.
Can you still run Mythic Keys Prepatch to midnight? No idea. No idea. I haven't played WoW in 5 years. I'm coming back after 5 years of not playing WoW, and I'm very, very, very eager to go in there.
This one may just be bricked for a few patches. I think they are the bones of something awesome, but man, they need to work shit out.
Thoughts? Well, I mean, let's listen to the thoughts.
There we have it. This is the melee DPS in Midnight. An outright crazy amount of change, and by game director Ian Hazzikostas' admission, one done in only a few months after they announced the add-on changes. Like, yes, no wonder this thing feels rushed. He literally did say that. That being said, though, I think the results speak for themselves. And going through this video, I'm sure you've had a roller coaster of emotions. We may have framed things so that you would have, because there's a lot of things that when I talk about them, they feel like they're bad.
Nice.
By the time
All right. Now, the only thing that we got to watch is the healers. Wait, did he not make a healer one? He hasn't made a healer one, boys. He made a melee, he made a range, he made a tanking, but he has not made a healer one. What? Yeah, buddy. I'm actually curious now. What are you curious about, Kroger? The tanks?
Today we're going to talk about all the tanks in Midnight specs.
Blood DK.
Blood DKs. For a long time, you guys have been one of WoW's more fragile specs. I say fragile in a weird way. Obviously, strong self-healing sounds great, but all that self-healing means that to challenge you, Blizzard has to crank up incoming damage higher than any other tank. And that means that if incoming damage is low enough, Blood is immortal. But the second that incoming damage gets too high, it is straight to health bar ping pong. So Blizzard's main challenge is solving that, but there is another little challenge, and that is this huge stack of unused abilities that crowd up your
Anybody interested in Blood DK?
talent tree. So let's get into it. Now, you know how it is by now. Blood is losing Blood Tap, Rune Tap, Mark of Blood, and Blood Drinker.
Jesus.
Basically, everything that allowed for more advanced resource management.
I was getting confident. We're on tank now. Yeah, we're on tank now, Schmeagles.
And given Blood's recent history, I think none of those will really be missed. They're stragglers from years ago that Blizzard are finally cleaning out. Shattering Bone and Bone Storm, though, well...
Nobody interested in Blood? All right, let's move on. Anybody interested in...
those...
Anybody interested in Vengeance DK? This is the DK tanking.
Vengeance DH. So sometimes your first look at new talent tree...
Demon Hunter, not DK.
Immediately tells you a story, and Vengeance does just that. You see, for much of the War Within, Vengeance players ran a rather interesting build. It's one that completely
Yeah, you're interested in this, BRG?
skipped out Spirit Bomb, and that gave them a much more simple version of the spec. It worked really well, but it felt odd, and it was almost certainly completely unintentional. And to back that up, the Season 3 tier set heavily favored Fellscarred, which actually needed Spirit Bomb to function. It was all a bit weird, so now in the Midnight Tree, we can see that Spirit Bomb is right here. You can't avoid it.
Good to see the tanks. We needed them in the creamers. Oh, we got a bunch of tanks in the creamers, bro. Creamers love to tank.
It is part of the design. You will use it, and you guys have just been a bit naughty in the war within, so here's your spanking. Thing is, though, this is not really the same, right? It's not the same Spirit Bomb. Instead of being an alternative soul spender, it's actually a whole lot stronger, and it's on a cooldown. You see, Vengeance gameplay used different spec, right? It is different, I've covered loads of changes, but Vengeance is by and large still Vengeance. Spirit Bomb is your headline thing, but the minor defensive changes make it a lot more sensible and a lot more reliable. Losing the Chains Misery combo absolutely stings, but with Chaos Nova and Sigil of Silence, you're
The Demon Hunter tank does not interest me at all.
certainly not hurting for tools. There you go. Vengeance, you're a winner.
Anybody interested in the Guardian Druid? Anybody interested in Guardian Druid? This is me? Yes, sir. Oh, okay, well, here we go.
Guardian Druid, you guys have had an odd time, and to be honest, if you are a Guardian Druid, maybe you're just a bit of an odd little guy, because what has Guardian been? I've been talking about Guardian in relation to just drama pretty much since Warlords of Draenor. So let's talk about it. It is a spec with an overwhelming amount of incoming rage and an off-global cooldown dump for that rage in the form of Iron Fur. Now, playing it has felt like a nightmare because there's kind of so much going on. So to address that, Blizzard are pulling it all way down. Tooth and Claw's free procs are gone. Maul and Iron Fur both cost full rage in Berserk. Maul can even cost extra rage for more damage if you have some rage to spare.
Nice.
We're also losing Earth Warden, which should make incoming damage a bit more reliable. In fact, you're also losing one of your biggest buttons for everything, and that's Rage of the Sleeper.
Oh,
the
the Sleeper is gone.
Sleeper's no longer raging because he's just been deleted.
He's sleeping, bro. He got caught snoozing, and if you snooze, you lose.
That may sound a bit scary, but it actually should make playing Guardian a hell of a lot smoother. Instead of just being extremely strong for 8 seconds every minute, you should just feel stronger at your baseline. I highly doubt anyone will really miss what's been removed. Things like, say, pulverize. As much as pulverize is a pretty dope word. Now, Guardian might also have the weirdest set of changes in Midnight. You are losing tons of buttons like everyone else, but you're actually getting genuine new gameplay mechanics.
Dylan's picking for me. I want raw bear power from the Druid of the Claw. Raw bear, you like it raw? You like a raw mainly bear? Just like roar, like fucking snarl, like in the back of your neck. You see the spades just going around. You feel that warm. You feel that warm heat of his inner breath in the back of your neck. You know? And then he leans very close to you and he says, "Do you want to speak about your extended guard warranty?"
There's a new minigame for pooling Rage that will separate the great bears from the merely good bears. Rage of the Sleeper gets a replacement, but with more gameplay attached. Sundering Roar increases how high your Thrash can stack for a time, and then just burst mobs down for every stack whenever it expires. And for the Moon Bears, there's a now single target
Red
version of
Moon.
Moonfire. Red Moon turns Moonfire into a much stronger dot on cooldown, and it's all designed around extending it with Mangle. And Mangle can now have 2 charges, which
Someone has been playing too much Baldur's Gate. Chat, on a scale of 1 through 10, what will you guys rate Baldur's Gate? Everybody's telling me to play it. Everybody has been telling me to play Baldur's Gate, and I just haven't got the courage to actually fucking play the game, dude. A 10, 15, 4 to 10. 4 to 10, Zenitsu? Elaborate. How has the game been today? It hasn't been out yet, Sudden. It's coming out in like 35 minutes to an hour. 10, 2, 2, Seth. No way. You gotta be trolling. Right? 100 or 100. Game is absolutely amazing. Holy fuck. What will you guys say is the best element about Baldur's Gate? Why is it such a good game? What makes the game so good?
makes that a whole lot more feasible. Now, on top of this redesign, there are other small issues that thankfully have been addressed. Finding time in your rotation to hit the free regrowth procs could actually be tough, so there's now a passive version.
Not PvP, the game sucks. No PvP, the game sucks. This guy, bro. What a creamer, dude. That's exactly what a creamer was saying. Congratulations, Kendall. You fit right in, dude.
If you just want to
What a naughty creamer, dude.
be able to focus
Throwing bosses off the cliff, immersion, able to change a lot of the story taxes depending on your choices. I see. Everything, man. The great story, amazing graphics, almost unlimited character customization. So many different ways to play the story. I like that. That sounds fun. I might play it. I might play it next whenever I'm finished with Minecraft Dungeons. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Minecraft Dungeon. I've been playing Minecraft Dungeons offline with Debbie. Dude, I have a build right now with a dark katana in a full ninja set. I'm beating bitches, bro. I'm out there, you know, just punching more people than Jake Paul is punching old people. I will absolutely high and play Baldur's Gate and more, boys. I mean, there you go. If you said that.
on your tanking. Self-sustain is also a bit easier.
Me and my wife are waiting on midnight tonight. Oh, yeah. You and the wife. Hi. Does the wife also watch the stream? Zenitsu? She's pre-resting. Okay. I will join that Baldur's Gate 3 group. Wait, what do you mean you will join the group? What does that mean?
Easier with
Memories of Ysera.
Ysera. Frenzied regens, incredible healing is also no longer.
So what is the pre-patch about? It's basically the preparation for the expansion Sudden Onslaught. Okay, the pre-patch is the preparation for the patch. You can do Baldur's Gate campaign with other people. It's fun. Oh, but what if the other people are not online? If you're doing the campaign with other people, are you then forced to play the campaign only with those people? I am said wife. Wild Nezuko. Oh! I thought you were pre-resting. Zenitsu, you just lied to me, dog. Prepatch has the talent overhaul. Yes, Prepatch is pretty much going to have everything. Except the new race. It has everything except the new race. Because for the new race, you need to go to the new zone. She's on her phone. Oh, yeah. Will Wild Nezuko be joining the guild as well? Rip add-ons, honestly, they won't be missed, man. Fuck add-ons.
Wasted as much because it can now convert its overhealing into a shield. Quite lovely. But sadly, there are some things that haven't been finalized yet. Red Moon doesn't have 100% uptime, which seriously conflicts with your damage reduction and rage generation in a Moonbear build. That is frustrating because single target is really where Guardian Druids start to starve. Now in multi-target, it's a much better spec with a more relaxed APM, just standing for actions per minute, so how crazy you're going on the keyboard. It's got some nicer tools, it's got more fun decisions to make as well. Now in single target, that potential is there, but it just feels a little bit toothless, though that could be improved by Blizzard. Cat weaving also did take a hit as well.
Cat weaving
will be sad to some. Basically, it is an advanced but genuinely rewarding option for Druid of the Claw adds. Basically, bearers who love the challenge of being able to swap into a cat for a DPS boost. But sadly, that talent has been nerfed fairly hard.
Ooh.
And on top of that, Heart of the Wild is very different now. Instead of just a few seconds of massive off-spec power, it's now just one chunky ability. So all of this means whether Guardian's a winner or not kind of depends on what you...
Baldur's Gate with a group is so much fun. Oh, dude. Oh, we gotta play with a group then. Dude.
Want from it. If Blizzard irons out the last few issues, I definitely say it'll be a drastically smoother spec to play, but it is a real change in feel. Now you've got to manage your resources much more carefully. If you liked just mashing iron for every other GCD without a thought, and it was basically the default thing your fingers did, yeah, this version may feel quite different and a little bit slow.
Brewmaster Monk. Anybody interested in the Brewmaster Monk? Anybody interested in the Brewmaster Monk? Any Brewmaster Monk enjoyers? Going once? Brewmaster enjoyer going twice? Brewmaster... Oh, don't say that you're gonna play with a Brewmaster skating. You're not even a tank, brother. What do you mean, yes? You're not even a tank. Oh my god, fine. I will go pee. Be right back.
Masters, right. The changes to you guys are surprisingly restrained. Now, Blizzard's pruning scalpel has very much
Just do Mage on loop. Oh, fucking Jimmy, dude. What a creamer. What a creamer. What a fucking little creamer. Be right back.
been here, but it's not like they've chopped the thing to pieces. You can tell that maybe the designers are just a little precious about their ideas with this one. Let me explain. Rising Sunkick is out as well, so that removes at least one button from another brutally packed rotation in World of Warcraft. Weapons of Order was a sort of half-cooked cooldown that was crowding things up, so it's been thrown into the bin as well. But rather oddly, the most nothing button of all time has actually survived. Rushing Jade Wind. It's still here. I know special delivery is a passive alternative, but I don't know how anyone could want to keep a 6-second maintenance AoE rolling. A bit weird. Anyway, most of this space has actually been filled up with some new toys for you to play with, and one of those new toys is Jade Fire. Crackling Jade Lightning is a little bit too iconic to merely just be ranged filler, so it now can be burst damage in AoE instead. There's also Vital Flame, a new source of sustain from your damage, so pretty neat. But there's another odd addition to this one. Chugging a brew gives you a fairly meaty speed buff, which definitely does line up with a few night outs I've had, but I don't exactly know, well, how that'll fit into the game. It's odd. Basically, you get both movement speed and attack speed from it, which it does mean there's a chance you'll need to trade a good defensive timing for damage buff uptime? A slight chance, mind you. It's a funky wee thing, but there are actually just some more important problems to talk about with this one. Problems like stagger. Okay, stagger is a bit weird. One of Blizzard's constant struggles with Brewmaster is getting people to understand how to actually play the damn thing. Now, to counter that, they've made some big changes. So here they are. Purifying Stagger doesn't buff your shield brew anymore. It's just stronger baseline. The glow behavior has changed as well, where it now glows after spike damage instead of just whenever you're at high stagger, which is, I'd say, way more intuitive. Blackout Combo also used to interact with basically every ability. Now it only buffs your Keg Smash and your Tiger Pan. That means there's a loss of technical depth, but here's the thing. I kinda don't imagine many players will truly deeply miss that, because there's still plenty going on with this spec. That's not to mention the rest of the game. Now, other things. Shadow Pan is getting a rework as well. Instead of energy spend, it activates on each Keg Smash. And instead of damage building Flurry Strikes, auto attacks build Flurry Strikes, hence the whole attack speed buff that I mentioned earlier on. And instead of a crazy series of random buffs, the Capstone now just gives you a way to throw more Flurry Strikes out whenever New Zhao is up. Now, it's not a full rework, obviously. We still do have a lot of familiar things. Ox Stance's value is still basically invisible to anyone but the theory crafters. Blizzard still couldn't figure out what to do with New Zhao, so now he's just over here in the corner. He's gotten buffs to make sure he feels good to use, but he's been made a fairly heavy part of the Shadowpan talents. Overall, though, he seems positioned as an alternative to a Exploding Keg focus build located on the other side. But since New Zhao will be triggering Stomp and Blackout kicks instead of Purifying Brew, I kind of imagine he's not going to be ignored. So, a lot of things have changed. Their work here, I'd say, is far from done, but ultimately, they've actually done a fantastic job of cleaning up some complications without really doing lasting harm. So, tentatively, Brewmaster is a winner. Prot Paladins are a bit weird. They're not necessarily bad, but certainly over recent tiers, my own guild's tanking team has thought, damn, this really would be easier if you weren't playing Prot. So, we should talk about stuff then. Our Season 3 rating was defined by one big thing: how much this spec sucked compared to the Vengeance DH. Our Paladin tank had to play out of his mind to survive scenarios that our Demon Hunter handled without a sweat. And I've brought that up in this video because clearly Blizzard knows why that is happening, and here we're about to see their attempt to fix it. So let's get into the changes. Of course, removing one of their defensive tools, it does seem like a bad start given what I just said. But Eye of Tyr was mostly fired on cooldown for damage, but it did have a strong defensive component that could prove useful. So to save a keybind, it's now gone, and all the Templar connections that it had are actually located on Divine Tool. So that's one change. There is another though, where at first glance, it seems Prot has lost its most important tool: Holy Shield. The talent is literally gone, but do not fret because it's actually been rolled into your mastery. Prot's mastery now increases block chance for melees and for spells, And it's kind of hard to say what that'll do for scaling, but it does actually have one benefit. It kills the old one. The old mastery. You see, the old mastery was a colossal pain in Prot's side. It was a damage reduction whenever you are plonked in consecration. So at high levels of mastery scaling, far too much of your tankiness was conditional on you being in consecration. If you were smacked outside, that would be that. You'd be dead. Blizzard's solution then has been to make Prot a whole lot more tanky by default. But they also kind of couldn't really help themselves, so the effect still does survive as a talent, but it's now limited to a flat 5%. Now, it's not the only conditional tankiness that they've addressed either. Prot had a bunch of stacking buffs that were almost invisible and almost all random. Talents like Redoubt and Barricade of Faith. Those things are now gone, and they're replaced by other bonuses. So basically, if you get tankier because of a talent, it's usually either baseline, you pick the talent and it makes you more tanky, or it's connected to an existing defensive, which should make buildcraft a bit more clear. Now, speaking of defensives, Prot has been visited by the Prune Monster. Eye of Tyr was the big victim, but Moment of Glory and Bastion of Light are gone as well. And on top of that, Hammer of Wrath is now a transformation to Judgment rather than being its own button. That is a lot of buttons gone. Not that you were using all of them anyway, which is actually where I've got to bring up some issues.
I'm back.
See, with all of this agency...
What did I miss? How is the Druid? Is the Druid looking good? Is the Druid looking juicy? Half of the Protection Paladin kit is gone. Fuck Protection Paladins anyway, bro. The Protection Paladins have always been way too fucking strong. And especially way too fucking strong in PvP. Fuck Protection Paladins and everything they stand for. Goddamn Captain Americans want to be looking last motherfucker with their holy ass like. What kind of bullshit is this?
Gone, Blizzard did kind of throw you a bone. You can now pick a second charge of Guardian of Ancient Kings. That's that. That's it. And hey, it might...
It just said that Mage is a women's class. Just saying. Who the fuck said that? Who the fuck said that? There's not a more mainly a class than mages. You know how much wiener strength you need to be a mage? You motherfucker. You don't understand what it's to take a bit fucking beat with like a lot like so it is like walking and then with all the spells and magic and stuff, it's like heavy and the fucking revolution.
They sound all right, but remember what a second charge really means. It means that unless
Spellcasters are going to be rough this expansion, from what I'm understanding. It feels like everybody just got it rough, bro. Everybody just got it rough. I feel like this is one of those things that everybody just needs to shut the fuck up and play the game. I feel like everybody's just complaining about the class they're playing.
unless you bank both of them for some reason, it's just one extra use throughout the entire encounter. One more defensive for a whole...
Hold on onto a stink, wear scared. There's nothing wrong with wearing a skirt. There's absolutely nothing wrong with wearing a skirt. I'll wear a skirt. I'll wear a skirt, I'll kiss you in the lips, and that won't make me gay.
Whole fight, and if that's a long raid fight, well, that's nothing. Which does leave Prot in a rather awkward spot. Blizzard promise it's going to be a lot tankier without having its defensives up, and the talent changes do support that. Even removing conditionals like Blessing of Dawn and Dusk, that stuff will all help. But yeah, it's just one more Guardian of Ancient Kings. I'm not really sure, but then again,
okay,
we'll need to see what raid testing is like once the damn thing's actually live. What I will say is the experience of playing one won't really be that different. Look, you're still a utility powerhouse, and when it comes to keeping yourself alive, you don't really have a lot to do. You spam your filler, you keep your Shield of Righteousness up, job done. Except that's actually gotten more complicated.
Hold on, give me 1 second. This message needs for me to stop the video. This message says, kissing guys is the most straight thing that you can do as a guy. I wouldn't say it is the most straight thing, but it's definitely in the top 5. You gotta keep your homie's lips moisturized. If your homie's lips ain't moisturized, are you really a homie? That's all I'm saying. Okay? Whenever you look at your homie's lips, right, and you're staring at them, and his succulent looking lips are a little bit dry, just be a homie and kiss it. You know, just give it a little lick. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
That's because of this new talent choice. If you want extra damage, you can spend up to 5 holy power on a shield, which is what we in the business call a noob trap, because it's spending 60% more resources for 100% damage, which sounds really good, doesn't it? So this talent will let good players pump up damage, but it could get a few newer players killed. So,
although I don't play WoD anymore, I think they should leave the Paladin invisibility bubble in the game. That is a distinguishing ability in the Paladin. Wait, are they removing bubble out of Paladins? Wait, are they removing bubbles out of Paladins? Will Warlocks with the Succubus be good in Battlegrounds? Yeah, I think the Succubus has always been good. No way they're doing that. I don't think so. I don't know. They love Paladin too much. Yeah. Did you know boys are for fun, women's are for babies? That whole sentence is cursed. Wow, Sanisa, what the fuck you say?
calling this a winner is hard right now. Essentially, it hinges entirely on the maths. If it truly works out to be a tankier baseline, then Prot Paladin will feel tons better. But if the math is off, it may still suffer from lacking
Hey, extracurricular! Thank you for the follow.
the defensive options that other tanks get for free.
They should give it the ball, but they shouldn't be allowed to do damage with it. It should act like a Hunter's Turtle Shell. But I think the Hunter Turtle Shell, you can do damage with it now. You can do damage in the Terrans, and you can do damage in Bubble.
Protection Warrior time.
Anybody interested about Protection Warrior? Can we skip it? Protection Warrior going once. Nobody interested in Protection Warrior going twice. Nobody interested in Protection Warrior going thrice. All right, I'm glad nobody likes Protection Warrior. All right, what are we watching next? What is this? Oh, here we go.
It's hard right now. Essentially, it hinges
Fury Warrior already done? Yeah, Fury Warrior's already done.
entirely in the math.
Fury Warrior is OP as fuck. You gotta kill Fury Warriors 3 times now.
If it truly works out to be a tankier baseline, then Protection Warrior time. You guys are fresh off the rework that turned you into a top
This is my favorite tank right here. I love Prot Warrior, dude.
tier S rank spec. Naturally, that means Blizzard are going to be very careful when it comes to any changes they make here. In fact, going by the number of patch notes alone, this is one of the least changed specs. But that's only if you look at this spec alone. You see, Warrior as a class has also got a totally revamped class tree. So let's get into things. For Prot, this means you are going to be losing some abilities. Everyone is. Notably, you're losing Thunderous Roar, which fed into your bleed damage and was great for AoE aggro. But to make up for that, Champion Spear has got a new leap attached to it. So you can basically nail a pack in place and then leap in their heads for bonus damage.
Oh, damn. How fucking juicy is that, bro? Holy shit.
Here, I love it.
Warriors is such a satisfying class to play, man. Fuck. Yeah, Prot Warriors being top 10 most of the War Within. I'm sure it will stay good. Yeah, that's the only tank that I've ever played. I played Tank Warrior in BFA. I remember I was playing BFA. I started BFA with an Elemental Shaman. And I remember just doing my world activities, daily quests, and all of that. And one day I wanted to get into a raid. And I was, dude, for like a whole 3 hours, I was trying to apply it on every single fucking raid. And they're like, no, we don't need another DPS, but can you tank? No, we don't need another DPS, but can you tank? No, we don't need another DPS. I was like, fuck this shit! I'm gonna tank! I'm gonna get into this motherfucking raids myself. So that's what I did. I created a Volpera. I named him Enamel. And I made him a Fury Warrior. And my fairy, the Volpera Enamel, it still is one of my characters that I have. And I played tank throughout pretty much the whole of BFA. and even tank mythicness stuff.
And don't panic, by the way. Avatar is gone from the class tree, yes, but it's actually still located in your spec tree, so that's kind of good. Now, it doesn't keep the free shield wall effect that it used to have, sadly, but to solidify its place, Mountain Thane has now got some gameplay based around extending it. Now, for the opposite, we've got Rend, where Rend is something that now, if rather than living in a spec tree, is living in the warrior class tree. Now, it still feeds you plenty of rage and AoE,
So, okay, hold on. So this is warrior talent, all right? That's just as a whole. This is the whole warrior class right here. Then right here, we got your spec talents, okay? That your spec as a whole. What the fuck is this? Hero talents? But this is not even a talent tree. It seems like you literally just get everything. How Trick, are you gonna play with dynamic camera? What the fuck is dynamic camera? Hero talent help create class fantasy powers since 2 trees. This is hero talent a good thing? So, okay, hold on. Can you select more than one hero talent tree? Like, can you be a protection warrior and then have Mountain Thane as a hero talent, or Mountain Gold, or Mountain Belly Flop, and you can pick if you want to be like a protection Mountain Belly Flop warrior. You can pick 2. Oh, only 2 choices. So you can pick out of 2. Oh. Wait, I don't get it. Are we playing midnight beta? No, we're gonna be playing midnight pre-patch, Shade. So every spec has 2. Ah.
no change there. Though some
I'll take the belly flop for my shaman. Bro, that whole sentence right there, send it straight to Jesus. Belly flop shaman. Oh my god, it's straight to Jesus, bro. You guys need Jesus.
something real funky's happened to one of your big defensive tools.
I can't. Why can't I find that in my launcher doing something wrong? It's not live yet, Shade. It's not live yet. It should be live in the next hour. Oh shit, I didn't know there was drops. Wait, there are drops? Nice.
Stand was moved to the class tree, and then it was moved to the bin. But it technically still lives on, albeit in a neutered form. It's a talent that buffs Shield Wall, so I guess you get that.
Activating Shield Wall increases your maximum health like 30% per second and instantly heal you for that amount. Whoa, that is a huge cooldown.
Consolidations, I would say, work fine for...
Trick, this is how dynamic camera looks, and you can customize it any way that you want. But what is dynamic camera?
Looks and what you see on my screen, which is always changing, by the way, but nevertheless. And we also made one on Gnome Sequencer, how I play WoW with fewer buttons. But we're going to make another one today because I keep getting asked about it, and I thought it'd be fun to make this. What about my camera? How am I doing all this? What's this camera all about? So, today we're going to talk about Action Cam, or better yet, Dynamic Cam.
Wait, there is Action Cam in WoW?
Which is the add-on that takes full advantage of Action Cam. And I'm going to show you how I have this set up and how you can set it up too if you want to. So we can fly around here, we'll get off our mount, you'll see that the camera slowly changes, and when we enter combat, you will also notice...
Wait, is this guy playing with a fucking controller? You can attack in the direction you're looking. It feels good with melee. How does it feel for a caster that you need to constantly select the target that you want to fight?
There we go. That things change again. You can see now that the camera's focusing on my enemy, which is really cool. And I can actually have it pivot. So if I'm in combat, it'll always pivot over to whatever enemy I'm using, which is a fun little option you can do. So yeah, that's pretty cool. So we're gonna go ahead and do it again, as you can see. Yeah, so if I look, see, so tab, target, back and forth, that can get a little dizzying for people, so I'm gonna stop doing that. But yeah, it's pretty cool. And so there's a lot of cool settings that you can do with this add-on to give it a sort of like a...
I'll be honest with you. Give me 1 second. Let me collect my thoughts. Collected. It would be kind of ironic and hypocritical of me to play with an add-on whenever I am advocating for being anti-add-ons. You know what I mean? Boys, let's fucking go play WoW. I'm super hyped. They're getting rid of all these motherfucking add-ons. Yo, you guys want some add-ons? Gnome Supreme? Yeah, baby. Creamers on top.
more immersive and...
Action camera is built in. They make the gameplay so much better. But that's not how the game plays.
cinematic feel.
Unless Blizzard puts action cam into the game, we'll continue playing with that.
It can be very, very useful to have it set up this way. So we're going to talk about... Me crazy. I don't know.
All right. There's no action combat. I don't know. I mean, Blizzard's WoW combat is a hybrid. There is no action camera. Is that what you're asking? It is tap targeting, but the actual combat is hybrid, right? It is hybrid, just like ESO is hybrid, just like Guild Wars 2. But the camera is what it is different.
For your damage abilities, but for defensive, yeah, consolidating a bunch of things into one effect can be good.
What are these add-ons you guys are talking about? Don't worry about it, skates.
But actually, more coverage is usually better than just having one humongous button, as we kind of just covered when talking about Prot Paladin. That being said, don't fret, because you do get some fun new tools. Piercing Howl still slows, but it also now acts as a miniature stampeding roar, so it'll buff up the movement speed of your team. Your stance mastery adds a lot of power to defensive stance, and Battlefield Commander leans into the fantasy that warriors have been missing. That's all quite good. Basically, Prot's own changes are fairly minor, but there are some things that stand out. Like, say, there's a talent that gives Ravage extra damage to your priority target, and then there's their new Apex talent, which will give Shield
Phalanx.
Slam a...
This will legit be my first time playing through WoW, by the way. Fuck yeah, dude. And yeah, you don't need to worry about add-ons. Add-ons is something that you do not need. So add-on is actually single-handedly is being one of those things that has divided the WoW community, and it has kept people away from World of Warcraft for so many years. And the abolishing of add-on that is happening in WoW right now is one of the major reasons why I want to play Midnight.
bunch of AoE damage, which will actually feel quite nice, quite handy. So, I'm calling Prot a winner for two different...
You can remove the ward add-on in this new era of WoW. Yeah, but you couldn't do that before. You couldn't do that before because add-ons have been the most important things when it comes to gameplay in World of Warcraft for like the past 20 years. I mean, the past 10 years, I'm sorry. When I played Tank Warrior, I saw no purpose in switching from defensive stance. I mean, what the fuck just happened there? If you are a tank, what is your job? Your job is to DPS. Everybody knows that. If you are bottom DPS as a tank, you are tanking wrong. You shouldn't be bottom DPS. Your tank should be middle of the DPS.
reasons. Reason number one, the 11.2 changes are brilliant, and Blizzard have learned to not fix something that isn't broken, so that's good.
Add-ons are still essential and give mega advantage, but not as essential, and I wouldn't say they give a mega advantage. Like what add-on, for example, you think it will give a mega advantage, Playton? Bro, have you seen how tanks players rank tanks now by their DPS output? That is literally how tanks have always been rated. Wait, no, I'm not kidding. This is how tanks has always been rated. You rate the tank by how much DPS they're doing. Because tanking is easy. But tanking and doing DPS, that is what is hard. Anybody can tank. Anybody can tank. Oh, I wouldn't say anybody can tank. A lot of people can tank. But tanking while also being actively DPSing, that is where the big dicks are at. That's what you should be doing.
And then the class tree really needed work. And it actually
Most gain. Yeah, well, yeah, most gain. Yeah. They added a timeline version, but you can still use DBM as far as I know. DBM. But they simplified the raids to the point that you don't even need DVM. Or I mean, so the thing is that Addon went from being mandatory to being what is it? What is the word that I'm looking for? They went from being mandatory to being optional. Right? They were mandatory, now they're optional. Now you don't really need to be forced to be playing with the raid. If tanks could keep up with the DPS and damage, you will only run tanks? No. You get better DPS. You just literally remove all the... How the fuck is a tank gonna be out DPS in the DPS? You get rid of that. You get rid of all of those DPS and you put in new DPS. 519 for some UI in game that made replace add-on.
January 20th. That's the day when Midnight's pre-patch lands, and this one's actually larger than
The add-on and UI situation, yeah.
Though, Blizzard's answer to the add-on restrictions lands in pre-patch, and it is official replacements for most of the things that they decided to lock down on. So, I'll go through them here.
That's why I believe DPS / healing meters is only mod needed. What do you mean only mod needed?
Official damage meters are finally in World of Warcraft. They've got 3 visual styles and a lot of customization. You can track damage done, healing, interrupts, dispels, damage taken, and avoidable damage taken, which does mean you can now shame people using Blizzard's very own UI. Of course, it is not as much as you could expect from detail.
I just made a coffee with 4 shots of espresso. Wish me luck. Brother, what you're saying is you're ready to play midnight all night long, right? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying, Senitsu?
But it is a far cry from the worst case that people were fearing when it initially made it onto alpha. Another thing is the official boss alerts. I have to say, these are genuinely comprehensive. There's a full timeline system showing upcoming abilities with cast bars and role-specific filtering, so you can hide warnings.
Bro, so Bao says he either plays all night or he falls asleep in 2 hours. Bro, have you guys ever been in the condition that you drink like a Red Bull or like a Monster, and the moment that you're done drinking the Red Bull and Monster, you feel more tired than before drinking it? Yeah, that's me. Yeah, me. Sure, that's me with coffee too. Yeah, bro. Like you drink like a coffee, like a Red Bull or like a Monster, and you're like, bro, what the fuck? I could go for a nap right now. Tea is the only thing that keeps me up all night. All right, grandma. All right, grandma. You want a little bit of honey on your camel toe tea?
Relevant to what you're actually playing. Along with that, we've got official nameplate customization that covers cast bar info, aggro display, buff and debuff filtering.
I mean, like, why do we even need add-ons, bro? Look at this. We get everything now.
And all of that with multiple visual styles. And you know what? It's actually really good.
It is really good. It is really, really good. Are we in there yet, boys? Are we in there or what? Are we in there? Mom, are we home yet? Cocaine is less intense for me than a monster for some reason. Alright. I do hope they block DBM. It will be interesting to play without it. Yeah. Is it out today or what? I thought it was March 3rd. No, the pre-patch will be out today. So we're going to be able to play all this stuff. But the actual game comes out in February 27th.
We're not ready for super intelligence. So this is actually a video for...
Okay, so here we go. Wild Midnight Healers. Let's see this. Healers. Easiest healers. 40k view. 56 Q. 21 Q 2 days ago. How is Midnight Healing Mythic Plus? Okay, no, not interested in that. Midnight easiest and harder healer so far. Let's take a look at this.
Hello guys, so welcome to my new video, and today we're going to be talking about the easiest healers when it comes to Midnight, specifically that Mythic Plus content. Now keep in mind there is a lot of this doing a ranking at the end of the video, so make sure to follow the chapters, but we're gonna start off with Holy Priest. Now for the longest duration, Holy Priest in beta was a little bit undertuned that a lot of people were asking for.
There you go, Holy Priest undertuned.
My boy Restoration Shaman. Now Shaman got a lot of abilities removed. There's been a lot of changes to Shaman in terms of simplification. Every healer receives simplification, so keep that in mind.
Every fucking class receives simplification.
And every healer to some extent is going to feel a little bit easier to play. There's going to be a lot less kind of auras to keep track of and things like that, and Resto Shaman is no exception.
Nice.
The biggest thing that Resto Shaman lost, in my honest opinion, is Cloudburst Totem, and I know a lot of people are going to agree or disagree with this. But I can tell you like this. When I'm playing the War Within, when I'm playing my Resto Shaman, Cloudburst Totem can be absolutely clutch, especially when you're doing really high Mythic Plus keys where you feel like you have to...
There you go. Resto Shaman lost their...
time your Cloudburst Totem in a way...
Cloudburst Totem.
...that you're going to keep someone alive. You don't really feel that...
Okay.
Priest. And honestly, I remember the days when I was doing these videos in the previous expansions, and this Priest would always be in that hardest tier.
No more chain heal Beal. I'm sad. There you go. Can we have wild bid on Discord for guild things? So no, this is what is going to happen. Okay, this is what is going to happen. Our whole Discord is now WoW related. Okay. So, I'm gonna get rid of Guild Wars, Arc Raiders, Company, and House of Trick and all of that. The Discord is gonna be a community Discord, and is going to be the Guild Discord, and is going to be the WoW Discord, okay? We're not going to have a separate channel for WoW. The whole Discord as a whole is going to be our WoW hub, okay?
Healer that requires a lot of preparation, healer that requires a lot of brain power to play. Honestly, those days are long gone, especially when it...
Rename it to the Creamers? Yeah, we'll see that. Wait, what are you gone from WoW? It's old and not wanting to play in it, and now you're playing WoW? Well, I'm not playing the old version of WoW, am I? I'm playing the new version of WoW, right, Altheri? We're literally playing the version of WoW that it hasn't even come out yet. But funny enough, here, I'm not even gonna say it. Debbie, are you here? Yeah. Come here, Debbie. Here, I'm gonna tell you guys. Here, listen to this. So I cannot fake this or anything like that. All right, I cannot fake this. Okay, listen to this. Debbie, what did I say last night while I was in the shower? Okay, what did I say about WoW last night while I was in the shower?
You were talking about your builds.
What? That I was secretly?
Oh, that he was secretly in love with WoW and he didn't want to tell anybody because he's been shitting on it for so long.
That's true. Thank you. Word for word. Word for word. Word for word. Word for word. I literally was in the shower last night and I was telling Debbie how I'm a fucking WoW fanboy. I've been a WoW fanboy my whole life. I was just on the shitting on WoW train because Early was always talking so good about so much shit good, so much shit. God damn it! So much good shit about WoW.
At Mythic Plus content. I haven't done a lot of Discipline Priest raid testing, but in Mythic Plus, I've been playing a lot of Oracle. Again, if you're playing Oracle, you don't have the...
What is that? That shit is frustrating, boys. That shit is frustrating as hell. Like, I know what I want to say. It just gets fucking stuck. It just gets stuck in there. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't fucking start, dude. It's like fucking start it, motherfucker.
Cycling ability of premonitions, so you don't have to cycle through multiple different buffs. Again, a lot of people might find...
Hey! Connection with a K. What I did? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Premonitions to be clunky. Other people might find premonitions in the War Within to be a form of skill expression. Healing the Candle King in a
sounds like a diesel engine.
really high Mythic Plus dungeon, and cycling through every premonition in the right way was actually really, really rewarding. That is gone. Now as an Oracle Discipline Priest, you have double charges on additional charge of penance, which honestly synergizes well with the rest of your toolkit. Extra penances work well with your Apex talents. Cooldown. I could argue it might be one of the easiest healers to play in Midnight because...
This priest, one of the easiest healer to play in Midnight, and also double penance. Very strong, very strong. Big dick, double penance. I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about, bro. I haven't played WoW in 5 years. I need to, man, the next coming weeks, I will think about a new class to main. Why not think about it today?
It kind of boils down.
Bro said a Deagle engine. No, I didn't say a Deagle engine. I said a diesel engine. What are you, a Deagle engine? I didn't say no Deagle. That word sounds too much like dick. Although I do be thinking about that lately. But unrelated terms of events, I'm sure that I said diesel.
To that, penance into shield type of gameplay. Obviously, you have to play around atonements, you have to play around radiance, but the removal of things like premonitions and simplification of some of the talents has made this spec even more approachable. I did try out a bit of the Void Weaver, and I do think there is further tuning needed for this hero build, and it still is dependent on your mini cooldowns or cooldown windows. So I'm still waiting for further tuning towards Void Weaver, but Oracle Discipline Priest is definitely a lot easier to play. And now let's talk about Holy Paladin. And honestly,
Holy Paladin, right where the Holy Paladin is at. Anybody interested in the Holy Paladins? 40-minute countdown. Oh my god, you right, Zenitsu. 40-minute countdown, dude. 40-minute countdown. 40-minute countdown. Man, 40-minute countdown. Nope. Pleiades, well, Lee's favorite healer. All right, so we're watching it.
The Holy Paladin's difficulty is going to heavily depend on the hero build or the talent build you're going to be running, because for the longest time, Holy Paladin has been viewed as a melee healer because you want to stay in melee, you want to
yeah.
Operations, you want to press your Shield of Righteous and all those things. And in Midnight, it's
just got extended by 3 hours. No, fuck you, Skates. No, Link or it didn't happen. No, Link or it didn't happen, bro. No, you know how I know it's a lie? You're not fucking tracking any of that shit. You don't even know what WoW is, bro. You don't even know what WoW stands for.
Kind of getting a little bit flipped around. So first of all, Holy Paladin Midnight does not have an interrupt. Your consecration is proc by pressing Judgment. If you're playing Lightsmith Holy Paladin, there's a heavy emphasis on Judgment, because Judgment critical strikes are going to proc Hammer and Anvil. You're going to be, or possibly run talents like Imperial Legacy, which all...
Warcraft of World, close, try again.
Also depends on judgment crits. You might be running talents like Crusader Smite, which means that your Holy Shock is going to reduce the cooldown of Judgment. Your Shield of Righteous is going to reduce the cooldown of Holy Shock. So you can see that there is this circle around Judgment usage and reducing
War of World, up close, close, go next.
the cooldown of Judgment. And then Judgment has a lot of incidental healing, especially for Lightsmith. And on top of all of this, you might be running talents like Awakening, which has...
Damn right, bro. If you're running talents like Awakening, that while you're in combat, your Holy Power Spender have a 10% chance to cause your next Judgment to deal a 30% increased damage and critically strike. Like, hello? So wait, is this a healer? Or is this a DPS?
been reworked and has a chance of giving you Judgment critical.
Is fire not ass? Literally the worst class in Midnight, RX. Literally the worst class in Midnight is Fire Mage. Literally, bro. Literally the worst is Fire Mage. That's the one we're gonna go for. Hands down, 10 out of 10. 10 toes down. Worst class, Fire Mage. Hey, news plays. D tier, bottom of the barrel. Fucking, I am the janitor, bro. I am the janitor of the classes right here. What is this? Yo, Fresh, I think I found your next Halloween costume. I'm just saying, he's got your same body type. I'm just saying. That's Keithy, huge fan. What class you think that's... Hold on. What class you think this individual plays? Tell me who plays this class? A hunter? A shaman for sure? How can that be a shaman, bro? A warrior? A fire... Somebody time out. Somebody time out Skater Marine right now. A chain class. So what are we looking? Is this a paladin? I feel like this guy is a protection or a holy paladin. Yeah, it has to be a paladin. Yup. In my opinion, this right here is a holy paladin right there, bro. Yup. Holy paladin. So I'm gonna give you guys a little bit of a backstory about this guy. So this guy, he actually runs an underground trinket store where he sells all size dildos. Okay? Is the only one in all of Azeroth. They have all the way from gnome, little peckers. Those are called choking hazards. All the way up to the dragon V5. For those of you that don't know what V5 stands for, it's not version 5, it's velocity 5. Because you guys know they have 5 versions with different velocity levels. Okay? And he runs all of this. This is the guy that runs all of that. What do they call him? I think they call him Sweet Lips. Some shit like that. I don't know. Anyways, too much of a backstory about that guy. Here we go.
Which again, we talked about how Judgment crits react with the rest of your toolkit. This gameplay, again, some people might...
Oh yeah, I saw him running around Undermine sourcing materials. Yeah.
like it, some people might hate it. You also have, as a Lightsmith, Holy Paladin, you have Holy Armaments or Holy Bulwark, which
Holy
will take or
Armaments.
account for a decent portion of your overall healing.
Bro, you know what the crazy thing about fucking Holy Paladin is? This guy is healing everybody, as you can see right there, but he's also doing damage. The fact that Holy Paladin heals by smacking the enemy is so fucking cool, dude. The guy is like, hold my beer, I'm gonna heal you right now. He's like, your homie's getting beat up, and instead of him casting like something that heals from the back, he goes in there, he fucking slaps the enemy, and he's like, do you feel better now? And your team is like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you, daddy. He beats the shit out of the enemy to make you feel better about it.
And then I also tried out things like Herald of the Sun. There has been a decent amount of tuning happening for Holy Paladin, and it made Herald of the Sun
Yo, Fairy Belly Button.
Honestly, I had a decent time with it.
Oh. Bro, I misread your name. You know what? Fuck it, bro. Fairy Belly Button is way better than Fury Belly Button anyways. What up, Fairy? Thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome in.
Herald of the Sun. The gameplay might feel a little bit different, but not all that crazy. You don't have your Holy Armament abilities, but you're going to rely
never mind. You don't have your Holy Armaments abilities.
on the rest of your toolkit a little bit more. I was running double beacon, which means I didn't have an active button in terms of Beacon of Virtue. I also was a little bit scared about the mana consumption with Beacon of Virtue, so I just was running double beacons, and I still had a decent time depending on how high of a key you're running. And there is a difference in terms of the complexity of Holy Paladin, because you might be running Lightsmith build with melee wings or Avenging Crusader. Your
Blame the healer. That is what you get for being a melee. Oh, dude. How many abilities do you have now in your hotbar instead of before? So right now you will have, depending on the class, Wabbit. Okay, depending on the class, because obviously every class is slightly different. But right now you're going to have anywhere from 15 to 25. Okay, and that is now. Okay, that is now. Before it was like 30 to 40.
Crusader is going to turn into Crusader Strike, which means
don't forget, if you suck ass, you can always use that one button rotation. You know what's gonna be fucking hilarious, bro? You know what's gonna be fucking hilarious? When the creamers and I were doing a raid, right? When the creamers and I were doing a raid, and then one of the DPS is like doing like low shit DPS, and we're gonna ask him like, bro, like, can you please link us your one button rotation to see what you're doing wrong? Because ain't no fucking way you could be fucking up that hard. You know, we're gonna fucking tell them like, yo, just link us your one button rotation real quick. Let's see what we can do to make it better. And then the guy says, I am not using the one button rotation. And then boom, they just fell right in. And then you go like, well, you should probably start using it, you fucking dumbass. And then everybody goes like, and then the guy feels bad about it. But then at the end of the day, we'll make him better, and we'll help him improve. Right? That's what boys do. That's what boys do. When is Prepatch supposed to drop? In 28 minutes from now, supposedly.
You want to stay in melee, you want to press the button, and I think that adds a little bit of that extra complexity. Now remember, that is the only way to get access to Crusader Strike, because otherwise, if you don't spec into melee wings or Avenging Crusader, you do not have access to this ability, which is one of the big changes that happened to Holy Paladin in Midnight. For certain other builds, or I've seen people running a build where you don't even have to stay in melee, they don't even focus on pressing Shield of the Righteous. They just heal. Because, again, we talked about the fact you don't have an interrupt anymore. Your consecration is proc from Judgment. You might press Shield of the Righteous, but it might not be that big of a deal. So playing in range, depending on the build you're running, is not all that bad at all. And
Bro, this is why DPS meter is so necessary. This is why DPS meter is so necessary. Can we all take a look at the DPS right here that is happening? Let's say that after 37 attempts of them trying to kill this boss, they keep failing. Right? After 37 attempts, they keep failing after trying to kill this boss. By looking at this DPS meter, whose fault do you think it is that they keep fucking failing? I'm gonna tell you right now. This fucking guy right here. this fucking guy right here, bro. The healer. it's always the healer's fault. It doesn't matter if this rogue is doing less damage than the tank. It's the healer's fault. Why is the healer only doing 7,000 DPS? Right? What is this? And to make the argument even better, the fucking tank is out healing the healer. Have you seen what I'm seeing? The tank is out healing the healing. So why the fuck do we even have this healer here? The reason why we have this healer here is because you have people like fucking Sapathur that is a DPS doing the same damage as a tank, probably because he's standing on every single fucking fire on the floor. What is HPS? Hijueputas. Hots per second, healings per second.
Could make an argument that Holy Paladin might not be bound to melee as much as he was before, depending on which hero build or talent build is going to be meta. Let's talk about Mistweaver Monk, and Mistweaver is one of those.
Can we talk about all this fucking Mage right here, bro? What the fuck is War Mage doing 126,000 DPS? And then your boy Fizzy is only doing 87. There's something wrong with this graph right here. Like, somebody's definitely getting carried.
List that still has a lot of bugs in Midnight, and I'm still waiting for those bugs to be fixed. But I was doing a lot of my testing with Mistweaver with Conduit of the Celestial, and I was cycling through multiple different cooldowns that you have, because there is a lot of MP.
You know, sometimes we'll say your healing sucks. I will stop healing all that time when you as a healer go like, all right, you heal the next full, you heal the team the next full. But honestly, wait a minute. Wait, hold on. Wait a minute. Why is the DPS taking damage? If the DPS is taking damage, whose fault is that? That is the DPS fault, nobody else's. So you're telling me that the only reason why we have healers is to compensate for the DPS stupidity? Huh. The tank should have a thread though. Yeah, but what about fire on the floor?
This is on Thunder Focus T as a Mistweaver Monk. Your Apex talents revolves around it, and
what
I
about
think the
fire
hero
on the floor?
build, or the meta hero build, might be the one that gives you the most usage of Thunder Focus.
Tanks are self-sufficient in a lot of fights, so yeah. The only times that tanks are not self-sufficient is when we're talking about like raid fights, right? Like I feel like the only place where tanks are still not self-sufficient enough is in raid fights, or the rogue is standing next to the front of the tank. Or that could also be a thing.
To see that in the future, but I was running Conduit of Celestial. I had a Conduit of Celestial cooldown to mess around with. I had Red Crane, I had Revival, I had Thunder Focus T. Again, we talked about the importance of Thunder Focus T. And on top of that...
Now, here's the thing, Chad. Here's the thing. Obviously, we can see that information right here in World of Warcraft, right? We can see it because of the DPS meter. How many things... Scratch that. How many people you think that were doing less DPS than the tank in New World, but because we didn't have a DPS meter, we didn't know? How many people you think that were doing dog shit DPS, and because we didn't have damage meter, we couldn't literally fucking tell? Maintenance just extended 2 hours. Typical WoW? No way. Let me see the link, Majin. Majin, give me the link. Give me the link, Majin! In New World, people got carried non-stop. Look at your launcher. What do we do, boys? What do we do? Do we keep it? Do we keep it? Do we keep waiting? Do we keep extending it until it opens up? Do we fucking keep it up? Do we keep it up and we fucking send an all-nighter? Like, what do we do here? Let's keep it going. Are we gonna keep it going? I mean, we're already been going on for a while. 2 extra hours ain't nothing. Right? 2 extra hours ain't nothing. What they should do is at least open up the server so we can create our characters at least. You know what I mean? I wish we could at least create our characters right now. Ooh. I mean, if you're leveling up again, might as well. Might as well. What?
I was running that melee build.
Have you decided on the realm? Yes. Picked. We're going to be going for Laughing Skull in a servidor. Laughing Skull. Okay. In my opinion, Laughing Skull is the coolest server there is. Name-wise, of course. Name-wise. Rest Druid, Laughing Skull equals Showdown Online, Lord, and WoW is crazy. Yup. It's a PvP server, right? Yeah. Fuck what realm and add heat right as it's. Oh shit. Let's watch the WoW Midnight Cinematic. Here we go. We got two things. We got a pre-expansion update trailer. We're gonna watch this one right here. World of Warcraft. Cinderella.
Rumors suggest that Xalatath's Twilight's Blade cult has been recruiting in Alliance cities. So Ramoth was right for once. The Twilight's Blade have been recruiting here.
Ooh.
We must root out these cultists before they spread their corruption. It's imperative that we stop the Twilight's Blade at its source. Fine.
Wait a minute. Did anybody else see this scythe? So wait, so the Devouring Demon Hunter has a scythe ability? Oh my god! Yeah, bro, they reap. You playing from zero with a new character? Yeah, Wavit. We're playing from zero to hero. Bro, that looks so fucking sick, dude. Eastern base, so it should be better ping for you and this like me. Yeah. The Cream Reaper done. The Cream Reaper, dude.
Their evil ends now.
Woo! Woo! The new Demon Hunter class might be limited to level 80. Nope. The new Demon Hunter class is available on the pre-patch. I already read it. Don't ask me where, but I read it somewhere.
The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace am I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides...
Leandrin, it has begun. I need you with me on the wall.
Lorthamar, the void will envelop us soon.
Creamers assemble, dude. Creamers assemble, dude. You need to do a few things to get the Void Elf, though. You don't need to be a Void Elf to be a Devourer, right?
Only the light can save us now.
No. The time for prayer has passed.
The Sunwell will not fall. Not while I draw breath.
Whew.
Little elves. I can see you grow weary. How much longer can you hold out? Flee and save yourselves.
Liadrin, don't.
Light be with you. You see? She understands it's hopeless. Soon, you all will.
The hentai potential is insane.
Illuminates my path. The light flows through me, and by its grace,
Yup.
I made one with all that is sacred. The light guides my steps and illuminates my path. The light flows through.
That's the creamer pool right there, dude. That's the creamer pool right there.
I don't know if I deserve your help, but I know my people do. Please give them strength. I admire your spirit, but that will not save.
Maybe go through all the war with the cinematics in order to get her caught up. Oh, yeah, dude.
You can't even break one elf.
Oh, child support. Ah, alimony. Fuck.
This darkness comes to devour everything. And when it is finished, there will be no more light. Without your aid, we will perish. I beg you, help us.
Hell yeah, dude. That's me right there with the creamer squad, dude. Fuck you, bitch. That's how Donald Trump went into Venezuela to get their president Maduro's out of there, bro. That I saw it live. That's literally he went in there like that with the fucking Navy SEALs behind him. The 8 helicopters in the background. Donald Trump walked in with a shield and a sword and said, bitch, let's go.
The Sunwell will not fall.
Not while we draw breath.
That is pretty good, dude.
The light flickers, and in its trembling glow, you still cling to hope.
Ooh, it's getting dark outside. Oh.
is closing in. It hungers to devour everything.
New zone, Suleiman. New zone, Harandar. New zone, the Void Storm. New feature, housing.
Our home, our kin, our hope. We cannot succumb to fear. We must not falter. There will be no victory without suffering. No survival without sacrifice.
You feel it, don't you? The call of the void, that devouring host.
Oh, so the Demon Hunter form for the Devour spec has no weapons, huh?
No mercy, no equal. Come, little lights, and be extinguished.
The darkest night falls upon us. But if we stand together, the dawn will come. I call upon you now.
What the fuck, chat? Look at those glaive weapons, bro. Look at these glaive weapons. Look at this skin. Look at these daggers right here. Can we take a second? Is that a wizard skill that I'm looking back there? Look at that. Look at that wizard skin. Wait, like, hold on. We have a bunch of different classes right here. So we have the rogue daggers. We have the demon hunter right here. We have like a shaman with dual wielding axes over there. We have a little wizard right here with an awesome looking wizard hat and a staff, right? Then we have like either a protection paladin or a warrior right here with a look at that shield though. Then we have a hunter with a gun right here. And I don't even know. Oh, this looks like a monk. This looks like a monk. Bro, look at these weapons. They look insane.
Champions of the light.
Holy shit.
Defenders of
Bro, look at these weapons.
Azeroth.
Are you not going to play WoW Classic? Fuck WoW Classic, bro.
Summon your strength.
Do I look like I'm 55?
Steel your heart, because today we fight.
Ow. Whew. Yeah, baby. Let's fucking go, dude. So, this is what you get if you buy the Epic expansion. These are the two sets that you get. Honestly, I don't even give a fuck about them. $2,000 trader standard. What is the trader standards for? Is that for more transmog? Listen up, boys. Listen up. Remember, for those of you that are looking into joining our company, we are going to be hosting Pokemon battle tournaments. Like, all jokes aside. Okay? All jokes aside. So, you guys better level up your Pokemons because we're fucking going for it. Okay? It's a little shot that rotates every month. A tender used as a currency to purchase item. Okay. Yo, Pokemon. Yeah, WoW has Pokemon built into it. No, didn't battle pets come and get removed? Wait, what? Battle Pets Combat got removed? No way. They're still in? Bro, what are you talking about? Don't play with me like that. Battle pets is literally so fucking good, dude. I love the battle pets in WoW. They're just not going to add any new pets in the new expansion. Battle pets have not been fully removed from World of Warcraft, but the pet battle system is being phased out in the Midnight expansion. Oh, damn. Nice. In short, the new pet battles, but all one still work. The feature is being discontinued for future content. So the feature of pet battles will be discontinued. All right, I'm back. Maintenance should be closing to being over now, right? Oh no, Dave. Oh no, Dave. You didn't hear? They said because you weren't here. They said because you weren't here that we're going to extend it, that we're going to delay it for another 2 hours. God damn it, Dave PP. Fuck, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? It's Dave's fault, bang. He said, somebody get this guy out of here, bro. What the fuck is this?
Hey, my name's Jedith, and this is an in-depth look at Devourer. World of Warcraft Midnight is coming early 2026. With it comes a brand new...
Yeah, what the fuck, Dave? Come on, yeah, dude, no wonder. Fucking griefer, bro. Get him out of here. Get his bitch ass out of here, bro. Goddamn, Dave. Classic Dave PP. I know, dude. Unbelievable. And he was on his way to becoming like the best screamer there was.
Third spec for Demon Hunters called Devourer, along with a new race option for Demon Hunters, Void Elves. The Devourer Demon Hunter is a new mid-range DPS spec focusing on Void and Cosmic damage. It uses a hybrid playstyle with both ranged and melee abilities, making it feel familiar but also a breath of fresh air at the same time. WoW has never had a DPS spec like this before. If you've always dreamt of embracing the Void, practicing the dark cosmic arts, and, well, shooting a massive blue laser beam from your face, you're gonna love Devourer. So, how does it work? Devourer gameplay revolves around two resources, Fury and Soul Fret. You're probably wondering how we got here, and that's a fair question. Let me see if I can explain how Demon Hunters have become Devourers in under 1 minute. Then we can get back to the nerdy stuff, and I'll teach you how to play it. In the War Within's final major patch, we travel to Koresh, the homeworld of the Ethereals, where we run into an Illidari demon hunter named Adaris Duskblaze.
I've sacrificed everything.
Adaris developed a bit of an interest in the cosmic powers of the Void and befriended a Void Elf named Leona Darkstrider along with her leader, Magister Umbric, in hopes of learning a thing or two. The agreement was that Adaris would teach the Void Elves the secret of the Illidari, allowing them to become future demon hunters, and in return, they'd teach Adaris to wield the powers of the Void. Now, fast forward a bit, and Adaris attempts to absorb a Koreshi Void fragment. What could possibly go wrong? Instead of letting the Void flow through him, Adaris tries to control it, and of course, the ritual backfired. The cave starts to collapse, Adaris is going berserk, and you, the player character, have no choice but to punt Adaris.
Look at those weapons. Does anybody like these weapons? If anybody likes to have weapons the size of a fucking building, play Demon Hunter Tank. These guys have literal fucking cows for weapons, bro. They have a full fucking four-legged big creature in their back. It's ridiculous.
Into the portal that he opened, and disaster is prevented. The next time we see our buddy Adaris is the Soul Hunters encounter in the Manaforge Omega raid, where we get our first taste of Void-themed Demon Hunter attacks, giving players not so...
I ordered my MMO mouse at 2 p.m. I got it by 5 p.m. W Amazon. Oh shit, W Amazon fresh? W Amazon? What are you saying? We should go play that Snoop Dogg game that they're releasing? Yo, W Amazon, we should go play that Snoop Dogg game, dog.
Subtle hints towards the upcoming new third spec. Alright, where was I? Devourer gameplay revolves around entering Void Metamorphosis to cast...
No way these dudes say W, Amazon. For real, bro. Can you believe that shit? What a liar, Skating. What a liar.
Collapsing Star while managing 2 resources, Fury and Soul Fragments. Soul Fragments are what allow you to enter meta and cast Collapsing Star.
I see it.
While Fury is what dictates how long you're able to stay in meta form. To
Okay.
enter Void Metamorphosis, we need to collect Soul Fragments. If we take the talent Soul Glutton, we'll require less Soul Fragments to enter Void meta, but our Fury will drain faster, meaning we spend...
Oh, so you only transform into Metamorphosis to do the laser beam.
Less time in meta, but enter it more often. If we take Emptiness, we gain lots of haste, meaning our casts are faster.
Never mind. You do more than that.
More frequent, and we can stay in meta for a longer period of time because we're generating more Fury. So how do we generate Soul
Wow, this place looks fucking incredible.
Fragments?
You guys seen this? Holy shit.
The most straightforward way is the ability called Consume. This spell generates both Soul Fragments and Fury and can be cast while moving. Cool, right? We wouldn't be Demon Hunters without having speedy movement capabilities.
Wow.
As you use Consume, you'll notice all of those Soul Fragments landing on the ground in front of you. You can...
It looks cool. It looks so incredibly fucking cool because he has some crazy ass mobility. He's both melee and range, and he has a scythe.
Run around and pick them up. You totally have that freedom. But even better, you can use the ability called Reap, which will automatically collect Soul Fragments off the ground when you use it. So you're...
Man, I don't know about you guys. You be sleeping in a Snoop Dogg core house. Oh, shit, dude.
Casting Consume, using Reap to collect Soul Fragments, and all the while, you're generating Fury. Once you get enough Fury, you'll be able to use one of the coolest abilities we have.
When is it releasing pre-patch? In 2 hours from now, you should be able to play this class.
Void Ray. By the way, the Void Ray ability icon has a man on it. So, obviously, we call him Raymond. Well, that's what I call him, at least. Void... Ray uses all of your Fury to shoot a huge, voidy frontal beam, just like Havoc's Eye Beam, and turns the mobs into Soul Fragment Pinatas. So far, what I've described has played like a pure spellcasting spec. But now we can start to weave in the additional melee combo mechanics.
Bro, look at that, bro. Holy shit. Look at the guy behind you hugging you, Trick. Don't hit a Raymond. God damn, this mice and heavy as fuck. Yeah, obviously fresh. But I do feel nice as fuck in the hand. Yeah, just that's the same thing you said when you grab my stuff. It's heavy, but it feels nice in my hand. Brought to you by Trick and the Creamers. Coming to the city near you at the end of the week. All right, we having full-on concerts. We're getting happy endings. We're getting backstage passes as well. So it's coming to a city near you. Okay. Did they change a lot of the Shadow Priest and pre-patch? Oh, they did. Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Hour has a 3 ability combo that can be added in to bring the mid-range hybrid playstyle.
3 ability combo, dude.
Void Blade is a single target ability
Void
that can
Blade
be juiced up with talents and pulls you right into melee range.
Okay, so you jump on the
Void
enemy.
Blade is used, that ability turns into a new ability called Hungering Slash, which is a big 360-degree AoE slash and grants you a free use of Vengeful Retreat. Final step in the combo to vault you back out from melee range to continue casting. The Hunt can also be used in place of Void Blade to start the sequence.
and then you can do the beam.
Right. Devourer has their own Void version of the Hunt. So the sequence is Void Blade, or the Hunt, into Hungering Slash, into Vengeful Retreat. At this point, you'll have enough Soul Fragments to enter Void meta.
And do a Ray Beam.
Once you enter
a
meta,
Raymond.
You're racing against the clock as your Fury begins to drain faster and faster. The longer you stay in meta, the faster that bar starts to empty. Once it reaches 0, you fall out of meta form and start the process again. Your #1 goal inside of meta is to cast Collapsing Star. After entering meta, you now need to collect enough Soul Fragments each time you want to cast Collapsing Star. Now this is where you now need...
What the fuck? was that ability, bro? Collapsing Star.
To collect enough soul fragments each time you want to cast.
Boom! You literally sent a fucking Shidori onto the fucking Rasengan right there, bro.
Collapsing Star. Now this is where things get a little insane. Each consecutive...
Bro, don't look at the camera and say that. I got shivers.
Collapsing Star used while in Void meta increases its damage every time. So
Boom!
play your cards right, generate enough soul fragments, and you'll be obliterating everything in sight with Collapsing Star. Generating soul fragments is done the exact same way that you did outside of Metamorphosis. The only difference is now all of your abilities have transformed into their supercharged versions and do extra damage. Now, instead of Void Ray requiring Fury to use, it's on a cooldown and actually pauses your Fury drain, helping you stay in meta form longer. So that's your basic gameplay loop for Devour. Generate soul fragments, enter Void meta, cast as many Collapsing Stars as you can. Rinse and repeat. Now let's take a look at Devour's 2 hero talent tree options. First, let's dig into the newly renamed Void Scarred talent tree. These talents revolve around enhancing your melee combat by incorporating void surges, deadly explosions that happen around your character while executing your melee combo. This tree also encourages frequent void meta by providing you with...
I think I'm gonna play with this class, chat. I'm genuinely thinking I genuinely think I'm gonna play with this class. I just feel like this class is so fucking fun looking at it, bro.
Bonuses upon entry. This is where that spec tree capstone talent, Soul Glutton, really shines by reducing the soul fragment cost of void meta and allows you to enter meta much more often. Now, the other hero talent tree option is Annihilator. This tree focuses on empowering Reap and Collapsing Star. You'll be calling down Voidfall meteors from the sky to do massive AoE damage, as well as put on an impressive light show for your friends.
Please play it. Let the Devour meme live on.
Annihilator encourages you to focus on longer Metamorphosis uptime and goes hand in hand with empty.
Imagine if we could be a gnome demon hunter, bro. That would be the literal best class / race in the game. Oh my god. Everyone and their mother are gonna play Devour. That is true. That is true. That is true. And the thing is, we could be the best one out of all of them. You know what I mean?
Then to bring it all together, we have Apex talents, which are new in the Midnight expansion. These talents enhance your Collapsing Star even further by guaranteeing that they crit, increasing the damage that those crits do, and automatically giving you a cost-free use of Collapsing Star every time you enter meta. If you like this video, you can find more of my content at youtube.com/JedithTV. Link will be down in the description. I hope you enjoy Devour and everything Midnight has to offer.
I don't know. Chat, what do you guys say? Fire Mage or Devour Demon Hunter? Fire Mage or Devour Demon Hunter? Ooh, Devour more mobility. It seems like Devour has more mobility towards the enemy, but less mobility to like run away, you know? I only ever picked you for a mage guy, but you do you. Devour, both full send. I cannot send full both, man. If you're gonna play Demon Hunter, you might as well go for the Horde. No, absolutely not, bro. Void Elves are better than any Horde character. Anything but fire, bro. The thing is that I have to go fire. If I go mage, I have to go fire. That is literally the only way. All of the Demon Hunter have the best movement in the game, so can't go wrong. I guess you're right. I guess double jump is already one of the best mobility things in the game. Double jump plus flying. Yeah, what is this? Are the servers still down? Yeah, Dicron is still down. So after seeing that gameplay right there, what would you guys rather see me play? A Fire Mage, right, with big Pyroblast, or a Devour Demon Hunter going in and out with the Void Bombs? What is the class that has the most mobility in WoW? The class with the most mobility in WoW, it has to be either Demon Hunter or Rogue or Druid. It has to be one of... Warrior also has some crazy ass mobility, but the Warrior needs enemies to be very mobile. Oh, Monk! Mistweaver, Windwalker Monk. Windwalker Monk with Dragon Flying Kick, double roll. Monk is second, but Demon Hunter has the most in the game. Get the flashy class then. Yeah. Hold on, let's pull it again. We pulled it earlier, and Fire Mage won, but we can pull it again. Fire Mage, Devour, Demon Hunter. All right, let's do the poll again. After you guys watching that video, let's see if I can find some WoW Midnight Fire Mage. Let's see. Ignite is pumping. What the fuck is this? It's ruined. Everybody's saying that Fire Mage is bad, by the way. Everybody's saying the Fire Mage is bad.
Fireball. Fireball. Fire Blast, Pyro. Fireball. Until we get Fire Blast back. Fireball. 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 Heating up. Hot Streak. Pyro Blast. Fireball. That's it. Fireball. Fireball. Pyro. Fireball. Fire Blast. Pyro. Fireball. Pyro. Fireball. Fire Blast. Pyro. If you would like to support my work, you can join my Patreon for free by using the link in my bio.
Critter Pyro Blast. Watch the mage. Oh!
Wait, but this is not testing out Fire Mage for Midnight. But this Fire Mage is no longer in the game because he's using Phoenix Fire. That's no longer the Mage. Fire is fun again. So this is Fire Mage Arena in Midnight. 1 month ago. Mythic Plus. Oh, yeah. Scorch. Obviously, he's doing burst right here. Yo, that doesn't look too bad though. Top DPS? Yeah, it's top DPS. Okay.
Another widow bag. Another bag of coin for me.
Let me see when they get to a boss. I want to see the single target rotation. Okay. I mean, this doesn't look too bad. Bro, I'm telling you, everybody who's complaining about classes or spec being boring are just used to having a million spells and impossible timing window on the protection. Yeah, I feel like that other guy that we just saw, he might have been dramatically he's being dramatic. So are the classes getting reward kind of like ESO? They said this was the first draft, right? Every class is getting a massive overhaul reward. Yeah. Fire Mage got it though. I mean, you may like it if you never played a bit of Fire before, but every mage I talked to said Fire got done dirty. Just be prepared not to like it. I mean, he's still doing massive AoE damage. Like, I'm looking at the DPS meter. He's still pumping. He's pumping like a motherfucker. Just because it was guarded doesn't mean you won't like it. Right. Of course. I mean, some people might just be projecting a little too much. Too many people still have this meta mentality. Exactly. Soulbound, exactly. So, I mean, listen, I won't make the decision to play it or not depending on how powerful it is. It's all about how fun it is to play. When is midnight update? In 2 hours.
What does my eagle spy with her shiny eye? A trespasser.
Okay, this is a boss fight. Fireball, combustion, pyro, pyroblast, pyro. The class isn't bad. It's just that the core abilities have been removed. It doesn't feel like a fire mage anymore. If it doesn't feel like a fire mage, what does it feel like then? It feels like a stub. I've never been meta. I'm just telling you what mages talk to who have beta tested and said it didn't enjoy much, like BM Hunter. I talked to those two classes I've heard the most about. Fireball? Fireball? All of the what people call bad classes season 1 will be overtuned in season 2, and season 3 and season 4 will be tuned. As long as you can clear the key, you good, right? Okay. I mean, that Frost Mage is fucking pumping like a motherfucker, though. Oh my god. Jesus. Do you remember how to Q cast as a mage? Typically, when you're casting a long cast spell like a fireball or frostball, you're also clicking the hell out of an instant gas spell like fireball Iceland. Yeah. To send the instant right after. Want to buy 10 key carry 200,000 gold? Wait, is that how much they cost? What was that gold multiple arrow ability that was pretty sick? Let me see. Where did you see it? PP. That, do you see like a bunch of like rays, like yellow raids? I think that is a holy priest.
A good kill, Hashura. And
These things right here, those things that you saw right there, yeah, that's a holy priest. Holy priests are more like AoE healers, like large scale healers. No? All right, let me see it again. Let me know when you see the ability, all right? And look at the time and tell me when to stop it. Actually, you cannot see the time. It was like 10 arrows in a cone. 10 arrows in a cone. Let's see it. Ten arrows in a cone. What color was it? Gold? So it was one of the priests then. That right there. Oh, that's the boss. The boss is like an archer guy. And the boss is using that AoE ability on the enemy. The boss is casting barrage. As you can see it right there. The boss is casting barrage. Hunter has an ability similar to that though. I mean, honestly, looking at this fire mage looks pretty similar. This is midnight default nameplates, customizable though. Yes, but everything looks very clean, by the way. Everything looks very, very clean.
a good kill, Hashura. And I
the players played and the target health are battle blaze plates. I think everything here is default.
But why did Nurajin bring them here? The kidnapping won't stop until we get to the root of the evil. Follow me.
Addons were not fun. Yeah, we're a big fan of not addons.
And the energy flowing into it. This is hex magic, using the souls of the dead in powerful magic spells. I hope this is not why they brought my king here. If the maker of that monstrosity be here, we must stop them and make sure they find them.
God damn. He is pumping in AoE damage, by the way. In AoE damage, he's pumping like a motherfucker. Single target damage, he seems to, I don't know. This looks like the fire mage that I remember playing back in the day. Oh, he's getting sacrificed. So they have an ice mage, a fire mage, a shadow priest, a... What is that? Is that a disc priest?
It'd be worse than we thought. How many of my people have died here?
A disc? Yeah, because it's got penance, right? Can you see anything from that far? What do you mean you can see anything from that far, Skates? Oof. Man, that monk is doing insane AoE damage as well. Look at that monk. Number 1 DPS with the AoE. That's crazy. Equinox is one of the best brewmasters. Okay. So this is a what? Level 13 key. Is level 13 a high key? You play Shadowlands, right? At the beginning of Shadowlands, Soulbound. Okay. So 20 plus in Shadowland is like 10 plus now. Oh, I never even got to the level of Mythic plus in Shadowland. Okay, so they have squished down the Mythic levels. Nice. Everything above 10 in retail is considered high. So will you say like 15 is like considered 25? That's funny. That's usually my answer. Yeah, I play at the beginning of the expansion. Yeah, bro, that's how I play WoW for the past many years. I just play for like 2 weeks at the beginning of the expansion and then I leave. And 20 pluses for the elites. Sheesh. Okay. Oh my god, I just had a great idea, chat. I just had the best idea ever. What if we caught the stream early today and we start a stream early tomorrow? What if we do that? What if we caught it early today and then we started early tomorrow? And then we pump like all day tomorrow. You know what I mean? Because the thing is, how do we know that it might not get extended again? Early tomorrow, like 12 or 1 a.m. Bro, this guy, well, not like that. Like maybe like 10 in the morning. You know, maybe like 10 in the morning. Bro, I was gonna say I might not be able to play tonight. Yeah, we get a month to level 280, so that will be perfect. Yeah, I think that we're gonna do that, boys. So what we do is, let's just cut it now, right? So let's cut it now, and we start like 2 hours or 3 hours early tomorrow. I get off at 10 in the morning, so I'll be on like later. Well, okay, I mean, that's fine, Skates. We're gonna be creating our characters anyway still. That sounds like a good plan, yeah? You like the citizen bonus speed, something leveling. Yeah, dude, we're gonna be leveling. All right, let's do that. Let's do that. You can get max level in probably a few hours. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's go ahead and raid somebody. Let's go ahead and raid somebody, dude. Let's do that. Let's do that. I want to rate somebody that is gonna be playing midnight, not somebody that is playing. Who's this person?
It's easy stuff.
A girl?
This is
Yes.
great. I think one of the best things I've written. The formation and ideologies of the holy orders.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one we're gonna be rating right there. A girl, dude. Yes. All right. Slash raid the girl. All right, listen up, folks. Listen up, folks. We're gonna be starting hella early tomorrow. Okay, we're gonna be starting hella fuck, I'm tangled with my own cable. We're gonna be starting hella early tomorrow. If you guys would like to join my Discord, there is my Discord where I'm gonna be telling you guys what time we're gonna be starting tomorrow. Okay, what time you think? What time I think? Okay, okay. Let's say that I wake up at 8:30, breakfast 9:30. Okay, 9:30 a.m. to 10 in the a.m. Okay, 9:30 to 10, but I will let you guys know 7 a.m. sharp, unacceptable. Okay, maybe 9 a.m. Either way, join my Discord. Join my Discord now because I'll be talking to you guys there in the Discord. By the way, you guys can start tonight and play with whatever class and mingle and dingle and do whatever the hell you want, okay? I might even jump in later on tonight, but I don't think I will because I want to be a virgin, right? I want to be like a wild virgin where I want to start tomorrow with you guys. Which starting zone? Skating Marine, 1 is for everybody, 2 is for your race only. So do whatever you want. Hit me up on Discord. Hit me up on Discord. I love you guys. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here. I will catch you guys tomorrow early. But yes, join the Discord. I mean, what else to say, right? What else to say? Remember that I'm going to have my glute spread picture on